OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Niggas don't know what to think. Thought I get money, you change. What you thought we was the same? Still stay away from them clones. Niggas better leave me alone. Talking about niggas is low. Run with niggas who don't know you. Whoa, I make that zagging when city to city. You niggas not hot in your state. If it was money to get a hit Henny, we get it and never complain. Same go for the gang, and we split it up all the same. I can't really eat, let's stay straight, cause we go way back in the day. My day ones from back in the day, they still hang around me today. You wanna come round us, you can't. I'm rolling up loud, it's great. Lil' mama, she bad but complain, cause I'm too in love with my dreams. And I gotta get on the plane, and go get this money with OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang.
I get the bag with the gang, taking that Zach to the bank. Henny be all in my drink. You niggas is stupid, you think that should change? You not even hot in your gang. Ain't nothing even hot about your gang. You niggas be lying about same. Be posting them pictures of guns for the fame. Niggas just look at me different now. Say that's your man, but he a clown. Don't fuck around with the fuck arounds. Little nigga, you should cut it out. Me and my niggas take different routes. Punch a bitch nigga all in his mouth. Hold up my nigga, we different now. I need a Robert, this is my style. I get a check today, I spent it all tomorrow. I get a bitch today, she probably a foreign model. I get a check today, I spent it all tomorrow. I'm with my gang today, tomorrow never promise.
OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang.
I think I'm cute, I know I'm sexy. I've got the look that drives the girls wild. I got the moves that really move them. I send chills up and down their spines. I'm just a sexy boy, I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy, I'm not your boy toy. I make them hot, I make them shiver. Their knees get weak whenever I'm around. They see me walk, they hear me talk. I make them feel like they're on cloud nine. I'm just a sexy boy, I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy, I'm not your boy toy. Let's go. Eat your heart that out, mic flipped up. Hands off the merchandise. I'm just a sexy boy, I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy, I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy, I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy, I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Welcome everybody to another edition of the Pocket Locker Podcast. I am your host with the most, all the way from the East Coast, and as always, folks, I am in airplane mode. Welcome, folks. We've got a great show for you lined up. Kind of got a lot to get into. Gonna have some fun. Want to play some UFC. Want to relax. Just want to have fun, y'all. There's so much going on right now. We gotta kick it. Just relax. Just have some fun. Play some games. God damn. These fucking apologists is out here going crazy all the time. They going ham. Hard as a motherfucker this year. So, look, we're going to play some UFC 4, knock some people out with the World Heavyweight Champion, Uncle Bobby, and, I don't know, get into some shit that's going on the internet. Let's get things started, as always, with our communion. So let's go ahead and do that before we do anything else. Y'all already know the drill. Please raise your glasses and hold on to your asses. Through him, with him, in the unity of the flying man. All glory and honor is yours who flight for our sins forever and ever. You may drink. And we're going to keep it moving right along, right into our communion song. This one comes to us from Foy Vance. It's called Where Everybody Knows Your Name.
And he's going to play us out. Foy, you're going to play what to finish us up?
Do you know what? I don't know the name of this song, actually, but I know the song, and so will you.
Oh, I look forward to this. Foy Vance, take it away.
Making your way in the world today takes everything you got. Taking a break from all your worries sure would help a lot. Wouldn't you like to get away? Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name. And they're always glad you came. You wanna be where you can see troubles are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name. Well, all those nights when you got no lights and the check is in the mail, and your little angel hung the collared by its tail. Your third fiance didn't show. Well, sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name, and you're always glad they came. You wanna be where you can see troubles are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name. Well, you get out of bed and the coffee's dead. The morning isn't looking bright. You shrink right off to Europe and he doesn't even write.
Carrie Ann Chrysler.
Your girlfriend says she's not a girl. Be glad there's one place in the world where everybody knows your name.
YouTube was second.
And they're always glad you came. You wanna be where you can see troubles are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows
and
your
AR
name.
was third.
You wanna be where you can see troubles are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name.
I got Carrie Ann, YouTube Punk, AR, Melody Joy, Caterpillar, UC Love,
Foy Vance.
Nonbeliever, Crypto.
Believe it or not, we've had that repeatedly across the whole series. If you want to see Foy
Appreciate all you for coming through.
When he sang the line, when you find your girlfriend
Karen
is a guy,
Bennett's in the
you can go
house.
on the website. We'll upload a video of Foy singing that. If you want to see him live, 6th of December in Roisin in Galway, 7th of December in Whelan's in Dublin, and the new album is Joy of Nothing. Foy, thank you again.
Thank you, man.
I don't see Cameron's name in the chat. Is Cameron here? Why don't I see Cameron's name? Somebody block Cameron. Cameron. Oh, there's Cameron. I see Cameron now. All right, what up, Cam? All right, we good to go. All right, y'all. Let's catch this OG Roddy real quick. Let's catch a vibe, y'all. Let's catch a vibe that sets the tone, has some fun. Let's go.
Whoa. Is that?
Jay, what up? Let's go.
They know my campaign. Now they running up on Roddy like it's second place. They wanna know if I'm a prop or I'm the real plane. Landed in Austin and I even brought my own strain. Gang, yeah, fuck is they talking about? Link up with Freddie, got it booming cause it's Mo South. Then we hit the spot, my OG had it packed out. Getting love in every city, what it's all about. Facts, yeah, know when I'm back home. At the blueprint eating chicken with some bad Jones. And they bad, but not like the one that's at home. And she bad, but not like them kids we have, Lord, yeah. I'm still up in my mode. Hit my connect, he make the close, I run the give and go. Just ask the ones who fucking with me if you didn't know. They say the plane was always on it and he always gone. I love you, I want you. You're the one that I live for. I can't take it anymore, but I love you, I need you. What can I do to make you see? You're the only one for me. I told Jay I'ma just stick to the code. He wished me well and told me how he been noticing growth. Told all my niggas down on Serato, let's get this dough. 50 a speech, I'm just saying my niggas gotta glow. Yeah, I thought I changed up, but in fact I just got better at the same stuff. Even when I was a minor, I was major. Independent, I remember how they played us. Yeah, you see it's funny though. See how everything changed, getting money, bro. Seen them even throwing shade when it's sunny though. I'm the plane, I ain't even in a lane, though. Yeah, but I still be on the road. Head to toe on all my merch, I'm smoking at the and they booking Henny too, I gotta bring my bro. Wonder if and when I stop, I tell them never know. I love you, I want you. You're the one that I live for. I can't take it anymore, but I love you. I need you. What can I do to make you see? You're the only one for me. I love you. I miss you, I need you in my life. Can't you see what you mean to me? Baby, come hold me tight. I miss you, wanna kiss you. Every time I see your face. Can't you
That's that OG Roddy, y'all. All right, let's get it going. First off, let's start off with one of my favorite things to do at all times. Actually, you know what? Let's do a really quick check here. I want to do a little bit of a quick timing check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hang on. All right, we're good. And you know, like let's start the show off right, y'all. Let's start the show off right. Let's talk about these fucked up ass Republicans and their inability to get things done. You know, shout out to everybody out there that voted Republican, you know, because they got the sound economic principles, or, oh, you know, you realize there's some problems with Trump, but, you know, you got to keep that seat red. Man, he's fucked up. See, we've been so busy with these motherfucking apologists out here talking about there's big problems with the Big Bang. Really? Richard Madsen talking about you can't just be so dismissive of his expertise because he's fringe. You know, you really got to understand that there's nothing logically impossible about space Jesus. And we are missing the opportunities to shit all over this Republican Party and their inability to do the most basic governing functions, such as nominate a motherfucking Speaker of the House, give that motherfucking gavel so we can commence business up in this motherfucker. And they just can't do it. And you know what the truth is, gang? Y'all already know. I love it. I'm fucking here for it. I'm all about it. I'm all in. Like, yes. I am here for the what is it, like Schadenfreude or whatever? Is that a Schadenfreude when you get pleasure out of somebody else's pain?
Is a member demanding the A's and A's?
Okay, motion is adopted.
The motion is adopted.
House stands adjourned until 8.
The House stands adjourned until 8 p.m. tonight.
All right, y'all. Last night we copped that UFC heavyweight championship with the one and only Uncle Robert. Now the serious shit is we're going into a big title defense, and we're about to get our second title defense on. I'll make it bigger when it's fight night. Right now we're just doing the sparring and training and stuff. But see, the problem is, y'all, we got to defend the title against Francis Ngannou. It's a motherfucking issue. But look, we're chilling, we're gaming and shaming. We haven't done this in a while. Button mashing for bipolar. You know what I mean? That we did that back in the day. But look. Gaming and shaming. This is how we do it. Look, we got to deal with the horse shit going on in the world, but we got to have some fun, y'all. We can't just be sitting around doom watching all goddamn day.
For the foreseeable future is the chief presiding officer of the U.S. House of Representatives. The House of Representatives doesn't actually exist right now because there is no speaker to lead it. Because Republicans, holding a narrow majority, have been unable to elect a speaker. There was a motion you saw just a moment ago from Tom Cole, Republican of Oklahoma, to adjourn. That was put before the House, and by a voice vote, Republicans prevailed. So the House will be in adjournment until 8 p.m. this evening, whereupon it will reconvene. It hopes, that is to say, Republicans hope, there will be some path to resolving what has been now a 2-day stalemate over the question of who will lead not only Republicans, but Democrats as Speaker of the House. The Speaker of the House leads both parties institutionally. It's not good enough for Kevin McCarthy, the California Republican, to have a majority of his conference behind him.
I'm actually just going to watch
a majority of the fully constituted House. He has been unable to obtain that, not once, but now 6 consecutive times. CBS News White House, senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe, and CBS News political correspondent Caitlin Huey-Burns have been, as you've seen all day, doggedly and intrepidly following all the developments on the House floor, and they join me now. Ed, let me start with you. Your impressions of the day as we know it at this hour.
Well, I think it gives us a new living, breathing definition of a standoff and a stalemate, because we haven't seen much movement at all, really, in the numbers throughout the day. There had been talk this morning of doing what they just did, adjourning and waiting to come back to the full House later after House Republicans had a closed-door, come-to-Jesus kind of conversation with themselves about how to proceed. But there wasn't enough support this morning, it would appear, to do that, which forced them to go into a 4th, 5th, and 6th round, right? I'm losing count, of votes that, once again, over and over, showed Kevin McCarthy with about 202, 201 votes in his favor, 20 or so voting for Byron Donalds today, this congressman from Southwest Florida, and, of course, 212 Democrats holding united behind Hakeem Jeffries, their new House leader. So we're still at an impasse. What exactly do these 21 members want? They want resolution, but many of them don't want it to be Kevin McCarthy, or if it's going to be Kevin McCarthy, they want certain procedural or designated before they can go forward to support. There's a bloc that continues remarkably to vote together, but many of them have differing and in some cases probably competing agendas or reasons to be withholding support from McCarthy. Remember, you need a majority of the full House,
baby Christians,
not just your majority caucus. McCarthy lacks that still.
I'm serious. I only wish I could just
3.5 hours to
see Uncle Bobby do this in real life. Stop with these fucking conversations about Christianity.
Have some hope that
let's just have a cage fight
privately can resolve something.
This is
it's
the dream,
not, though,
gang. This
that
is so
they
much
haven't been
fun.
conversing with each other in full public view on C-SPAN all day long. It's not as if they haven't been trying to resolve this. They're just going to try to resolve it in private.
Does anybody
now.
use Skype? I don't use Skype.
Exactly. I mean, we've
I'm
seen
down to use
courtesy
Skype,
of
like
the
if a chick
C-SPAN
wants a video
cameras
call or
that
something.
they have been conversing. We saw some heated conversations, it looked like, between Matt Gaetz and Mike Gallagher as an example. But a question that we had going into today was, would there be any chipping away of this coalition opposing McCarthy? And we found out today that the answer is no. And in fact, it has grown more emboldened throughout the course of the day. Notably,
this is crazy.
Earlier in the day, you had former President Donald Trump urging.
A lot of you Bible and philosophy nerds don't really have any appreciation of what's going on right now. But this is a historic failure of leadership. And I mean, this is such a bad look. And there really is no clear-cut resolution to this in sight. Like how this all works itself out is far from obvious, at least to me. And I find this incredibly interesting because I like paying attention to politics and current events. Number one, the shit matters. Like, it actually has an impact on our lives. And number two, it changes. So to me, this is really newsworthy. And come on, y'all. It's got to at least be as newsworthy as the return to fucking YouTube of Rebecca Davis.
This group to just vote for McCarthy, support him, and you saw one of the members, Lauren Boebert of Colorado, say, hey, Mr. Former President, why don't you tell McCarthy to back off? So that kind of gives you a sense of where we are right.
Yeah, but you know what, gang, that's too easy. Like, I'm telling you, the no faith in politicians is too easy. It's like saying every football player is a millionaire. Yeah, all right. Well, maybe you just watched the NFL, right? But go watch European football players, not millionaires. College football players, not millionaires. High school football players, not millionaires. Women's professional football players, not millionaires. I feel like Wayne feels when he says, we said we lose our faith in humanity. Wayne says, yeah, but I'm with the people who actually do the work. The people who are trying to take care of the members of our population who literally can't take care of themselves. And I think the people who really have this loathsome opinion of all politicians, honestly, you should serve in the system in some way. Like, volunteer as a, just an election day worker, like a poll worker on election day. Volunteer at the clerk's office. Like, do something where you actually get, because we're getting a really disproportionate picture, right? We're getting the senators and the federal politicians who make the news who are, probably a little fucked up, but they're the tip of the iceberg. And most of the iceberg is people like that are like your really good friends and neighbors who are honestly terribly overworked and underpaid, to sort of push shit uphill and do the city's dirty work. And most of the people involved in public service are some of the best people amongst us in terms of their work ethic, their skills, their professionalism, and their character. It's just unfortunately that whole class of people, what comes to most of our minds are sort of the supervillains we see on TV. And it's a little bit easy.
Now, you have a group that has not only stayed together, but has dug in their heels. McCarthy's allies have been trying to make the case today that McCarthy, looking at basic math within the conference, has more votes than anyone else, and if not him, then who? But at the same time, to Ed's point, that's not the rule. Those aren't the rules of the game here. You have to get a majority of those voting.
Yeah, Brett Keane was just hanging out with us over at
There is this lingering question
stream.
of what could actually happen between closed doors that presumably hasn't happened already, that presumably hasn't happened over the past month or so as they have tried to eke this out. And we could come back here at 8 o'clock with a similar scenario.
And the risk here, Major, and we talked about this earlier in the day as you began to notice this happen. Members are getting cranky. They're getting impatient. They want to move on. And we know what happens, especially among House Republicans, with all due respect, when that happens. It gets personal. It gets nastier. And what's interesting to me,
get on top,
and you followed this closely, of course, over the last several years, Caitlin, Major, you as well. They tweet this animosity at each other quite regularly. Now they've been doing it face to face with all eyes of the world watching. And that is a whole new level of discontent and disunity in the Republican Party that we haven't seen. And to see someone like Lauren Boebert, conservative, hero to many in the MAGA crowd, turn to the former president and say, don't tell me what to do, why don't you go tell Mr. McCarthy what to do, exposes yet again there is no titular or actual head of this party right now who can dictate what exactly should be happening.
And to your point, Ed, Warren Davidson of Ohio, when he was giving his speech nominating Kevin McCarthy as Speaker, I think before the fourth vote or the fifth vote, like you, I've lost track, said, well, there's a certain number of us who don't trust Kevin McCarthy. Well, there's a certain number of the majority of the Republican conference who don't trust those who don't trust Kevin McCarthy. Explaining in vivid terms, rhetorically, that there is a deep reservoir of mistrust within the House Republican ranks. Now, all three of us in this conversation have known that's been true for some time. But it's always been discussed privately, and it's been discussed in a way to make that less publicly visible and resolvable on the sidelines. It is now no longer a sideline conversation. It is front and center. And those people have just publicly said, I don't trust you, and having it answered back or clapped back, as the kids might say, I don't trust you either, have to go into a conference room, look each other in the eye, and try to figure out a way out. And that, to me, doesn't appear clear to me. I don't think it appears clear to you. And more importantly, if Kevin McCarthy were a part of this conversation, no longer three-way, but four-way, he wouldn't be able to explain it to us either.
And Major, I appreciate the reference to a clapback. I think that gives us all some street cred up here, so thank you for that. But you're exactly right, and I think even if we do get to some kind of conclusion here, whether it ends up being McCarthy, which seems more and more unlikely as the hours pass, or whether there is someone else that emerges, the problems are going to be exactly the same. You are going to have this kind of dogfight on nearly any piece of legislation, particularly the ones that come to major consequence, raising the debt ceiling, government funding, all of those kinds of
offering
things.
Amendments on the floor, holding a floor debate like they've been holding for the last 24 hours. Yeah, I mean, it's quite something. It really is quite something. And look, we know there are a lot of viewers. Frankly, we have a lot of colleagues because we've been getting the texts and emails all day. Wondering, okay, fine, McCarthy, get out of the way. What about Steve Scalise? What about Elise Stefanik?
Right.
What about Jim
Right.
Jordan? I mean, yes, those are options, but it doesn't appear that McCarthy is willing to go there yet.
Right.
Because he has insisted this was going to be a shirts versus skins kind of stare down there on the floor of the House, and he would outlast it as long as possible. The question is, will his 221 colleagues in the House Republican Conference agree with him that this should go another day, or potentially several more days into next week?
And we should note that former Congressman Fred Upton told us earlier today that this is not even halftime yet, in his view. Byron Donald.
They are ridiculously self-serving, and again, they're yet to do the very simple thing of nominate someone else, vote for that someone else. Get to work, you lazy insurrectionist traitor motherfuckers. But you know what? Look, here's how I feel about this, gang. It's the same way I feel about apologists. It's the same way I feel about Christians. Their whole shit is to sabotage our shit. They're fucking obstructionists. So I'm not going to build bridges of love and understanding. I'm not going to be less divisive. I'm not going to be less tribalistic. I'm going to be just as tribalistic as they are. So here's the deal. The Democrats suck ass and can't get a goddamn thing done. Proof positive, they just lost the House to the most inept Republican Party in history. And they couldn't keep control of the House against the Marjorie Trader Greens of the world. Nevertheless, now that the Republicans have the control of the House, it's like, look, we all know what they're going to do. A bunch of obstructionist nonsense. They're going to throw out all the rules, throw out all the regulations, throw out all the COVID, investigate Hillary's emails, investigate Joe Biden, boycott M&Ms because the green one is wearing sneakers, you know, burn all the bugs because they're transing the kids. So they're not going to do work anyway. So I'm all about them being as embarrassed as humanly possible on the way down. So I'm in no rush for this to resolve. I am down to bring y'all 3 years of coverage. You know what I'm saying? It's not going to be that long, obviously, because there'll be more elections. But seriously, I don't care if it takes 2 months. I don't care if it takes 3 months. They're not going to do shit anyway. So why not let the Schadenfreude just continue? You know? Who cares? We don't need them to figure this out.
Also telling Nicole Killian that this is really just the beginning and didn't have a sense of urgency to get this done, at least not today, not tomorrow, maybe not for the rest of the week.
And for those of you wondering, as Ed said out loud, what about Steve Scalise, who's next in line? He would be the majority leader. He is the deputy, the lieutenant right behind Kevin McCarthy. Steve Scalise can do nothing. He can do nothing to suggest he wants the position until Kevin McCarthy essentially abdicates and takes his name out of it. Why do I say that? Having talked to a lot of people in and around this debate in Republican circles on Capitol Hill, that would be disloyal, and it's something that Steve Scalise has promised Kevin McCarthy he would not do. That Kevin McCarthy has to make the first move, and until he does, or less than until he does, Steve Scalise will not proffer his name as an alternative. That's one of the things that holds this in sort of a suspended animation. Kevin McCarthy wants the speakership, says he has earned it, told his colleagues yesterday in their face-to-face conference meeting, I'm not going away. All of that credibility is on the line as long as he stays in the race. When he backs out and officially makes it that he's backed out, which I'm not predicting, but as Caitlin just indicated, very well may have to happen, only then can alternatives step forward.
And remember, many of those 2021 who are withholding support from McCarthy have said Scalise is kind of part of the problem, too. Yeah. Because while he may not have been around and in active House Republican Conference leadership as long or as actively as McCarthy, they believe he's part of the problem as the number 2, the whip, the vote counter, when it comes to the issues of we don't have a say in this unless we're on the committee. We don't get to propose amendments. We don't even get to hold floor debates down here. We don't get to have serious Republican, lowercase c conservative conversations about federal spending and finding ways to cut spending because our Republican leaders go cut deals with Democrats, and then budgets get passed with a majority of Democrats and a smaller group of Republicans. That's not Republican governing. So we'll see if even Scalise could be the alternative. It's part of why we saw early on a suggestion that maybe Jim Jordan, the incoming chairman or presumed incoming chairman of the Judiciary Committee, would be a better alternative because he's been one of those with the rank and file conservatives and not in leadership. We'll see. Then you have the question, too, of what you do to gain others. Do you repel others that have been with you as well? So a very fragile coalition. Fragile indeed, because it's a coalition that does not exist in any publicly discernible way. Ed O'Keefe, Caitlin Huey-Burns, thank you so much. Be sure, that is to say.
All right, gang. So that is probably the biggest news going on right now politically, in addition to the trickle of information coming out of the January 6th committee, as well as the information related to Trump's documents. Obviously, we'll be keeping an eye on those stories. This next one's a bit of fun. Don't even know what's going on, but apparently Kanye's missing. I don't know what this is about, but where the fuck is Kanye, y'all? What's up with where'd Kanye go? God damn it, y'all. Kanye was giving us so much good content, though, right? Like, do we miss him? Do we say we miss Kanye? But I mean, seriously, just a historic meltdown. But it's weird because it makes you think of Rebecca. Like, is Kanye away doing some reflection, or is he going to come back with the great double down?
So this is a story that I hesitated a couple days before talking about it because I wanted to see how it was going to unfold. But now I think it's time to talk about it. So this is in the source, but there are other sources talking about this as well. Is Kanye West missing? Concerns grow as law firm can't reach megastar. So the person who actually brought this on my radar first is Crystal's oldest daughter. She was like, did you see that like Kanye's missing? I was like, what the fuck? And this was like 4 days ago that she said this. And I was like, no, I didn't see that. Then I looked it up and they were all... Kata, we keep trying to tell him, if you're gonna take shots at the throne, don't miss the richness of Jerome Robinson talking about cringe. And Kat has said it, man. I mean, some of y'all put us YouTubers to shame because it's like, what do we even have to say in front of the camera? What do we even have to add, man? Some days I should just,
I should just cancel the stream and just let my chat roast people. I'll just play footage, chat can roast people. I don't know, I'll stay in bed or something.
Already some articles like, kind of questionable. Well, now we're going to talk about it and we're going to speculate. Kanye West is said to be missing after his lawyers can't reach him to inform him that he's dropped as a client. The law firm dropped the rapper after his anti-Semitic rants.
Oh, no!
West went missing sometime last
month.
Oh,
shit!
His former business manager sued him for $4.5.
Wait, that's so much better than I thought. That's so much better than I thought. Wait, I wasn't ready for that. They're trying to reach him to let him know that they're dropping him as a client. And they can't reach him to let him know that they're letting him go, that they want to. That's fucking hilarious. Like, no lie, y'all. That is fucking hilarious. That's some of that good right there. I'm into that.
$5 million said in court that he hasn't spoken to Ye in weeks. But most surprisingly, Ye allegedly missed spending the Christmas holiday with his 4 children. 9-year-old daughter North, son Saint, 7 years old, daughter Chicago 4, and 3-year-old son Psalm. Friends say he would never miss spending the holidays with his kids, who he loves dearly. Greenberg Traurig LLP, which represented West until recently, told Insider Magazine that the law firm couldn't find West to tell him they've dropped him as a client. Legally, they must formally notify West that they no longer represent him, but they are unable to locate him. In a December 12th letter to a federal judge reviewed by Insider, an attorney for the firm told the judge they could not reach him. Guys, that's December 12th. That's a long time ago. The judge, Annalisa Torres, said the law firm couldn't officially cut ties with Kanye until they hand him her court order allowing them to withdraw as his attorneys of record. This is troubling news for Ye's fans, who are growing more worried as time passes, with still no word from him. Has anybody seen Kanye? And then this is from December 30th. So Kanye is missing and nobody's talking about it.
Does anybody want to see Kanye?
First, let's go with the less conspiratorial angle first. What's possible? Well, look, maybe he pulled a Dave Chappelle, right? Remember when Dave Chappelle left at like the height of his fame because he wanted to get away because he felt like Hollywood was taking advantage of him and he didn't want to be taken advantage of, and he's like, fuck this, I'm going to Africa. And it's possible. It's possible, right? It's possible he left, didn't tell anybody, wanted to get away. That's possible. It's also possible that maybe, just maybe, somebody who's close to him actually got through to him and said, listen, dude, you need help. You need psychological help. You need to go to a therapist. You need to institutionalize yourself. They need to put you on lithium. You need to stabilize your mood. You're clearly going through a manic episode, and this needs to be addressed. That's possible as well, right?
Why did I pick John Jones moves? I got to spar against John Jones to figure these damn things out. I've been there, y'all. You know, there's no shame in needing help and taking the time out to get some help. But lithium and me don't get along. And that lithium had me all sorts of fucked up. I had a lot of tremors, like a lot of uncontrollable, like shaking and stuff, and sexual side effects. I didn't like lithium, but it is a common treatment for bipolar. But I'm happy to not be on it.
Because if he was going to do that, I think he would kind of do it quietly on the low. I don't think he would do it broadcasting it to the world, because I think his pride and his ego would make it so he doesn't want to let everybody know, like, I think there's something wrong with me, right? So that's possible as well. Now, those scenarios might even be likely. Gotta get rid of that stigma.
What's up, Iron Chariots here?
The other possibility is, we've talked about this quite a bit. When you're it used to be called manic depressive. Now it's called bipolar disorder. When you're going through the manic phase, sometimes as high as you get in the mania phase is as low as you get in the depression. He could literally be holed up somewhere.
Speak on it.
Going through a massive depressive episode. That's absolutely possible.
Gang, this is all wild, irresponsible speculation. which is exactly why we're here for it. So look, don't nobody be trying to be reasonable up in here. Look, the nigga Kanye gone. As much fucking pain and misery as Kanye's ignorant ass has caused, as crazy as Kanye's fucking crazy ass is, we get to have a little fun speculating about what the fuck Kanye might be doing right now. Look, here's my idea. Y'all remember that island from Lost? That crazy-ass TV show that just jumped the shark and became impossible to watch after a certain point because it was so ridiculous. Kanye found that island, and he flew there to get help with his bipolar from Dr. Phil and his new favorite lover, Candace Owens. That's right. Private island, nothing but a bunch of crazy, murderous spirits, Dr. Phil, Kanye, Candace Owens. Go fuck you. I like my creative. My creative is good. Come up with your own goddamn creative. You wanna, let's be more reasonable. Let's not be more reasonable. Reasonable is not fun.
He could be, look, keep it real. Something could have happened to him. He could have done something to himself.
The Lost Island fighting the smoke monster. Y'all already know what time it is.
Right? I don't know. All I can do is speculate at this point in time. But look, the main reason why I wanted to talk about this is very simple. In every single segment that I did, where we covered Kanye's meltdown, I tried to make clear in every single segment, for the love of God, somebody who's close to him, get him help. Because it was so clear what was happening.
Facts.
Everybody, when you prodded them, would admit, yeah, he's sort of going through a psychological, psychiatric episode.
Yeah, he's having an episode.
And it just felt like there were a lot of us were watching what was happening.
Yeah.
And there was this sort of smug acceptance of like, yeah, he's going insane, but what are we going to do about it?
Seriously.
People were just sort of almost enjoying the downfall, right? No. And that was disturbing to me.
All right, this is kind of weird. Look, but here's the thing. Like, he's grown and he's still responsible for his actions, and bipolar does not make you hateful. It's just if you have some hatefulness already in your personality, you become less filtered, and that might come out. So we still have to hold him accountable. The other thing is he shits all over the disease because of his pride, and he does not acknowledge it, and he wasn't seeking help. So again, that's his choices. Like, and I've been there, y'all. I've had meds fuck me up. I've been under the care of doctors I didn't like and get along with. But ultimately, I had to accept responsibility for the condition. I had to say, okay, I don't like this doctor, but I got to find one I can get along with. Okay, I can't take this particular or that particular medications because I can't tolerate this or that side effects. And then you work with somebody until you find what does work for you. In the meantime, you can't expect people to lay off of you when you're talking about how much you love Hitler. The other thing is he's just in complete denial about even having the condition. So, he's not making himself a sympathetic character. And to be honest with you, I also think that that's the purpose of the ridicule. If somebody like that gets help, or they wake up one day and they say, holy shit, I just lost all this money. I just lost these endorsements. I just lost all of these, fans. I'm getting all of this footback. I'm becoming one of the most unpopular people in all of pop culture right now, which, by the way, I highly doubt Kanye's having that type of self-reflection. Highly doubt Kanye's that self-aware. But let's just say he was. To me, I would be like, kudos to Adidas and motherfucking cancel culture, which is most of the time consequence culture. And it would just be like, look, that's good. This is what it's supposed to do. You push back, you ridicule a person. That hopefully that's the impetus for them to realize they were sitting on some bullshit. But look, in the meantime, you can't just come at marginalized population. It's 2023, nigga. You come at us with that anti-Semitism shit, that racist shit, that anti-LGBT shit. I don't care if you're crazy. I don't care if you're bipolar, schizophrenic, multiple personalities. I don't give a fuck. Rich, poor, I don't give a fuck, bruh. We coming straight upside that head this year. Y'all already know. I'm on that Jimmy Kimmel shit. What was my New Year's resolution? To smite my enemies, nigga. like this is the year of I'm not pulling no punches. I spent a couple years sitting back, trying to be peaceful, trying to be cool, trying to meet people in the middle. You know what they kept doing? Take advantage of that shit. So I ain't even trying no more. Now it's too late. I'm on that Uncle Bobby's father shit. It ain't no more time's out. It's time's up.
And that's not to say, of course I'm not saying, hey, nobody should have talked about it. Of course you should talk about it. It was clear he was praising Hitler and saying all sorts of crazy shit and wasn't making any sense. And so I'm in favor of, and I did talk about it and cover it. But at the same time, like, the overarching point is
his inability to get help. That's his problem. Exactly.
And ironically, you know, he kept coming back to this line of like, and then this Jewish doctor tried to put me on, you know, on medicine that would have basically impacted my genius and made me worse. And it's like, you should be thanking that person because they truly were trying to help you. It wasn't nefarious. Oof. It's not part of some big Jewish conspiracy to take you down. That was a person doing their job telling you, hey, you need this for a balanced, safe, stable life. And by the way, I think his genius in the music industry would still come through if he was on that medicine. And so now all we can do is, you know, I present you this story and then it's just like, well, I hope he's okay, you know? Don't forget, he also was saying like, oh yeah, I'm running for president now. And then he did a couple things and then to disappear in that moment is kind of sketchy, man. But I mean, I guess Trump also disappeared in a sense. Like, he announced his presidential run and then he's gone. He didn't do like any fucking rallies and he's just yelling at people from Mar-a-Lago and QAnon shit.
Man, Uncle Bobby
all day long. So
murdering people with Uncle Bobby.
I hope he's okay. Maybe he's okay.
Defense right now. I'm not really trying to attack this dude.
He might not be, man. He might not be. So, dude needs help. Dude needs help for real. And I don't know if there's anybody close enough to him that
Uncle Bobby's front kick is
him,
killer in this game. I just learned. He just got it.
I don't even know if it's too late. It might be too late.
He's people with that shit.
There's your update. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop. And watch that video on screen right now.
Just gaming and shaming, just kind of chilling out, having some fun with our created Uncle Bobby, who's already the UFC heavyweight champion. He's just such a fucking phenom. I'm really dog shit at this game, y'all, but
only in the last few
it's a lot of
years as a
fun.
Non-believer. But over the years, I've started to notice something about the industry of Christian apologetics, about what defenders of the faith do and don't talk about. And there's one subject in particular when I first started questioning
Pause
faith.
the tape, pause 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 the tape. Gang. First off, let's talk a little bit about Kanye crazy ass. Look, y'all. I gotta say this. I love it. I love that story. That story warmed my heart because I'm with it. I'm with all the people who want to shit on Kanye. And I'm bipolar. I'm black. I have a record. I produce and make beats. I rap. Okay. I was a former Christian. Okay. I have all the personal identity markers where I can empathize and sympathize with Kanye. I've had some really embarrassing mental health episodes that were put it in the paper and publicized and all of this type of shit. And, I've been embarrassed on Fox News, at least they tried to or whatever. So I have all of those things that should make me sympathize with Kanye and really feel for a brother. But fuck that shit, y'all. Okay? No. Not with all the weaponized shit Kanye has said and done. Fuck Kanye, okay? So when you tell me that the reason we're concerned about being able to locate Kanye is because he done fucked up so hard. He's become so toxic, so repulsive, that despite all them platinum records, all that money he had, his lawyers can't find him because they're trying to tell him they don't want to be his lawyers anymore. Oh, yes. That's some A+ news right there. That's some quality, grade A, U.S. DA, Inspector J. Bundy approved, real meaty, perfectly cooked to a perfect medium rare news right there. Yes. Where the fuck is Kanye? What do you mean, where the fuck is Kanye? We can't find Kanye. Who cares? What do you mean we can't find Kanye? It's serious legal matter. What do you mean? Nobody gives a fuck. It's a serious legal matter. Kanye. Wait, this stuff seriously. His lawyers can't find. Who gives a shit? His lawyers are trying to drop him and they can't serve him the papers. You know what I'm talking about? That's some good shit right there. That is, you know, there's not many good stories we've gotten about Kanye in the last couple of months. Kim Kardashian looking sexy as fuck in some fly ass Adidas wear after Adidas dropped him. Yeah, that was pretty good. That's pretty good. I'm with that. You know, hearing the story of Adidas dropping him and shit, him losing like, you know, $500 million or some shit overnight. Like, it was good news, don't get me wrong, but it kind of felt like, yeah, he deserves that and it's just a number, you know? We needed something a little bit more personal, something a bit more exposing, something with a bit more bite to the narrative. Yeah, we can't find this nigga because his lawyers are trying to dump him. That was a good one. That was a good one. All right, y'all. Now let's change gears a little bit and you know, slide on into my other favorite thing to make fun of, religious morons. And you know, let me before y'all know me, I like to guess and check. You know, guess and check is really makes reaction videos, the whole review game a little bit more enticing, right? Because if you just hit play and you sit there and you listen to what somebody has to say for 10 minutes and you're like, yeah, well, that's what I thought too when I was going to say da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Like, it's cool. Add your little commentary. It's your channel. Do your thing. Do what you want to do. But if you really haven't seen something, you know, go ahead and get a little skin in the game. Get a little skin in the game. You know, tell us what you got to say ahead of time. You know, see if you can predict where this might go, or at least, you know, see if where you go can add something to the conversation in light of where the video goes. So with that being in mind, let me talk about why I think apologists don't talk about the Ascension, because it's fucking ridiculous. You know what I'm talking about? This makes sense because it's stupid. Because it's like one of those things where they all want to believe and but there's certain things that, like, I'll give you this one time. Like, I was on a date with a chick, right? And so she tried to hit me with she was Catholic, right? And you know, I knew I could have just left it alone, like, oh, that's cool, blah 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 blah. But I was like, really? I couldn't help myself. She was like, yeah. And so I started to run her down with the questions like, so, you know, Jesus was really, you know, born to a virgin? She's like, well, yeah, you know, it's just, you know, you got to just kind of, yeah, I guess I kind of got to go with the story. I was like, mm-hmm. And then he was alive, then he was dead, then he was alive again. Well, yeah, well, yeah, you know, I mean, that's, you know, that's kind of what, you know, the narrative, and I try to connect to it spiritually, and he's coming again to judge right. Never heard from that girl again. I wonder why. You know, it's just one of those things where they know that you know that they know that you know what the narrative entails and what it is. But there are just certain pieces of the puzzle that are foundational, right? Because, you know, Jesus can't be in heaven and coming back unless he went from earth to heaven, so he had to get from earth to heaven somehow, you know, so we have this narrative of the Ascension, but we all now know that the heavens isn't really up, and what does heaven mean, and how did he ascend? Like, it just doesn't make any fucking sense. So it becomes one of the pieces of the narrative puzzle that you just are assumed to already know, and therefore, they want to have all these other dumbass conversations, philosophy, moral, their personal narrative, their testimony, what God has done for them lately, and all of this bullshit. Because if you really start to spell out some of these ridiculous ass miracle claims and stories, they know they're just going to sound silly as fuck. Because it just doesn't accord with our modern sensibilities. But it is kind of funny because a lot of y'all know I went to Catholic school growing up, and so Catholics actually celebrate the Ascension as one of the kind of holy holidays or whatever. So, and again, it's kind of interesting there because it's on the calendar, so to speak, but even then it's not really discussed a lot. I know when we were a little bit, maybe like 5th and 6th grade, and you're doing kind of catechisms and stuff like that, it's in there. It's also in... I forget what it's called, but it's like it's not the Our Father or the Lord, that's the Lord's Prayer, but it's like the Apostles' Creed. I believe in God, the Father Almighty, maker of heaven and earth, and in Jesus Christ, his only Son, our Lord, who was conceived by the Holy Spirit, born of the Virgin Mary, suffered under Pontius Pilate, was crucified, died, and was buried. He descended into hell. On the 3rd day, he rose again. He ascended into heaven and is seated at the right hand of God the Father and shall come again to judge the living and the dead. I believe in the Holy Spirit, the Holy Catholic Church, the communion of saints, the suffering of sins. It's something close. All right. I don't know how I remembered all that, y'all. I gotta pull it now. So I can read it to y'all, because that was impressive, y'all. I haven't said that or even thought about that prayer in like probably fucking plus years or something. But it's in there, right? The Ascension is in there. Here it is. Let's read it. I don't want to read the Christian Reform version. I want to read the Catholic version. I believe in God, the Father Almighty, Creator, sometimes they say Maker of heaven and earth, and in Jesus Christ, his only Son, our Lord, who was conceived by the Holy Spirit, born of the Virgin Mary, suffered under Pontius Pilate, was crucified, died, and was buried. He descended into hell. On the 3rd day, he rose again from the dead. He ascended into heaven and is seated at the right hand of God, the Father Almighty. From there, he will come to judge the living and the dead. I believe in the Holy Spirit, the Holy Catholic Church, the communion of saints, the forgiveness of sins, the resurrection of the body, and life everlasting. Amen. There it is. Pretty close. Pretty close. I told y'all, your boy legit. You think your boy making up stories about going to Catholic school? Nah, bruh. Your boy has forgotten more about Catholicism than you'll ever know. Literally forgotten more about Catholicism than most people ever know. My Catholic school credentials are too legit to quit, baby. Come on now.
I couldn't help noticing they almost never talk about. I'm referring, of course, to the Ascension. But before we talk about that, it's worth pointing out how surprising this is theologically, especially considering how much apologists love to talk about the resurrection. I mean, the historical case for the resurrection is pretty obviously one of the evangelical industrial complex's biggest exports, at least when it wants to present itself as an intellectually robust, evidence-based worldview. There's an entire cottage industry of large books covering every detail of the evidence for the claim that Jesus rose from the dead, from the empty tomb to all the specific appearances to individuals and groups, except, strangely, for the last appearance, the one we read about in Acts 1, where Jesus concludes his time on earth by flying up into the clouds like he's Superman. For all the ink that's been spilled and all the talks that have been given on the resurrection, there's a conspicuous silence on the ascension, which is directly and integrally related to the resurrection. I've combed through several books and listened to dozens of talks by Gary Habermas on his minimal facts argument for the resurrection, and maybe I've just missed it, but I have yet to see or hear him talk about the ascension. Mike Licona has written one of the most comprehensive investigations of all the relevant evidence in his 700-page book, The Resurrection of Jesus, and yet the ascension doesn't even appear in the index. William Lane Craig, in his 1989 book, Assessing the Evidence for the Historicity of the Resurrection, has a detailed discussion of all the other appearances of the risen Jesus, and yet this is what he says about the ascension. Quote, Luke does refer to the ascension of Jesus in his gospel, and this might be called a resurrection appearance, but an investigation of the
Hang on, I don't know.
substantially affect the results of our discussion.
Turn my mic down
Therefore,
a
we will
tad.
not cross the line to include it in this study. Unquote. That's a really strange omission.
Yeah, it is.
Actually, the only
Yes,
resurrection
it is.
apologist I know of who directly addresses the ascension without visibly squirming is the great British theologian N.T. Wright in his books The Resurrection of the Son of God and Surprised by Hope. I might make a video in the future all about Wright's view of the ascension if enough people are interested in that, because it's a very interesting and idiosyncratic view. But for this video, I just want to ask the question, why is there such an awkward silence from most apologists on the question of the ascension? Now, I don't think it's because there's some deliberate conspiracy of silence. I don't think it's intentional at all. Honestly, I think it just comes down to good old-fashioned confirmation bias. I think apologists don't talk about the ascension because, as central and important as it is to the gospel theologically, from the perspective of the modern historian and from the perspective of modern cosmology, it's just really, really embarrassing. And it's embarrassing for a few reasons. Looking at the ascension historically, it just doesn't hold up very well. For one thing, it doesn't carry the crucial indices of early or multiple attestation. While there seems to be a clear belief throughout the New Testament that Jesus ascended to heaven in fulfillment of Psalm 110, Luke is actually the only gospel writer, the only writer in the New Testament at all, who gives us an actual account of this event. And that account was written at least half a century after the fact. This suggests, just by itself, that Luke might be historicizing or putting into narrative form something the earliest Christians believed for, well, much less historical reasons. It's also embarrassing to the historian, ironically, because it doesn't pass the criteria of embarrassment. It just looks suspiciously convenient. A lot like the Mormon story about Joseph Smith returning the golden plates to the angel Moroni after translating the Book of Mormon. Luke's narrative of the Ascension looks a lot like an ad hoc explanation for why the appearances of the risen Jesus ceased with the apostles.
All right, gang, this is a really kind of enlightening discussion here, but it touches on something that I think overall goes missing in the discussions we have, which is the evolution of apologetics in the Bible itself. We often have these discussions of the Bible as though it was handed down in its current form, the way we see it. Now, obviously, as skeptics and non-believers, especially Bible nerds or people who, you know, watch a lot of these conversations on YouTube, we're quite aware of the fact that that's not the case. However, when we do that, we still, how do I say this? We still kind of overlook the fact that because the Bible is all of these different books written at all of these different times, it means that the Bible has responses to biblical challenges built into the Bible. And I think this has huge implications because we often run into Christians who always have a scripture to respond to a scriptural problem. And when we don't have a conversation about like, hey, wait, let's think about this and think through, well, you know, isn't it the case that this would be, you know, a challenge to this earlier
Go read your
narrative?
Bible or something.
And people would have been, you know, this would have been a topic of conversation or a concern. So-and-so knows that. So isn't it just a little bit convenient that the Bible always has a scriptural answer to a scriptural problem? So I just think if we did a little bit better of reminding people, especially believers, that it's a lot of different authors who have had the opportunity to read and discuss gaps and holes in earlier narratives or other contemporary narratives, we should not view it as inspired or miraculous that there's counter scriptures. And what he's getting at with the Ascension, which is something that, you know, I haven't talked about or other people haven't talked about as much, and I'll probably save this video, I may even rewatch it at some point. It's really interesting because this is kind of an argument that the Ascension is a really pivotal narrative, at least to the way most Christians understand, you know, the history of the Jesus character is a very important thing to deal with. And highlighting that it's a perfect example of a story that's a bit too convenient. It's a bit too good to be true. And matter of fact, what he's arguing is that it's such a good example of this. And let me see if I could put it on my list here. That he's arguing that it's such a good example of this that any apologist who's aware of it or looked at it or read into this avoids it for exactly that reason. And so that's quite a strong case to be making here. I guess on my other playlists or on my other channel. All right, here we go.
It's easy to see how a story like that could have helped reduce the dissonance caused by Jesus' continued absence after the initial flurry of excitement following Easter. But probably the most embarrassing aspect of the Ascension is how obviously mythological it is. Because when we read Luke's narrative without any harmonistic or concordist agenda, it seems like it uncritically reflects the three-tiered universe of ancient Near Eastern cosmology. That is, the view that heaven is literally above our heads and the underworld is literally below our feet. This was the accepted view of the cosmos throughout the ancient Near East, and it's the view of the Old Testament traditions that Luke is drawing on, such as the ascension of Elijah in 2 Kings 2. When Jesus goes to heaven in Acts 1, Luke doesn't picture him just disappearing into another dimension like Narnia, no matter how much N.T. Wright or William
angelic reinforcement, angelic reinforcement,
Rather,
angelic
we see him
reinforcement.
ascending up into the clouds, because for Luke, heaven is literally up there, above the circle of the earth. In fact, this was one of the foundational points behind Rudolf Bultmann's whole project of demythologizing the New Testament. As he says in the opening lines of his 1941 manifesto, New Testament and Mythology, quote, "The cosmology of the New Testament is essentially mythical in character. The world is viewed as a three-storied structure with the earth in the center, the heaven above, and the underworld beneath. This, then, is the mythical view of the world that the New Testament presupposes when it presents the event of redemption which is the subject of its preaching." Unquote. You see, Bultmann recognized that the New Testament is so filled with mythology, like this three-story universe that is so foreign to our understanding of reality today, that the modern Christian can't accept it as it comes, but has to demythologize it. And so that's what Bultmann tried to do. But this presents a much bigger problem for more traditional Christians, Christians who want to hold on to the early church's belief that
I meant
God
to look into my
literally raised
combos.
Jesus from the dead. Because you can't discard the ascension without calling the resurrection itself into question. In the traditional Christian story, the death, resurrection, ascension, and the second coming of Jesus all fit together in a very clear sequence, each one implying the others. And so you can't take one of them out of the sequence without calling the rest of the sequence into question. And this, I think, is why apologists prefer to simply not talk about it. They're just doing what we all tend to do, counting the hits and ignoring the misses. And by all accounts, the ascension is a pretty big miss.
I don't want it to damage the future of women in our country.
Why don't apologists ever talk about the ascension? I've been pretty passionately engaged in Christian apologetics for almost 2 decades. Most of that time as a Christian, and only in the last few years as a non-believer. But over the years, I've started to notice something about the industry of Christian apologetics, about what defenders of the faith do and don't talk about. And there's one subject in particular that when I first started to question my faith, I couldn't help noticing they almost never talk about. I'm referring, of course, to the ascension. But before we talk about that,
damn, y'all, that's so good. I wish there was some more people here to talk to me and gather, but I'm in the ranch. I don't think anybody's in here. All right, we're going to keep it moving. We've got some stuff to talk about on masculinity, but before we do that, let's go ahead and do this fight because it's time for a title defense. Let me see. Because I think it's going to be ready to go as soon as I hit continue.
Oh, when the saints go marching in. Oh, when the saints go marching in. I want to be in that number.
All right, I think other dude's coming out first.
Well, for a long time, he's been mentioned as the baddest man on the planet. For a long time, though, the title fight over him, not anymore. Here he is, the #1 heavyweight contender, finally making this walk and cracking a smile. He's waited a long time for this. He's not expecting a 25-minute war. He believes he has the power and the skills to get this thing done quickly. I guess we'll find out. Been the baddest man on the planet now for several years, and he has taken on all comers more often than not, leaving them twitching on
The saints go marching in. I want to be in that number.
There we go.
When the saints go marching in. Oh, when the sun refuses to shine. Oh, when the sun refuses to shine. I still wants to be in that number when the sun refuses to shine.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, when the saints go marching.
What are you talking about, GS? No. It's about fucking Uncle Robert, goddammit.
I'm going to sing it loud.
The main event of the evening. When the action begins, our referee in charge of the Octagon, Herb Dean. And now, this is the moment UFC fans around the world have been waiting for.
Thanks, Ham.
Live from the O2 Arena in London, England. It's time!
I am going to admit something. Uncle Bobby's game for this shit. I'm not. Francis Ngannou has the death touch. The death touch. Every time he touches me, not only can he knock me out, he can permanently injure me. A monster. A monster. Unfortunately. Why didn't somebody take this man out on the way up? The entire heavyweight division has disappointed us. Thumbs up. Nope. Nope. Protect yourself at all times. This man is terrifying. Come on, Uncle Bobby! 10-1, let's go!
Weighing in at 255 pounds, fighting out of Austin, Texas, ladies and gentlemen, presenting the reigning, defending, undisputed UFC heavyweight champion of the world, Robert.
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Follow my instructions. We will have a clean fight. Touch gloves, let's make it official.
Nah. We don't need that. Whoop. Let's go. The athleticism. Oh, I didn't power up my moves the way I wanted to. I'm fucked. Yes. Yowzers. Yowzers. Yowzers.
But not since this man has held it down. Tonight, looking to defend his title yet again. We'll see if he can keep that trend going here tonight. Well, perhaps a sign of things to come as he lands a kick there.
Nice kick landed by this gentleman.
Oh, shit. Don't do that.
Circling to his right.
Big kick lands.
He's not. Get out of there. Do not want to be.
Massive head kick there. We'll see if he can finish. Ngannou gets touched by that leg kick attempt.
Oh, shit.
Well, that left hand has been there at times, not on that attempt.
Liver kick.
Whoa!
Oh, fuck.
Oh, he's hurt bad. He's hurt bad, John.
Seriously. Of one fucking shot. I hit this man 500 times.
Under 3 minutes now to go in what has been a very fast-paced opening round here. Oh, big head kick there.
Ooh.
Big strike lands. Now he needs to try to chase down that thing. He needs to start looking to finish now because he's got his opponent hurt very bad.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Another head kick lands. He's got to start blocking these, DC. One more and it could be like
Get out of there.
It could be over, and most people would be sleeping on the mat after taking such a dominant strike.
Oh my goodness. Holy shit.
I'm not sure how he stayed upright.
I mean,
Because I went to throw a fucking kick.
like that, to stay standing shows and talks to your toughness.
Oh, heavy kick to that lead leg.
Ooh.
Oh, he might be out. Back to the feet.
Now he's on top of him looking for the finish.
Go to the body. Why don't he kick the body? I was trying to kick him to the body. Wouldn't throw it.
Good punch lands.
Distance.
All right, so another swing and a miss, and I'd imagine if your gas tank is this low, you got to find times to try to preserve that energy and get yourself back to a place where you can actually dole out some damage.
Yeah, you got to get out to space, find places to rest and recover.
Damn it, did it again.
Go to the clinch. Find ways to just recover so that when you have
Damn it, damn it, damn it.
Look at that. Picture perfect. Got to the leg, got to his position, got another beautiful takeout.
Oh, shit. This guy is a monster and so outmatched.
Sense of impending
So outmatched in power.
He thought he had him, but the guy's tough. The guy's durable.
I need you to go out there and knock this dude down again. All right, but this time, let's close the deal. Let's finish it up. Let's get out of here. All right?
Ooh.
You ready to fight? Ready. All right, second round underway.
I mean, he's cutting him down the side with these beautiful leg kicks.
Oh, big
Oof,
roundhouse
holy shit.
attempt just misses. He's had a huge strike right there. I'm not sure how many more of these his opponent can take.
Massive shot that he landed. Great job.
Oh, he might be out. Some real power shots here. Oh!
He's in trouble. He's hurt bad.
Oh, he gets back up. The question is for how long? What a shot to the body. His opponent.
He's trying to keep it the poker face, but he's hurt very, very bad.
Oh, wow. Huge head kick.
What a fantastic strike to throw at the exact right moment. He's
out.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, that right there is a high-level knockout, ladies and gentlemen. Crowd absolutely loving it.
Let's go, Uncle Bobby.
To end the fight.
Let's go. Let's go.
Huge win.
A huge.
Huge.
To the nether realm.
Just an incredible result for him here tonight.
A very nice head kick to finish the fight, but don't ignore all the work he did with his
Holy
hands. And give credit to the
crap.
opponent. The opponent was in there every
Thanks,
step
Iron
of the way.
Charioteer. We got it done, baby. That was a scary matchup. Not gonna lie. Y'all saw it. Y'all saw it, man. Every time he hit us, he almost knocked me out. Every single time he touched us. That man's power is incredible. For us, it was an accumulation of power shots. For him, it could have just been one or two shots could have taken us out. That was a war. That was a war. Y'all saw it. We got an injury. We lost some longevity. That was not without cost, man. Not without cost. Y'all see it right there. We lost 2% longevity, an injury. But gotta keep it rolling. Trying to get 4 successful title defenses. That was fun. Thanks, gang. That was fun, man. That's what we practice. I'm just trying to get better at the game. That was fun as hell. Look how good that looks. The knockout was sudden and final. Music to the ears of champion Gin and Truth. YouTube, baby. Woo! Uncle Bobby the killer. Uncle Bobby's a 7th degree black belt. Say something to me. Say something to me. What? Kajukenbo, baby. Talking about karate, jiu-jitsu, kempo, and boxing. Killer shit, man. That was fun. All right, gang. The next couple stories have to do with something we don't cover enough. And that is the plague that is really at the heart of so many other plagues. We're talking about a social issue right now that undergirds so much of what is going on And I almost feel bad, you know. I got to step the game up. If I'm going to be bringing you guys the news and the most important topics of the day, then I've got to do that, even if I just think it's a bunch of silliness. But we got to be serious, gang. A lot of times when we deal with these apologists, these conservatives, these sort of cult fetishizers, we have to be clear about the fact that a lot of what we experience is due to virgin vibes. Now, a lot of them are not literal virgins, but quite frankly, many of them are. And when you take two things and you put them together, and that's the VV, the virgin vibes, and the LDE, that's the little dick energy, you get what we call an incel. And, you know, ladies love a cool dude. So even if, you know, you don't have the biggest meat packing in the meat packing industry, you know, even if your pipe laying isn't Mario Brothers worthy, so to speak, you know, if you're cool and you're just kind of a laid back, kind of chill dude, you're good to go. But let's be honest, we know these motherfucking theotards, conservatives, Trumplicans, and cult guys, there's no cool about them. There's no chill. They couldn't do chill if it did pay the bills. And they can't do, and they can't do big dick energy. I mean, come on, these are the type of guys, let's be honest. These are the type of dudes who, if they had the money, rather than just taking a woman out on a nice date and taking her home to, you know, see if she'll play with your mushroom tip, these motherfuckers want to literally buy social media platforms so that they can finally pretend that, you know, they're good to go. They can finally be like, look how popular I am. I bought all these bots to fucking boost my platform, boost my profile on my own platform that I own. Rather than head to your local CVS, grab one of them Trojan condoms, Magnum if you're lucky, Magnum XL if you really know what I'm talking about. Nope. Instead, these motherfuckers are the type of guys who, let's all be honest, if they could, would do what? The proof is in the pudding. They'd buy a large penis-shaped rocket. Okay, all right, well, have fun out there in space. I guess, you know, most of us would just take a chick for a nice, you know, nice car ride on a starry evening and, you know, a little romance on the scenic overlook off the turnpike, you know? If we're lucky, you know, bitches love boats. I mean, I don't mean to put it like that, but come on, let's be real. Bitches love boats. I mean, can we be honest? Bitches love boats. Bitches love boats. Bitches love boats.
Dude. Are you telling me you don't think that either of those two get sex every day they want it?
They do, but why are they still buying rockets?
They get it every day they want it. They probably get it every day. Because guess what they both have? Boats.
Boats.
All kinds of boats.
Boats and rockets and
dude, if you
cars. Go ahead. Where did Sean go? Yeah, no, Sean, I'm with you. These guys get laid like rock stars. But here's the problem. They might have virgin vibes and little dick energy, but they're able to add to that. Bitch, I'm a fucking billionaire, and there's not a person in the world who doesn't know my name. Matter of fact, most of America is on a first name basis with these fools. But if you're not rich, and you're not powerful, AKA you're one of the 99%, not the 1%. So you can't add that billions or that brand, that name recognition, and all you're is stuck with the virgin vibes and the small dick energy. It equals incels, y'all. So we're gonna talk about incels. We don't talk about incels. Sean, I'll be right back. I'm gonna play this so I can go pee pee, and then when I come back, we're gonna chat about incels.
That was a video game you were just playing, right?
Yeah, I'm still playing the game.
Man, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's a good graphics, huh? And I don't even have the next gen consoles. If y'all would donate some more money, I'll get that PS5, baby. All right,
you can see Uncle Bobby's like fucking hair on his 6-pack in that.
I know. All right, bro. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
I don't want it to damage the future of women in our country, future generations, and not just women, men too. Men have been demonized, and it's only okay to be a man now if you identify as a woman, whatever that is, right? And so
she's
there's
an
so
asshole.
much we have to stand for right now, or we are going to lose our country completely.
Hello and Happy New Year. Welcome to 2023, a new year with the same old stupid. That's right, Lauren Boebert is talking again. Now listen, people, I'm wearing pink for a reason, because I think, according to Lauren, in order to be a man, I have to be a woman who identifies as a man, and pink is feminine, I think. I don't know. Listen, I'm not doing a gender reveal because I'm not burning down a forest behind me. But Lauren, I'm pretty sure that I'm a man who can identify as a man. My question is, how does the man feel that you're talking to as you tell him he can't identify as a man unless he's a woman? What?
We are created equal. We're not the same. Women are the lesser vessel, and we need masculinity in our lives to balance that so-called weakness. You know, just us being more frail and needing that strength in our life.
Now, Lauren, I am honestly trying to keep up, but the math gets confusing. Now, 2 months ago, you said that women were the lesser vessel, and I'm assuming that means the lesser vessel to men because, you know, you have the two gender thing. So if a woman is a lesser vessel, but a man can only identify as a man if he's a woman, doesn't that make him a lesser vessel identifying as a greater vessel? Or is it the man who's the greater vessel identifies as a woman who's a lesser vessel, but he's not really a woman, so he's greater? See how confusing it all gets? Damn it. Where do I put the less than, greater than symbol? That would be a mathematical symbol. Oh, forget it. You know you didn't study math. But Lauren, some consistency. Are women the lesser vessel? And if they are the lesser vessel, how can they identify as the greater vessel? Wouldn't that be changing their gender for the positive? And you don't believe in that. So you know, before you started talking, I wasn't confused.
These are the same people. They're standing up for women. They're standing up for women's medical freedom. They want to force vaccines. They say that men can get pregnant and men can menstruate. And I wish they would stop because now there's a feminine hygiene product shortage, and then we have the baby formula shortage. So if they are going to get pregnant, can they please figure out how to chest feed so we can stop the shortage on baby formula?
What's really confusing to me is the right-wing obsession with gender. I mean, this is really a thing. I'm not a psychologist, but I think psychologists say if you're this obsessed with something, there's something going on. I haven't seen this much talk about gender since two sailors ran into a hooker who had kind of a deep voice. Now they have a documentary they're worried about of what is a woman. Well, you know what? No one else asked. The rest of us know. Every woman I know knows she's a woman. They haven't had to check a documentary or identify. And the men I know identify as men. Now, there are people who are transgender, and guess what? That's their choice, but they're not a large segment of the population, Lauren. I don't think they're out to get you. They're certainly not out to recruit. I don't know anybody who wants you on their team, except maybe that guy you're talking to who can't figure out what he's supposed to identify with as he's talking to you. I'm still worried about that guy. What the hell is his problem? Lauren, if you really care, if you really want to help future generations of women in America, here's an idea. Go to school, learn something, and then you can say, you know, I used to be an uninformed Nimrod, and now I'm an intelligent person with opinions that matter. I've learned that there are different kind of people, and they're allowed to be different people, and that doesn't hurt me. No more hate. I am working on understanding. Perhaps go to school and write some legislation to help people instead of attacking groups of people that are a small segment to the population simply because you don't understand them. Here's an idea, Lauren. Lauren, I got it. Lauren Boebert, if you want to help the future of America, all Americans, men, women, transgender, whatever it may be, if you want to help the future of America, Lauren, shut up. Yeah, that's it. Just shut up.
Recently, there were some statistics by
Sean, go ahead. Where are you at with that? That was he was hilarious
with the gender thing.
Yeah, that was hilarious because
I think.
Go ahead.
It made me think of something. I watched today, Jay, very briefly, and it was about like the McCarthy like debacle that's going, like them trying to elect a speaker or whatever.
Right.
And it will be kind of funny to see if this comes to fruition or not. But what I'm interested in seeing is they don't have a platform, so if they are in charge, what's going to happen? Like when they have to get down to like brass tacks and actually accomplish it, because all they do is this Boebert lady talks about like gender, or they run on like, you know, anti-democrat, like abortion, all the same shit. But like now we're seeing them literally like the first thing they have to do being in charge is elect their fucking representative, and they can't even do it. Right. So I forget who I was listening to, but it was like, if this is foretelling or foreshadowing of like the rest of the next 2 years, it's just going to be like this clown show of the Republicans, because all they really know how to do, or they've shown us for the past however many years, has been to be anti-democrat, anti-trans, anti-this, but they've never, like, they don't get anything done. So it'll be interesting.
It is a perfect example to me of the same thing we see in the apologetics community, where they think that it's enough to simply obstruct or poke holes at the other side. There's never a need to make their positive case, right? It's like they say, let's get rid of Trump because he's losing now, but let's keep Trump policies, ... What policies? You know, and so, but that's what we see with the apologists, right? And it's the same thing because it's the same people, it's the same way of thinking, it's the same way of life, right? It's their beliefs. Their ignorance is just as good as everybody else's knowledge. So you're
and the answer is the
right.
same. So Rebecca, what's next? I give you everything. What's next? She's like, Jesus. You say to the Republican, awesome.
Ooh.
Like I give you everything that the Republicans have. The Democrats are out. What now? And they go, well, that fixes everything. Well, I mean, again, it's like they're both. You're 100% right. When you grant them everything, and I think this is why the guy, it's just been like the theme for the past week that we've been talking about. But when you grant the Democrat, like when you grant the Republicans, sure, Democrats are done, you're now in charge. What's that look like? And they're like, we win, we win, the country goes back to normal. But meanwhile, the reality is the infighting is so great with the Republican Party and the Trumpers and all this shit that like literally they can't just select the fucking dude that's going to represent them. Man, that's tough.
Right. To me, they really just don't have anything, right? They don't really have anything to add at all. But I'm kind of here for it because I think, I don't know, is in some way this leading to a greater dissatisfaction? Like, you're one to talk about how people are falling off the bandwagon. They are having their aha moment, maybe much later than we would have liked, maybe much later than most of us. But, this is one of those things almost where you were trying to ask Lupin and Lupin didn't get it because he's nowhere near reasonable right now. But
where you were saying like a reasonable person starts to see, okay, if Trump goes third party, then I'm out, because then he's really just in it for himself. Are they starting to see now, you think anybody, okay, this party's just,
I think
they
every
can't
day
get it together,
people get off
or,
the Trump train.
Yeah.
And I think people are becoming disenchanted with the Republican Party's ability to do things. And I think that's just a continuation. I think Brian Tyler Cohen said on his show, he's like, look, this is the reality of he said something to the extent of like, the reality of where we're going is going to be terrible, but awesome to watch, because they're going to literally like set themselves on fire because they can't get anything done. There's so much infighting. The only thing they've got is like, it's like Christians, right? They've got this they've got these atheists that they can band together on, but when they're not fighting like a common something, they're all doing so many different things. They can't come together on like, if I mean, you know, for since the beginning, they haven't been able to come together, whether Jesus is son, God, to the point that they have to make up some ridiculous, like incoherent idea of a Trinity so they can get everybody on board together. And then you've got people like Berbert and even I heard, and I don't know if this is a fact, but even like the Marjorie Taylor Greene and the Matt Gaetz having a feud, I think is just fucking awesome, right? Like now 100%. You've got literally the two most terrible people in the party going at each other's throats. So if they can't get along, I think everybody's kind of fucked.
100%. And like the other thing I was saying earlier, I don't know if you caught this, but I'd love to hear your thoughts on it. I'm kind of here for this because let's say they got the gavel and they're quote unquote ready to get to business on day one, Sean. And not only that, they're going to come out swinging with their highest priority items so they're not going to mess around, right? We wouldn't get anything of, let's say they're in control for, I don't know, the next 2 years or whatever it is, but bullshit, right? Like Kevin McCarthy's effort to say to get more Republicans on board was to make concessions like, hey guys, it'll only take 5 people to vote no confidence in me. Hey guys, I'll get rid of the metal detectors after the insurrection. We just, you know how we just experienced an insurrection, so we set up some metal detectors? Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of those. Yeah, you know those virtual meetings we need because we keep having outbreaks of COVID in the Capitol of the U.S. government? Yeah, we're gonna get rid of the virtual and hybrid meetings. Oh yeah, you know how there's fines for violating the security rules that keep us safe and the mask and COVID protocols that keep us protected from viruses? No, both the safety and the virus, protocol violation fines will go away. So these are people who bend over backwards to do the most destructive things possible. So my point is, if they got the gavel tomorrow and got it together, it would just begin 2 years of obstruction anyway. Hunter Biden's laptops, impeach Joe Biden for sleeping too late on Saturday morning, whatever it might be. So to me, there's no incentive for the Democrats or anybody else to help them because they're not going to do anything anyway. So why not just drag this literal humiliation out as long as possible? It's not like we're missing out on something.
No, I don't. I agree totally. And look, I'll be the first to admit that, and it's not something I'm always proud of or something to be proud of, but I like the dumpster fires, right? Like, I mean, look at the highest YouTube videos are when you've got literally like, I mean, how often do you click on a Tyler Cohen thing when he's not talking, when he's just like his normal show versus like when, he's got a picture of Trump literally like sweating bullets and, you're hitting the clickbait stuff, watching the first 30 seconds to see if it's anything. So I'm with you if that's what you mean by you're here for it.
Because, yeah, absolutely.
Bring the popcorn on and let's just watch them. I mean, if we can watch Matt Gaetz and Marjorie Taylor Greene get into a cage match and fight, I'll be the first one to step in between a man trying to hit his wife. But in that case, have at it, dude. Let those two fucking barehanded kill each other in a ring, and I would probably pay for that, right? Like, if that was on pay-per-view, I'd probably chip in.
Absolutely.
And then just because they're terrible people, right? Like, I mean, that Boebert lady, about that, it's just terrible. Like, absolutely terrible. Like, nothing of sustenance comes out of her fucking mouth ever, right? Like, I mean, does she?
Right.
and I feel that way about all of them, even the ones that may have some sort of good intentions, or at least for their side, right? I don't think anything, but I think a lot of Democrats are.
And listen, I'm sick of it. I'm taking the gloves off.
I think a lot of the Democrats are in that same boat, right? Like, I think to even prop up Biden to run again, I think that kind of shows, or that points to, like, how shitty the whole system is, right? Like, because if you truly cared about the system, you're not going to fucking run Biden again just because he's just so fucking old. He's 80 some, and he's 80 some years old.
No,
that was the problem I had
agree,
with McCain.
yeah.
I don't know if you remember that, but like, I didn't think McCain was I thought he picked a horrible running candidate, but I was like, look, McCain might be a legit thing if he wasn't going to die and leave Sarah fucking Palin running the country. It's like, come on.
Absolutely. And yeah, I'm the same way. What do you think the deal with Biden is? Like, do you think we ever, I agree with you, but I think it's like more, in a sense, it's what we say about the Republicans, right? It's anything to keep the seat blue.
Sure. I think we've seen, though, under this administration, I think, and look, I'm not the biggest political guy, right? Like, so I don't know all of it. And I have friends that actually, like, are immersed in it and that know most of, like, everything, that could tell you, like, all the bills that have been passed and all that stuff. But I think under his administration that we've gotten a lot of good shit done. But in the wake, or in the following Trump, that wasn't hard, right? Because Trump didn't get anything done. Even if we're to say, okay, well, sure, he couldn't get anything done because the Democrats hated him and the I mean, whatever that is. But even in the wake of that, like, the Democrats got a lot of shit done, right? They got some stuff for veterans done. They got some student loan stuff done.
They did.
They've got
Well, I
gun
see they
bills
get blocked on that stuff. They got, it's like they didn't finish a lot of those things and they were kind of underwhelming. But yeah, like, I've had to sort of evaluate and reassess and admit that he's done more than I expected. Like, I'm not as disappointed as I expected to be. I certainly wish there was more COVID relief and got the student debt loan relief, and I'm super disappointed about the virus, right? I really think we needed a vaccine mandate. I just don't think that's something to play around with. And I know people are, all about the freedom, but I just think, we make laws all the time to protect people's safety.
Oh, I absolutely agree to an extent. So, right, like, that's where I kind of see
for president. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, 100%. But I don't think that. I think a government mandate is. So I think two ways. I think companies should be able to mandate vaccines 100%. I don't like the idea, even though I've vaccinated and boosted, I don't like the idea of the government. Hold on.
Oh, let me play this, guys.
Healthcare company Cigna indicating that men are the loneliest generation. In fact, 18 to 24-year-olds are lacking friends, intimate partners. They're feeling increasingly alienated from society. And when you look at statistics in regard to their education, whether or not they're working, more and more of this data reinforces that there is something awry. And addressing it doesn't mean that you turn your back on issues pertaining to women, but it does mean that we should be focused on what it is in society that is leading to this epidemic, what the left can do to offer solutions, and how we can basically fight back against the more nefarious figures who have filled the void that men are struggling with, people like Jordan Peterson and what have you. Now, recently, Vaush, who's a popular streamer, had tweeted this thread that I think is really, really important to address. He writes, "I cannot stress enough how important it is to understand that 12-year-old white boys on Twitch are not being pulled into fascism because of some Machiavellian desire to preserve and expand their privileges. It's because the right talks to them and the left doesn't." he continues to argue that leftists and progressives have absolutely no idea how unnecessarily repellent they come off to so many people. And they get angry at the idea of being a more effective social movement because they don't want to share their social spaces with people who might have gone another way. But the criticism for leftists continue. And to be honest, I agree with a lot of what Vaush says here. He says leftists will write master's theses on the effect of socioeconomic conditions on crime, and then shrug when 10 million more young men fall into fascism because their boy brains must just be innately fascist and they choose to be evil. And there's no way this could have been prevented. And then the final tweet, because I want to make sure you guys get a full look at what he's thinking here. This is always a good topic to feel smug over because the replies and quote tweets are saturated with people who literally think, quote, we should care about men's problems and offer them advice is a dog whistle for we should build a Fourth Reich, thus proving the problem. Now, joining us today to talk about this is the man behind the Twitter thread, Vaush. And I want to thank you, Vaush, for taking some time to talk to us about this today.
Oh, it's an absolute delight. Don't mind the cam, by the way. Like young men, my camera encoder is alienated, just in this case from Skype. It's a pleasure to talk with you about this.
So this is something that I've been thinking about a lot because I've been just noticing it in the community around me, just like the loneliness and how atomized men are. And I don't see it as, addressing it isn't, in my opinion, a right-wing perspective or a right-wing task. I think that there are.
What do you think about this?
Sorry. Mom just got home and the dogs go nuts when somebody comes up. Let me finish that thought on the vaccine.
Oh yeah, no worries.
For me, the vaccine was like, I don't necessarily think it should come down from the government, and that does come from like, I do have not much of an issue, but a little bit of an issue with like the government mandating that I do get a vaccine. Mind you, we were first in line, vaccinated, boosted, the whole 9 yards. I also feel like there should be a little bit of like Darwin's law with it, right? Like, because let's just go ahead and wipe out some people that don't believe in it, right? Like, if you don't believe in the science and you're not going to get vaccinated, that's going to take care of a little bit of that on its own, right? Rather than like start just saving people across the board. That and I know that's kind of terrible from just kind of like a humanist point of view, but that's just the way I felt about it. I was like, fuck them. If you don't, like, you've been vaccinated your whole life, but now you're going to turn this into like, it's a microchip or it's, some baby inside. What was that thing you had on the other day about like the vaccine was like they're trying to grow like alien life forms in you or some shit?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of conspiracy theories out there. So the reason I disagree with those things, number one, is I don't believe in the Darwin's law thing. I think that's social Darwinism, and we should not mistake natural selection for social superiority. So like just because
what is that?
So it's the notion of like it's sort of like, so social Darwinism is bad when you hear rich people talking about poor people, like, well, it's just survival of the fittest. It's not our fault. We've got better healthcare, we've got better schools, we've got better so we get to be rich. And it's almost as though saying nature wants it to be this way, when really it's social structures we've created. And even if nature did intend it to be that way, that wouldn't make it consistent with human values. So I just don't, and I don't expect people to necessarily understand this because it's something we teach in our class. So I think it takes quite a bit of thought to get, but I think it's really our responsibility to create the type of social environments that people thrive in, irrespective of their education, their worldview, and their background. The other thing is, as far as the public concern is, I don't think we can worry about the world we want to live in. I think we need to live in the world we do live in. And I wish we didn't live in a world where mandating government intervention was necessary, but I in fact think we live in the world where it is. And I don't think we can let if people were responsible enough to drive in such a way that we never had car accidents, maybe we wouldn't need speed limits, we wouldn't need seatbelts, and we wouldn't need stoplights. People would, politely drive with a reasonable speed, and they would stop at intersections and make sure everybody's there. But we don't. So we have to put a stop sign there. We have to make you wear your seatbelt. We have to put a speed limit. And that's what it is. And like you said, we grew up where a vaccine was required for public life. It was required for going to school, a lot of workplaces and things like that. But if they won't step up and do it, the government has to do. We can't just let unvaccinated people run amok. So if we had the political will and 95% of people were vaccinated or whatever, and most of the people who weren't had a legitimate medical reason they weren't, and then it rendered the government having that policy redundant or moot, then fine. Because ideally the government wouldn't have to make us do it. But to me, it was very clear that the government needed to make us do it, especially after it became politicized. You can't say, well, we're not going to make people do it because it's become politicized. To me, the correct thing to do is, look, it's become politicized. We wish we could let people make up their own minds about this, but we know what the right thing to do is, and we just got to live with it. And I know that it's not something people agree, but that's just my take on it.
No, those are all good points, and I think would be reasons that I'm for a lot of it, but there's still something when it comes to a government mandate that rubs me. And it's not something that I ever really thought about because I don't think it's ever going to happen. So it wasn't like if I had to vote for it, I'm not saying that I would vote against the government mandate just yet because I haven't done enough of that thinking or had enough conversations with people like you to say like, okay, what bothers me about this and what side of the fence do I need to stand on because I haven't. Just like people didn't have to like stand on the abortion until recently because now they're voting for it versus they were just voting for the politician of choice, right?
Right.
But what I really found funny was like people that I was in the military with, or like there were so many people across the country that were so up in arms about these vaccines. But man, they line you up in basic training and they just they don't tell you what they're fucking everything, right? They literally are like pop, pop, pop going down the line. There are lines that you move through and they give you like needle shots. You get those big guns that are like the air injected, like where there's no needle. It's I forget what those big gun shots are called, but you get like 3 or 4 of those. You have no idea what they're shooting you up with. And a lot of the people pushing back have either been in the military and had this done to them, or as kids, they've had every vaccine known to man. We went back and forth to Germany a bunch. So I had literally like every 2 years, you had to have the passport, all the gamut of like shots you needed. I don't think there were that many, but there were a few, or a TB test. I mean, so for me, it was just never an issue. Like I've done this my whole life, but then people acted like they'd never had a shot before at the doctor because the school required you to be, have the polio vaccine or whatever vaccine you had to get when you went to, I mean, it's like they don't remember having shots for school. That was a thing. Every year you had to go like, oh shit, do I have to get a shot this year, Dad?
Right.
I hate shots. Don't like needles, right? Like I have a phobia of needles for whatever stupid reason. But that was a thing when I was a kid, at least, right? Like, so I'll be 50 in a couple of years. So in the 70s and early 80s, that was a thing.
Yeah.
That I fully remember, like every year, oh shit, how many shots do I have to get before I go to school? And then even today, I think that there's schools require vaccines, college require a certain thing. So for people to be up in arms about vaccines, that's what was weird to me. Like but you like that word weaponized, and I think it's a great word, but they weaponized like politics and religion weaponized all kinds of shit.
And let me throw 2 ingredients in that soup there. No, you're good. One is, as a person of color, right? I feel like, and I'm sure a lot of other people of color feel like, the full weight and power of the law is always used against us when they think there's a good justification. So, you know, again, like somebody just called the cops on your black neighbor in a state where, you know, recreational weed isn't legal because you smell a joint, and you'll, woo, 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 you know, they'll be there like this. And so we feel like anytime there's just even a slight justification of public safety, and right, if 5 or 10 of us got together downtown just to protest killing black people, they'd sure enough send the cops and make right just to, hey, we want to make sure everything's safe and none of you got armed and all that. So we feel like anytime there's any sort of justification, they want to make sure that they've used the law and that it's got some teeth to it. But all of a sudden, when life and death is on the line, and we know that people's decisions not to get vaccinated is causing other people to get this, and on top of that, the big thing we never talk about, but we're dealing with a condition and a disease here that doesn't do us any favors because of the asymptomatic spread. So we already know we're always going to have carriers amongst us who don't show any symptoms. And then the final thing is, that I was thinking of is, we know, speaking to that word weaponized, we know they've weaponized the use of public policy the entire time. So the feeling I started to get with COVID was the anti-vaxxers, the anti-COVID people, you had to force their hand. And low-key, I think a lot of them wanted you to, because I think that's the way cognitive dissonance works. I think what a lot of those people low-key wanted was for us to say, because remember, they didn't stay home and social distance until they felt like they were quote unquote forced to. They wouldn't wear a mask anywhere until they felt that they were quote unquote forced to. When the store said you got to wear a mask to come in here, all of a sudden they put the damn mask on, right? Because they weren't going to not go to the grocery store.
Oh, well, some of them didn't. What was Costco's brilliant thing was like, you must wear a mask to come in, and somebody on social media said, I'm not going to wear a mask if I'm not, something about like, I'm not going in there because there's no way I'm wearing a mask. And Costco literally replied, that's what we said. Thanks.
Right.
It's just like,
now there would be, but there's very few of those holdout, right? And so to me, you got to then take that into consideration, because those are the people who we needed the mandates. And again, I agree. Let the private sector do it. But once the private sector wasn't, because if they'd have said, your ass has to get vaccinated to come back to work, people would get vaccinated, they'd suck their teeth. They'd say, oh, shucky darn, I really hate to do this, but my fucking jackass boss, right? And I think there would have been the same thing with the vaccine mandate. Oh, I'd never get my kid vaccinated, but that fucking school mandate, right? And now you go ahead and get, and I think people really, I hate to say that, but they're cowards. And cowards sometimes need you to force them to do the right thing. And that's what I think we were in a situation here. They wanted to hold out, but low key, they know the vaccine is the best way to protection, and they know it's the best thing for everybody, but they needed us to force their hand because they just don't have the balls to do it on their own.
I think you're right about a percentage of people.
Yeah,
but I think there's a small percentage.
Yeah.
No, it's not. I mean, I think you're 100% correct about a lot of people out there, but I think there's a good amount of people out there as well that we're so anti-mask or anti-vaccine. I had a friend that didn't die, but was 4 weeks in his fucking bed in his house after literally telling me, 6 months earlier, like I was going to have serious problems because I got the vaccine. And his literal, he said something almost verbatim, I don't know what it's going to be, but it's going to be serious later in your life, or at some point later in your life. 6 months later, this dude he went to the hospital twice. The hospital turned him and his wife away, and blah, 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 blah. Long story short, he finally survives COVID, still doesn't get vaccinated. So I think you're 100% right. And there are people like that, but in my neck of the woods and in other places in the country, there are people that this is where I think you make the great argument of the mandate, because there are people like him and his wife that if he was able to get out of bed, he still wouldn't have been wearing a mask, running around with COVID, spreading it. Not asymptomatic, but with symptoms, because it's no big deal. And unfortunately, this dude's
knocking on death's door, and they still won't admit it's a big deal.
Well, and I said to Sarah, I was like, look, the best thing that could happen is this motherfucker dies, because what's going to happen is what did happen. He survives this, and then he gets up and says, "Oh, it's no big deal." And you look at him sideways, like, "Wait, 4 weeks in bed wasn't a big deal."
Trump did the
two trips to
same
the
shit.
hospital where they couldn't do. I mean, literally, they sent him home and said, "Bring him back if he dies. We're really sorry, but there's nothing we can do." And he survives it, and he's like, "Oh, no big deal." His wife's still not vaccinated, and she has COVID right now for the second time.
Wow.
Yeah. And I was like, Sarah, he's going to get it again and probably fucking die this time because he has such a rough time of it for whatever reason. And she's like, "Oh no, he builds up a little bit of immunities." And I said, "Wait a minute, like his wife's got it for the second time and it hit her in the, she was like, "Oh shit, yeah." Because that's the other thing too. They all said, "Oh, well, you get it once and you build up immunities," but they're getting it 2-3 times. Sure, you build up immunities, but I mean, not enough apparently that you don't get it again.
Wow. Yeah, man.
But these are people all over the board. Somebody in chat said they had a mask burning party and then died. That was happening all over the country. Who was that black politician that came out and said, "Fuck this COVID, don't wear a mask, blah, blah, blah," and like died 2 days later? Herman Cain or something?
Cain, yeah. And AR said that there was somebody in his community that had a mass burning party, got sick and died. Yeah, it was, there was a lot of stories. Actually, TYT and David Pakman covered stories like that. Appreciate you on that, Sean. What are your thoughts on this, on the incels, man?
Jay, I don't know too much about the incels, to be completely honest with you. Is it just... Yeah, what's what exactly is an incel?
It's the idea, they're lonely, they're maybe socioeconomically disenfranchised in a lot of cases, and then they're radicalized by people like Jordan Peterson or some of these fascist movements, and the idea is that they don't become weaponized with these radicalized groups for no reason. It's because those groups speak to them when other groups don't. I kind of have mixed opinions about it, sure. But here's the thing. It kind of reminds me of the alt-right playbook where, it's like the new thing is if you want to be anti-racist, well, you now got to sit down with the suit and tie racist dog whistlers like Doug because, if you're too radically pro-black, you'll turn those people off. And it's this narrative of you got to talk to the heartland. You got to speak to, the poor farmer boy who just wants to be heard. And I'm like, yeah, but at the same time, and I don't think they have this experience the way we do. Maybe Vaush a little bit, certainly not Anna, but I think a lot of them are looping, where I don't think the issue is that reasonable people are not trying to level with them. I think the problem is that, yeah, maybe they do feel disenfranchised, but their response is to seek out bad people. So I don't know. I think those are the two sides of the coin. Yeah, we're not speaking to them, but they're also looking. They're not looking for the type of leadership we have to offer. Go ahead.
The only thing I know about incels is I saw a stream and never really looked back, and this was a long time ago about oh shit, was it Red? There was something about and maybe these aren't incels, but there was something about guys that thought they were unattractive or are unattractive and not leaving the house, and that's what I thought, and that's the only way that I've ever heard of incels. But what exactly are they defining incel as?
I think it just means involuntarily celibate, and so the idea is just guys we used to make fun of, just whatever, can't get laid, right? And now they're keyboard warriors and they're defaming women and stuff online. I think that's a lot of what you see with the a lot of this misogynistic type of content we see. But yeah, so we'll listen to her. Maybe you'll have more thoughts if you hear a little bit about it.
Yeah, okay.
are issues that the left would do a far better job in addressing, as opposed to more nefarious right-wing figures like, let's say, Andrew Tate or Jordan Peterson. So before we get to all of that, what the potential solutions could be, talk to me about what you see.
Let me add something a little bit quickly, because there's a reason I put the Lauren Boebert clip before this one. And that is, part of the problem is what they're talking about is sort of why they buy into, let's say, right-wing leaders and, sort of toxic figures. And I think that's a good discussion to be had. But let me talk about the Lauren Boebert clip, because it shows you what happens when you buy into those toxic figures. You have this sort of narrative place where, it's the left in control of some culture war narrative. And what the left wants is to tell you, to be a real man, you've basically got to be trans or a woman or whatever they're trying to say. Meanwhile, they're basically flipping it like their idea of masculinity is Andrew Tate or Trump. You've got to be some sort of asshole billionaire, grab him by the pussy person, and if you're not, then you're soft. And so they present these two extremes where the only acceptable form of masculinity is toxic masculinity for certain. It's like this extreme version of, on Uncle Bobby's case, a stereotype of a football player / ass kicker who can kill you with his bare hands. And if you're not that or trying to be that, then let's face it, they really just want to say you're a sissy. Although I guess they won't say that on their program. I'll say it on mine.
Well, I think there's, at least in my eyes, this is the way that I see this. There are a significant amount of people out there that think like that. But I think this is the problem with being in like this bubble of politics, because it's so black and white when the actual gray area for me is so much bigger. Having like lived in cities and lived in the rural areas, it's much, much different, right? Because in my early 20s in my late 20s, early 30s, I would have been labeled as a metrosexual, right? Like,
Sean,
mostly straight,
same.
Mostly straight dude.
Sean,
right?
let me give you a good one. Let me give you a good one.
Drunk and, but that's I'm sorry. Yeah.
No, you're good. Go ahead. Yeah.
No, I'm saying that's what I would have been like labeled as and probably identified as and not really cared about it, because yeah, man, like back in, 2000, whatever, like Banana Republic was hot, right? Like you were in the city absolutely. And you had like your shirt, your shoes, and we go out to the clubs or wherever we were going, and we dressed sharp and we like to look good, and we like all of that stuff, and we would have been called metrosexual or something.
Yeah, I was a queer eye for the straight guy dude.
Yeah.
And
right, yeah, I love that stuff.
And I was
I didn't like the way they all dressed, but I was like, that dude, like I was like, where'd he get his pants?
Absolutely. And I used to tell people, oh, I love getting manicures because as a drummer, that wrist massage, that was like my excuse, was like, I need to have my wrist massage because I play drums a lot. I just like getting manicures.
Salmon, dude. That's I can't do salmon though. Like all these motherfuckers were out there wearing these salmon colored shirts. And I liked it, but I would straight up like literally like I remember this one shirt I loved because it was like striped and it had pink in it, but I hated salmon. It was like that orange offish. Like guys wouldn't want to wear pink. Like I'd much rather wear fucking pink before I wore that goddamn salmon. But that's literally like that time frame that I was in. Like we were all into dress shirts and dress clothes and like haircuts and all that stuff. And that was just I mean, you've seen me have a big fucking beard and workshop clothes for the most part now, but but back then there were nobody to me. It was never like this, and I think it is part of city culture. I think there are a lot of people out in the rural areas that identify with what Boebert's saying because my fucking neighbors, or at least the one on the left of us, he's very much Saturday he's working on his truck shirtless with another shirtless dude. They're both 100 pounds fucking overweight, and the wife's probably cooking dinner while she's got the kid or shooting guns in the field. And that's kind of how they live their life. So when I show up dressed nicely, they kind of look at me and are like, oh, and they might unintelligently make all kinds of assumptions about me just because I'm not dressed like them. And I think that's what it ultimately boils down to, is because you've got this rural masculine male and female, like what does she say? We're fucking lesser. We're like the Christian. I'm sorry. I'm just going to ramble at this point because it's just all a bunch of bullshit. Because here, for the first time, I realized like there is a masculine man. Like all these people that they're talking about, I live around, right? And even though they can be, like I told you, the dude that I love to death, and he's a great guy, and they're Christian and whatnot, but in his household, it goes God, him, children, her. She's last on the fucking list, and that's the way that she thinks.
Right.
And I think that's terrible because it's like she doesn't have her own fucking. I mean, no Christian has their own identity because they're like, my identity rests in Jesus.
Of course.
Try breaking that one down at some point, man. It gets weird real quick. But yeah, they never even. She doesn't have her own identity because her identity's in Jesus, her husband, and her kids. So she never even has time to fucking develop an identity. And I think that's sad. And because of Boberts of the world going, yeah, we are lesser people. We need a masculine role model, not a man that doesn't know whether he's a man or a woman. I mean, go fuck yourself, lady. Sorry, that's it.
No, I 100% agree. And matter of fact, that's actually what I was going to touch on, was her whole narrative of, women are, well, we're created equal, but we're lesser. Well, we're lesser because we're weaker, so-called. Like, I mean, it was just, but it was a perfect example of Christian doublespeak. They know that with modern sort of social ethic and ethos, we're only trying to hear about equality. At the same time, they've got to stick to their biblical narrative. So rather than resolve the two, they just have the cognitive dissonance on full display. Oh, women are created equal; they're just created lesser. Oh, got you right. Like, just unbelievable with these guys. All right, I'll roll some tape here.
What you think the problem is right now with young men feeling alienated in the United States?
Well, I think a lot of it comes down to something leftists tend to be more comfortable talking about, which is toxic masculinity. Male loneliness is often an emergent property of toxic masculinity, which is, by the way, nobody likes this term, right? The right gets really upset when you say toxic masculinity because it sounds like you're upset with masculinity in general, and it's a really vague term. So let's just say, I think a lot of guys can be kind of antisocial because they're taught that sort of independence is a masculine virtue. They're taught that
Heathen Queen really spoke to this the other day about how men are kind of taught this toxic behavior, and then they're out of touch with the consequences of it. And I think she's probably contributing a lot of really great commentary about this right now, and I appreciate her voice the other day.
She's got,
there's
she's strong in this. No, she's just strong in the. She's a strong female voice, right? Like she's got she's a strong female personality, which is nice. Sarah, I'll see if I can't get her to come on and talk with us at some point in the future. But she comes from, her first marriage was conservative Christian. She was raised Pentecostal. And since she and I've been together for 10 years, she was like a feral. I called her my feral girlfriend for years because she just didn't know how to communicate very well or relationship very well because she was never looked at as an equal, right? Like she'd never showed up to the dance to who's going to lead. At this point, it was always like dude led or, but man, I tell you what, Jay, like by year 3, she came out of the, when did she deconverted maybe like year 2. And then by year 3 or 4, man, the voice of like this woman just came to the top. And ever since it's been full throttle, and man, it's pretty awesome to see like somebody go from like having other people's opinions to having their own opinions and then being like just so vivacious about it, right? Like it's pretty cool to watch, like the it's almost overbearing at some points because I think she's gonna like set me on fire and throw me outside if but anyway, but like Heathen Queen, there's strong women are absolutely wonderful, and I think there's a need for them because a lot of women are pigeonholed into this. Like I said last night, like that her black friend, they were friends for 10 years, and you would think like your best friend would say, you got divorced, that's awesome, congratulations that you're no longer with some shitbag that doesn't treat you well or neglects you or whatever have you, right? Instead it was like you had no reason to leave him because he put a roof over your head. It's like, what? These are women out there. I mean, that's what. Is there such a thing as like toxic femininity, like the Bobert? What do you call it?
100%, 100%. And matter of fact, I think people don't talk about it enough. But I hate to say it, but it's the person who sleeps their way to the top of the corporate ladder and cries their way out of speeding tickets, and because
Jay, her friend Yamika was literally like. Bobert would talk and she'd be like, praise Jesus, right? Like clap her hands and be like, praise Jesus, girl. You tell it like it is.
Right.
We need more masculine men. Like we can't have these people like that. I mean, man.
Yeah.
Because and these aren't the role, man. And maybe that's where they're going with
and
the
like you said
the role models that these guys latch on to because they're locked up in their fucking house. And instead of like, I think we're responsible for this from a very young age, though. Like, if you've got kids that are socially awkward or whatever, and then later in life they end up in a room by themselves because they were never able to develop a social skill set that allows them the confidence to get out of that room, right?
Yes,
I mean, as much as that is kind of.
I see this problem in our community. And it's why I appreciate you for coming on, but I also appreciate you for coming on camera. And I appreciate like Rebecca, who doesn't let people on the stream she doesn't know without them coming on camera, because I see this with our students. It's like there is a difference in life, and I consider it like the escalation of intimacy, where social people do better. The more social you are, the more likely you are to get jobs, dates, financial opportunities. Your neighbors are going to be nicer to you. And people who, I hate to say it, if you watch the same channel for 2 years and you never leave a comment, you're missing out on an opportunity. If you're active in the live chat all year, every day, all stream, but you never call in, you're missing out on levels. If you're talking to the same people day in, day out for weeks and months and they've never seen your face, I mean, it does say something about your level of comfortability in your own skin and being seen even amongst your friends. And I'm not judging anybody, but I feel bad because there's definitely a disadvantage. And that's why our students in our class, we try to make sure everybody participates. It's why all of our students have to be on camera when they're online in their online classes. Like to the point Rob will call them out, turn your cameras on. Like he will not start. I see a couple of your classmates are not on camera. And I know that probably feels awkward for them, or it seems like we're being sticklers about it, but that's why, Sean. It's because we know years, decades from now, it's going to make a huge difference. And if we can just get you to take that next step, right, from a commenter to a live chatter, from a live chatter to a call-in, from a call-in to a call-in with your camera on and everybody can see you, taking that step will make a difference in your social life and your quality of life down the line. And there's no doubt that plays a role in incels. If you're not comfortable being seen and heard and, sharing your thoughts and stuff like that, you're at a disadvantage, because you're going to have a guy like me who's not bad looking, shows up, ready to go on a date. And not only that, not only am I used to being seen all the time, I'm ready to be vulnerable. I'm ready to go, let's talk about my bipolar or, how I've been hurt in life. And that offers, it's just way easier for people to connect with a person like that.
I agree. I really like what you said. Like for me, that's what I was saying is, but I think it's personality types. Like I think it's so, man, there's so much to it, right? Like there's so much to it, whether you have the time or you got kids or noise or like there can be all kinds of reasons not to be on camera. And there's, my streaming up until
absolutely.
recently, like we had to switch things, and I think it's fixed now. And lighting, like basically I'm just in kind of a semi-dark room, so there's no real reason to turn on the camera. I've gotten used to not turning it on, but it's not something that I mind or really give a shit about because I'm old and comfortable in my own skin at this point, and that's never really like bothered me to that point. But I think my favorite thing you said was you're losing this opportunity to interact, because interacting with the chat, I never really, and I still don't like it, to be completely honest with you, right? Because it's much different than interacting like you and I are, because this is like an actual conversation that we're having that we'd have across the table, right?
Yeah,
like there's 100%. If you ever get to the point that you're comfortable, or let's just say when you get to the point that you're comfortable coming out of the house and able to do that like it will be kind of cool to do a meetup at some point.
Oh yeah, 100%.
There's right. Like, I mean, that's I've got a friend and I are going to plan some trips and just kind of like travel a little bit after the next 2 years when we both have some time and the opportunity to, and it would just be fun to like meet people that you've developed these relationships with. Derek did that, and he like popped all over the country, and what an awesome thing to be able to do, because that's the way that technology benefits us, in my opinion, is that you and I can actually develop a relationship, and it's not just a relationship over chat, because I think if we just chatted, it's no different than like chatting with somebody on a dating app for a month and then meeting them in person. It's just things aren't the same because you haven't had that interaction.
Yes.
You can't see their
Yes.
face. Everything's the tone is gone. You don't get any of that. And chat's like fucking YouTube chat's just terrible, right?
And I
like,
do that. A couple of things. One,
who was that asshole on James's drink thing today?
Oh yeah,
This is my biggest
sword.
This is my biggest thing is like, look, and I forget who said it, but somebody said it. And I do think it's a waste of time to engage people like that, because I think they're just trolling ultimately, because I love the fact that you or James or Nitty or any of the other streamers out there will just put a fucking link in the chat and say, all right, dude, come on. And 9 times out of 10 or 99 times out of 100, these people are unwilling to come on because all they like to do is have a voice that's not, what's the word? That's not challenged. Because in chat, it doesn't matter if I bring you, I can tell Rebecca all day long, but she doesn't do anything. The same way that dude can just not read chat or just read it and blow it off. But when you're in a conversation with someone, you have to engage or you have to interact. And that's what I think this doesn't have anything to do with, I think like it'd be awesome if all 13 of us or 14 of us here could be on screen together and just be shooting the shit, right? How cool
100%. I mean, and that's what sort of Gather gives us the potential to do. But it would, I see it as a growth thing, because you need, I think you need to grow to the point where, you're just getting more people, because it's like, it feels like a numbers game. So yeah, but like, in other words, we're always trying to increase the proportion of people who will do those sort of things, but given that low proportion, you just gotta grow your audience to the point that you get more people in here who can, But yeah, I 100%, because that's how I think of it is, there really is nothing stopping all 14 or 15 people watching from hanging out and interacting together and Gather, other than the fact that there's only 3 or 4 people probably watching who are willing to, right? So,
well, Jay, and
I'm in. If you build it, they'll eventually come mode, and I've just built it, So
that's good, and I think they will. I think it will come, and I mean, I think you see that, and then there's also like people that have the time too, but you're pretty much on a lot of the time, so there wouldn't be.
Yeah,
that's not really challenging in that sense. But this does lead me to something that I'm curious as to in your, because I love the theme. Like, I just like the way that you're approaching things, in the sense of like no more bullshit from the Christians.
Right.
But what's the plan for that? Like, as far as like you going on streams?
I actually don't know. I mean, it's something I'm kind of thinking of. You mean in terms of like actually having conversations with them and stuff now?
So yeah, and it didn't really like, I mean, I think about it a lot just because I think, our first interaction was on someone else's stream, right? And that dude is who, we've got a couple personalities when it comes to you, right? And I enjoy all of them. But I think I think that dude I met on Nathan's stream that one day, and a couple of times I think we were on Nathan's stream. I'd like to see that from you.
Oh,
and
you mean
it would be nice if like.
You mean like the kid who was like in a worship team or something still?
No. I'm talking about you. I'm just talking about this Jay Bundy is who I'd like to see like having conversations with people, because I think just like I think there's a time to like burn it down, but I don't necessarily know if you going on a stream and just blowing it up for 2 minutes is going to do much. But I wonder like how because if the plan's to like, I think be unapologetic about our atheism, right? Like about our lack of belief and about the way that we think the world. I think that's a wonderful plan. But I think it does involve like us going on streams, at least for me. And I need to get Rebecca's email because I do want to go on her stream at some point and just push back a little bit to say like, look, like I see through this. Right. Or at least for what you're doing, right? Like somebody needs to go on there and call her out. Nobody ever does. They go on and they entertain this bitch with science, and nobody ever goes on and talks to her like that, right? Like the conversations that we had with Lupin. I think if you go, you're a smart dude. I think part of your plan to burn down Christianity needs to interact with Christians, other YouTubers, other atheist YouTubers, and all of that. And it's going to have to be the intelligent Jay Bundy's going to have to come out. Because that dude actually makes great points, right? And I think there's a time to like literally like beat somebody over the head with like the championship belt. Right. But I think your strengths are on the intellectual side, right?
Yeah, I appreciate that. So I kind of think of it, in like wrestling terms, and I think
Ken Hovind, that's what brought it to forefront. You guys talking about Ken Hovind debate, like you debating Ken Hovind again. I was like, what is he? Yeah.
Well, yeah, all right. Well, what'd you think of that idea first, of just like chatting with him about the way he approaches
I think Ken Hovind's
building?
A waste of fucking time. I think that's me personally. Like, would I watch you go talk to Ken Hovind? 100%. Do I think there's any? Is that big thing?
I don't know who is that.
Yeah, I'm at work. I can't talk. I'm listening.
Oh, you sound different. Okay, cool. Well, I was just about to bring you up anyway, Wayne. So I guess, Sean, what I was thinking is if I have the opportunity to talk to him, why don't I try to find something to talk to him about that's not a waste of time, right? And I kind of think the idea of, talk to him about what he's actually good at, which to me is like doing the community preacher thing. So like this is going to sound weird, but when I first talked to Lupin about like what's it like to be kind of like a Hovind acolyte from his perspective, like what is he, why Kent, so to speak, It sounded like a lot of the things he appreciates about being a Kent Hovind fan are the things people like about somebody like me and James. Like we're part of their everyday life. They come to interact with the same people on a regular basis in the chat, so the chat kind of gets to know each other. He mixes it up.
Hey, will you share the gather link to chat? Somebody wants to come
in. Who is it?
Pavel D.
I think Paul has the links in their email. If not, they need to send me their email in the Discord, and then I can email them the gather link.
I'm sorry to interrupt. They were just
no, that's fine. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thanks for the reminder. I was just doing that fight, but successfully won. Derek Lewis is one of my favorite fighters, so it felt good to win that fight. I powered up Uncle Bobby's offense, man. This guy's breaking people's faces now. But yeah,
what is that?
Go ahead.
Do you get to choose like the music and the dance they do when they come in and like
when that
guy gave a thumbs up? Can you do that?
Yeah, you choose. Well, you don't choose this. Like some of it you choose, some of it you don't. You choose a couple things like their taunts before their match and some of their personality stuff. And then there's different music in the game. What I was doing before is I usually play music behind the scenes. So Uncle Bobby likes the New Orleans Saints, so like I just play the Saints music when he's coming down and mute it. But yeah. So what were we talking about?
You and James. You were talking about you and James and
oh yeah,
talking to Lupin about like going down and
so the first time we talked to him about Ken Hovind, it really became clear that he essentially gets a lot of what we think we're trying to bring to the table in our community on the Christian side. So, and at the same time, Ken Hovind's a prolific content creator, and he's been quite successful. Like, going back, right, it's not just he has 250,000 YouTube subscribers. He's made a lot of major TV appearances and speaking tours and stuff like that. So I felt like if people want to see me go up against him on Evolution again, we could do that. But I almost think, like, to your point, like, what does he have to contribute to the table? Where if we go...
Nothing.
But if we
Have you ever seen him do anything different? Like, has he ever engaged somebody? Or is it just the same old...
No, I've never seen him do anything different. So that's what I'm wondering. Do you think if we just talk about something else... Can we maybe have a more interesting conversation? Because we just say, hey, Kent, let's talk about it.
Do you think he'd be willing to?
I actually think he'd probably enjoy that, right? Because I'm not going to be trying to make him look stupid. He's not going to have to defend himself.
Would he do it on screen?
I think so, yeah, because he's going to be in preacher mode. And we just talk about, because I think that's what I'm asking our community. If we do it the way I envision it, it'd be good. But it'd almost be like having a conversation with Rebecca where you're just going to ask her, what's your church like? And why do you tell me what you love about your pastor? And I heard you're building a school. What do you plan to put in your curriculum?
Yeah.
So that kind of thing. Now, what people got to accept is if we do this, we're actually going to be trying to have this talk with them. It's not going to be a bloodbath. But I think that's fair because we're sticking to this. Can't tell us about community building. You seem to have actually been pretty successful in that regard.
Jay, here's the short of it. I watched Paula Gia's interactions with Eric Hovind. Like, he actually went to Eric's like computer class or something, like some online like Answers in Genesis class or something. Wasn't that the Eric Hovind thing? Did you ever see that?
I haven't seen it, but I do know people have interacted with Eric Hovind and stuff like that. Yeah.
Well, Paula Gia had him on the channel a couple of times after that. Like, so he goes to the thing, they interact at the online class that they do, and then Eric, the little cartoon character came on at least twice to his, and my simple point is I watched it just because I'm like, wait a minute, this is like a real conversation between Eric Hovind, and it's not the bullshit, because I think people would watch it not that, because I don't watch Ken Hovind anymore, because you watch him 5 times and you're like, okay, this guy's never going to say anything different.
Absolutely.
Right. Like he's got
100%.
a list of pejoratives, and Rebecca did that on her stream, and it'll be interesting to see how far down that rabbit hole she goes. Like, is she just going to devolve into this like ha ha ha? And we've seen her get more confident with the laughing at the person on the other side,
right,
with saying, hey, Christians, like they don't believe this, you've got to be an idiot to believe this. Like, and Hovind's full in it. Like, that's all he does is one long laugh at the other person. For the whole debate, just laughs at him, and it's so it'd be interesting to see him actually have a conversation.
I agree. And the other thing is, as a broadcaster, I take a bit of pride at times of being able to, because my dad is a cable TV producer and host, and you take pride in being able to get good interviews out of people, even people you ideologically disagree with, and. I really do. Yeah, I do think there could be some value there. I think I'd be interested in it. So yeah, thanks for that, Sean. As far as the other I wanted to touch quickly on something because you asked me sort of where does that fit in like the bigger picture of approaching content creators. It's sort of like, and Wayne gets this as a wrestling fan. We've talked about it. It's like when you do something like, say you're a heel and you're a champion, like the U.S. champion with the sort of workhorse title or something like that. You're up and coming star, right? You've got to have this balance where people see you wrestle one of the top stars for an hour to a time limit draw, because it shows that you can put on those sort of headlining matches that are going to get all the nerdy wrestling newspaper magazines talking, right? But sometimes you just have to beat up on a couple jobbers so people get the point that you're really fucking dangerous and you're not to be fucked with. And you can't
100.
Yeah, you can't put over all your opponents the same way. And so the thing about not pulling punches anymore, it's sort of like if Sal or Rebecca is holding court laughing in pieces in people's face, then to me, we are just going to do the Stone Cold Steve Austin thing, arrive, annihilate, and leave. One, because it doesn't really deserve much more from us. Two, that's the tone we want to set. And also, there is a lot of value to that. A lot of people forget that a lot of the people found us through Gustick Gibbon's thing, right? That Gustick Gibbon thing was us probably 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning up with, John Maddox on logically plausibly probable, right? And we're just arguing in a dumpster fire with a bunch of creotards who were telling us, Satan was a celebrated scientist and this kind of nonsense. So even though a lot of people found the intelligent Jay Bundy, that night they were seeing, and so, but that's what Gustick Gibbon picked up, right? So you never know what, that's kind of what the algorithm does. So I think you're dead on to the fact that I think when we can, we should break out the smarts and the intellect and, really give people something to think about. But if we know we can't get that, or somebody just isn't talented enough to work with, then, you got
to give what you get, right?
Yeah, then you go out there with the billboard that we're some entertaining ass kickers and come check us out more,
So with Sal, there's just, you turn it into a dumpster fire immediately because that's all that dude is, right?
Right.
With Rebecca, maybe you try to have a decent conversation, and by decent, I don't mean give her any. No,
I feel you. Yeah.
But just to have a decent conversation until the laugh comes out, or till I don't even think you should entertain a scientific conversation with her, because the way you open with her is you're not interested in the science. And as a scientist, you could tell her why she's not doing science, why she's bashing science, why she's doing all of these, why we all see, or at least not hey, well, look, and you think you're doing this, but in reality, this is what everyone else sees, and this is the reason behind it. And if she does take that condescending tone, then you call her out for that too, and be like, I just don't understand her being there's so many tensions in her Christianity and just who she is regardless. And then, if you get someone that's worth having an actual conversation with and engaging, then we'd like to see that. But I think if you do, you got to have some sort of plan, I think, to be it's so cool to see you on Gnostic, on Neil's show, right? Because that's a step in the right direction.
100%,
and I was just, when you were talking about Hovind with James, I was just thinking to myself, what is the plan? Because I think you with I think you got to do that more, Jay. Whether it be the atheist content, just to grow the channel, because I think you've got a good. I mean, the wrestling stuff does make me chuckle, and I get it, but I think there's 90% of what I enjoy is when the real Jay comes out and starts talking about real issues, right?
I appreciate that.
And I think Yeah, and I think there's something for everybody, right? You're gonna have atheists show up that are like, "Yeah, burn it fucking down," and I show up for that some of the times, but on it, candidly, some of the times I'm like, "All right, I know he's gonna, I know the what do you call it in wrestling when they show up and they don't wrestle, but they show up to the announcer to like fucking just run their mouth for
cutting
like 5
promos.
minutes and, like,
Yeah.
yeah, I know you're going to promo for a bit, so I can like run to the kitchen and grab my snack and get my dogs taken out one last time to get situated. Unless that like promo is really on like a topic that I'm interested in,
Right.
light somebody up, and then I'm like, oh shit, I got to stay for this. But
so if I could get more people like so Tux had Kevin on the other night on his channel, Tux TV. There's a link in the description, and they had a wonderful conversation because Kevin rather is like questioning, and so he's at this place where he's really reaching out to atheists and really kind of being open to sort of criticism of the Bible and the faith. We had another guy, I can't think of his name, but he's a bass player. He's kind of a redhead. He came on a couple times to talk to us, and those conversations were amazing. Overall, I think the community needs to get kind of away from so much apologetics because there's just too much of it. But I do plan to definitely hit it. We hit it hard on Sunday and throughout the week of what's going on in our community. But I definitely want to get more into science, music, and gaming, just, getting into stuff. And then I think really talking about the social issues, the interpersonal issues, and the politics issues is what keeps it fresh because, it keeps us current. But right now, we're just really trying to grow and log in the hours and for me to start working on creative content because I think the plan is that in this space, you need to grow through collaborations. You just got to work with the other channels. So I'm planning to do 2 courses with Derek in the spring. And I think, well, at least right now, the plan is for me to travel out there to shoot those with him. And then
no shit.
Yeah, and then I think we would get on some of the other bigger channels because the way Derek does that is he has these courses, he sells the courses, and then he tries to get some of the other bigger atheist YouTubers to promote the courses so they get like an affiliate link, basically, kind of like, Bart Ehrman's having a debate, and if you sign up from it through Paul Agia's channel, then Paul Agia gets a little bit of that. And so I'm hoping that'll be the opportunity to go on some of the other bigger atheist channels that Derek can get us in touch with to help promote those classes. And so then I'm hoping after that, we can just start collaborating with some of the bigger named atheists. Because really what I think we're doing is building up. I think we have enough of a portfolio because of stuff like debating Kent Hovind and having Gustick Gibbon do a videos about us, and now the lives with Derek and Neil over at Gnostic Informant. But that's kind of the idea is to put away a couple of things like that. We have another appearance on Skeptic Haven coming up next Monday, I think. I'm going to bring Cliff with me. Awesome. So, yeah, we're trying to get some of those things in because I think that's how you get in front of new faces, right? And then everything else for us is just really focusing on building the community. That's why we spend so much time in Gather, even offline, because YouTube is just so limiting, right? Like when we're in Gather, we can... we watch movies and TV shows and all of that stuff. And I think that is really, for those of us that do that, I think we find that really rewarding because we don't want to sit around and just argue about theism all day, right? We just kind of want to relax and have fun and be together. And I think one of the downsides, like you talked about, like, it goes just in line with the conversation we were having about coming on camera or having these type of conversations. Our community is great because we're really building community through YouTube. But we're also bumping up into the limitations of building community on YouTube. So, for instance, if you don't do something like Gather or Discord or Clubhouse or whatever, somebody has to be live. So people don't really think about the profound implications of that. But most of our content creators, even the prolific ones, at most stream a couple times a week for a couple hours. Now, if we have to be live to hang out with each other, then a lot of times, one, we just can't hang out because nobody's live. Or two, we're forced to hang out with whoever's live. So if we all want to talk to each other and, you know, Rebecca's the only person live that day, well, then I guess we all got to sit around the Bread of Life channel. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, which can be painful.
And it's gonna be, but who else is live, right? So that kind of becomes a problem right there. So, and then on top of that, if we're not doing counter apologetics or talking about philosophy or talking about the Bible, it's like nobody wants to hang out because that's their thing. So at least the Gather gang, and that's building up smaller, it's a lot more free because I could play a video, we could be watching Monday Night Football or wrestling, and if somebody comes in and they don't want to watch Monday Night Football or wrestling, Joel could start playing a movie. So Joel's playing the movie, people want to listen to the movie, we could watch HBO. Wayne might be streaming one game, AR starts streaming a fighting game, I'm streaming playing cards, Carrie Ann's playing cards. Like everybody's doing their own thing, but everybody's still together. And it really feels like it's taken the chains off. Like we don't have to be live to be together, we could do whatever we want. But my point is for more people to experience that benefit, they have to be willing themselves to go beyond YouTube. All we can do is keep encouraging them to.
100%. I think that's a cool thing that you see like the transition, or at least for me, you see like the interactiveness of YouTube. And then, I mean, that's why I was drawn, among other reasons, but there's the taking it that one step to Gather is pretty cool. And the fact that do you build that up? Do you have to I guess it's just links and stuff that when
so I mean, they're pretty simple spaces and they start with templates. We've just done a lot to sort of connect ours and build up a virtual, a lot of overkill. A lot of that's for me is just because it helps more with the imagineering of the community, because I get bored of that. I get bored of if you watch Street Fighter streams or something, everybody goes to the practice dojo or whatever, that annoying ass grid background. So I just get annoyed where a stream or a game has the same aesthetic every day, you know, and I want to be able to move around and stuff. So we've overcomplicated it a lot, but it's pretty simple once you figure it out. But yeah, for the most part, you can just go in and, you know, start a template. It's really easy to use once you get used to it. And then the main thing is just customizing it so that it reflects, you know, what we're about. I think that's the main thing we put focus on.
Can you link you know how you've got all the different Gather places?
Yeah.
Can you link so there's one portal that you could go and see where everybody which one you were in?
When you first log into Gather, it'll show you a number of who's in the spaces you have access to. So it'll show you.
But if you're at the ranch, let's say you're at the ranch and I'm at the beach.
So not within Gather, you'd have to just go back to the homepage. Yeah, you'd have to go back to the homepage. You could do it in another tab, if you're in one space and you just want to quick see if there's people in the other spaces, you can just open it in another tab and you'll see if there's people in a different space. Yeah, you have to exit.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry to derail for.
No, it's a great question.
Do you like the Vaush? I don't watch him that much. I've never really watched him.
I don't watch him a lot, but a lot of people in our community are big fans. What I have seen, I've really, really enjoyed. It's just one, I make so much content and I'm live so much now that I don't have the time to watch YouTube I used to. Most of the YouTube I watch on air. And then, of course, a lot of the content creators out here on the left, the atheists, they're preaching to the choir, right? So I get bored pretty quickly. But I do think Vaush is great and really enjoy their stuff. So I think I need to watch them more. But it's kind of like Uncle Bobby being on Paulogia. I think Vaush being on TYT is a big deal for our community. So I meant to talk about it when it first happened, but I figured it's something fun to get into today. How about you?
Again, I haven't seen too much. I've seen some early stuff when he had like long hair and a bigger beard. I think I watched a little bit of him and Destiny.
YouTube Punk says he's got an edgelord debate bro vibe. Not everyone's cup of tea. Yeah. All right, here we go.
Yeah, and I think he speaks really fast sometimes, so I didn't understand a lot of like of his stream. He's really in tune with like politics, if I'm not mistaken, too.
Yeah, and I like that, and that's another weird thing. A lot of our community likes to shy away from that, and I'm like, I'm all about it.
You and keeping your feelings bottled up. Now, obviously, it's pretty harmful. It makes people feel kind of lonely. It makes them bad at reaching out to others, connecting, sharing their interests, building friendships. I think it's one of the reasons why guys tend to view dating as sort of.
But yeah, got to tell you guys, this is something I've always been into: creating my friends in community in video games. When I had like MSU football players on my, I used to always like create my roommates and stuff in video games. And then like when I had football players in my class, I would create them in a game. I'd like create them on my Madden team at their positions. And I'd always be talking to them in class about how our Madden team was doing. But yeah, we created a lot of the characters in Word Wrestling Entertainment. I didn't talk to James about this that much earlier, but yeah, when I started the whole Word Wrestling Entertainment, I created Cameron Bertuzzi. And I actually beat Cameron Bertuzzi for that U.S. championship. But I've been wanting to get back into playing UFC 4, and I just got the idea. I was like, fuck it, man. Uncle Bobby's a real badass 7th degree Kaju Kempo, like fucking black belt and a women's self-defense instructor. But yeah, he's like a legit badass heavyweight. But it feels awesome playing with him in this game. It's just so much fun.
Cereal,
and he's leveling up. He is out here murdering people. Like he sends people to the fucking Shadowlands, y'all. It feels so good.
Think of like a woman as like, oh, well, maybe we'll just get along on some shared interests. Maybe we'll have something in common. They think of it as this like a mating battle, which I don't think it has to be. And as a product of that, a lot of guys feel like they have no social inroads and they're kind of drifting through life without connections to people. It really sucks. And the left could, use that as an opportunity to maybe improve some people's lives, introduce them to some other ideas.
So just full disclosure, when the statistics first started coming out and they focused primarily on the lack of intimate partners, to be fair and completely honest with the audience, I was definitely more dismissive. But then when you see the other statistics, including the lack of friends, workforce participation for prime working age men between the ages of 25 and 55 has actually decreased significantly and specifically in the United States. And so, there have been some arguments that, it's the advancement of technology, it's because of video games. Well, all of these technologies exist in other countries and they're not experiencing the same decline in workforce participation. In fact, to give you a specific number from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, about 7 million prime working age men are not working and they're not looking for work. They're also self-medicating quite a bit. A huge portion of them have reported that they're taking painkillers daily. Deaths of despair are very prominent and pronounced among the male population versus the female population. These are huge issues. In fact, the Bureau of Labor Statistics also noted that when it comes to unemployment among working age men, we have a 1937 economy, okay? And again, this is not happening in other rich developed countries, right? So there is a crisis happening, and I'm trying to figure out what is it exactly, right? The right wing will say, oh, it's feminism. It's because women don't want to stay at home and raise kids. They want to be independent. They don't want to enter, romantic partnerships, blah, blah, blah. I don't buy that for a second. I do agree that some of the rhetoric is a problem, statements about toxic masculinity, a lot of generalizing about people. I also think that there's a misconception that this is an issue that predominantly impacts white males, but that's actually not the case. The largest population that this impacts is actually Black men in America. And so this is a huge problem. And what do you think we need to say or frame, or how can we frame this issue so it's more palatable to the left, who, generally do want to ensure that every community is looked after, that everyone feels that, they're living a happy, prosperous life?
It's a tough sell. People feel these issues in their gut. When we talk about the kinds of things that drive people out to vote or even to throw revolutions, we're usually talking about very basic gut level problems that political analysis gets added to. For a long time in this country and many others, anti-immigration sentiment has been built on the anxiety of working class people who feel their jobs are threatened by immigrants. Often the data doesn't bear that out, but it's their fear that's used as a catalyst to push those politics. The anxiety, the loneliness of young men, this has historically been used as catalysts for, well, basically everything from the Bolsheviks in Russia to the brown shirts in Germany. It's just a large and often unaddressed demographic. This isn't a competition thing. We're not talking about giving up on feminist analysis or saying it's like, oh, well, actually men have it worse than women, right? It's not about that. It's just, you want to reach out to people where they are. And to start that process, with a lot of young guys, I think it would help if lefties were willing to acknowledge this sort of natural conclusion of toxic masculinity as like a mode of social analysis, which is if men are socialized in certain ways and treated in certain ways socially, it necessarily follows they must have specific problems. And if those problems are the product of social systems that are out of their control, I don't know why we wouldn't apply the same basic sociological lens of analysis to that as we would with literally anything else.
This is exactly what Heathen Queen was saying, and she was basically saying it all goes down to patriarchy, and this is why. And it's exactly the stupid shit you heard out of Lauren Boebert's mouth. You teach men toxic masculinity, the results of which are inherently isolation because you're teaching them to socialize in an antisocial fashion. When they then have all of these symptoms in all of these areas of their life that are indicative of someone with crippling inability to socialize, it really points to a systematic failure. So it's just really interesting that their analysis so strongly echoes her sentiment.
Patriarchy,
Hey, Jay, do you
racism,
think that
transphobia. No individual is
Yeah,
controlled.
go ahead, Sean.
No, I was just wondering how you feel like, because for me, I think, and what do you think when you think toxic masculinity? Because it makes me think of the dudes around here that fly Trump flags.
I'm one of the people that doesn't
fucking
particularly like the expression because I just think there are gender normative behaviors with, any gender that can be toxic. I mean,
yes, 100%, 100%. But I don't think, for me, when I think toxic masculinity, I don't think some dude sitting at home on a computer. I think some dude that sitting out in the field with his friends drinking beer, shirtless in the sun.
Oh yeah, for sure. But there's definitely
things like that.
Yeah, but there's definitely the keyboard warrior equivalent of that, right? Because
copy. Now I'm tracking. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. That I think. But yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, I think we're on the same page.
But I think,
and I also think frat boys. I mean, I went to Penn State.
Something.
I went to Penn State, so I got to just be honest. Like frat life there was crazy, right? And so that whole frat boy thing. Yeah.
Right.
Go ahead.
Which I think there's not all frat boys, but there's a big toxic part of like
yeah. Uncle
fraternity
Bobby
life.
was in a fraternity. I know some guys who I would have loved to. I would have probably been in a fraternity. I had to sign a contract that says I wouldn't join a fraternity, but there were some great fraternities I would have loved to have been a part of. But people know what we mean when we say frat boys, right? Yeah, Chads.
Yeah, and that's the point, because I've got friends that were in frats that we used to go to, and me not being in college, but like outside, that was welcoming to everybody.
Sure, yeah,
and
absolutely.
You've got like who I would consider frat boys, like turquoise pop collar. And there's, but that's at UVA, like where I was at. So,
oh yeah, turquoise pop collar, sandals. Yeah.
It's a shitty label because I don't think it breeds this person that sits behind a keyboard. I'm not sure what does, but I don't think that it's solely responsible, if that's what they're saying.
Right. Yeah, no, these are, I think, I'm with you on that, Sean. All right, I finally denied some takedowns. All right, I'll roll tape.
Over these systems, and we try to interweave analysis with our compassion for and respect for the individual problems people have. We do this all the time with other issues. And to an extent, we do it with men. But I feel like we lean off that a little bit, maybe because men's rights as like a sort of a nominative thing, like how it's referred to, usually refers to misogynist or incel communities online. So it's like, oh, well, men's rights, you actually mean like this or that. Well,
shoot again.
Leaving aside the baggage, right? You can call it what you want, men's advocacy, whatever, just common decency, it's still worth pursuing.
Yeah, I think the phrasing men's rights activists, it does unfortunately make one recall some of the most unsavory individuals imaginable, right? Some who think that rape should be legalized. So I don't like thinking about that group when it comes to this particular issue, because I don't think this is about male entitlement.
YouTube punk, I think those,
men feeling or
I think those attitudes, men don't cry, men must be the breadwinner. Yeah, I think those are some toxic ideas that come to mind.
For a system in which men get to feel entitled to certain things in society, including, certain sexual acts, whatever it is. This is really about making sure that people don't feel lonely, feel that they have purpose in life. That's the other thing. An increasing number of young men feel like they have no purpose in life. And I think that it has to do with the fact that for the longest time, they were conditioned to believe that they are supposed to be the breadwinner in a family. And when they are lacking this educational attainment necessary to get the kind of career that makes the kind of money that makes them feel like the breadwinner, well, then it makes them feel like they're not really worth anything. I see a lot of that going on as well. When you look at the number of college educated men, that has declined significantly. And so some of the solutions that I've heard from people who do take this seriously on the left is that, hey, there's a lack of male role models in the public education system. There's a huge disparity between female and male educators in the public school system. Curious what you think about that.
Yeah, no, I agree. It is. I do think it's unfortunate that we consider education such like a feminized profession. Not because there's anything wrong with female teachers or whatever, but obviously people take a lot from their education, and any significant disparity in representation is going to reflect some kind of social value. So, I mean, we can see the need for this reflected in the fact that two of the largest breakout conservative figures in the past 5 years, respectively, Jordan Peterson and Andrew Tate, both became powerful in exactly the same way. That is to say, they postured as like self-help gurus for young men who felt like they'd been failed by society and left no options to better themselves otherwise. Now, the prescriptions those two offer are garbage and completely irredeemable. I think Jordan Peterson said you should clean your room. You can do that, but apart from that, don't listen. But it shows what people are going for, right? And frankly, it doesn't take a lot of internet sleuthing to find out that a lot of people are feeling really listless these days. You have to give people identities and aspirations. I see a lot of this discussion with young women. One of the discourse bits that always comes up, it's how do you be a good feminist, but also like, what about this feminine wiles thing, right? Or like, how do I balance my progressive attitudes on gender with this, that, the other attitude I have on what it means to be a woman. It's an interesting topic. I have no skin in the game. Good luck, right? I don't know how often that gets resolved in left spaces with guys, because it is a good question. How do you resolve, progressivism with being a masculine guy? A lot of women you might want to date kind of do like manly guys, at least some of them, right? But what does it mean to be manly in a context that isn't, Andrew Tate or Jordan Peterson? Just having the conversation might get a lot of folks invested, or they might understand that the left is interested in these issues beyond a sort of token, surface level political skim where they're trying to get people off the top. Compassion.
Yeah, compassion's the right word, I think. And, you got a lot of backlash for talking about this. And, you might tweet about it, but where I've heard you.
All right, gang, for you hardcore viewers that rock with us for endless hours every day, here's a little gem you might appreciate. So a big part of what this makes me think of in terms of gender expression and being a masculine man and all this stuff is I do identify as a cis-het straight male dude, all of those typical things. But I also feel like I'm not the most masculinized dude, and in some ways my personality is feminized in certain ways, and it's been a struggle to be okay with that. It comes out sometimes when I play drums and the way I like dancing along with the worship team or whatever. But a big part of my presentation now is I was watching this. She's a female YouTuber who I can't forget if she works on computers or build stuff. She's like a shop. It's just shop videos. And she's a lesbian and she's very pretty. And she's very busty. She's really large boobs. And she dresses super cute in her videos. And I was watching her basically break down how YouTube more or less punishes her algorithmically because they basically flag a lot of her content as being sexually inappropriate. They treat her as though her content is provocative when there's actually nothing at all provocative about her content just because of the way she looks. And she's like, this is how I look, this is my body, and this is my gender expression. I'm not gonna not wear cute outfits because this is how I feel, this is what I wanna look like, this is who I am. And she made a pretty convincing case, pretty much showing that people who make content similar to hers, even with the same titles, even if she makes stuff first, she was really, really convincing. She's really good. And she just deals with it. She's like, it just is what it is. I'm not, I want people to understand, but, I'm just going to do my thing. And she's like, I've been fortunate enough that, she's been able to be successful anyway. And it was really inspiring for me. And one thing it made me do was it made me stop not watching Hot Girl Does a Thing on YouTube. Cause I used to really kind of not watch a lot of those videos. If you just see a video of some super hot girl playing drums, I'd be like, well, yeah, she's a good drummer, but if I'm not gonna watch some dude play some drum solo, I'm not gonna watch some drummer just because it's a super hot chick, right? But now I'm more I try to make it just reflect my interest in the content. If I see somebody shredding on a guitar, and I'm in the mood to watch somebody shred on a guitar, and it happens to be a super hot chick, then bitch better shred. And if she does, I'm gonna leave a comment like, bitch, way to shred. And so I've tried to make sure I'm not punishing people.
What if you're just in the mood to watch some hot girl?
Well, that's okay too. That's okay too. Because there's a lot of women who watch a lot of shows and movies because they just have a thing for that lead male actor, right?
I think we all do that, whether it's women or men, or we're all attracted to.
Yeah, and if you're my type and you're excellent, people know I like strong female personality types. So if you're like Anna Kasparian, I think she's my type physically, 12 out of 10 in terms of what I look for. But she's also like amazing voice. The woman we're listening to, Anna Kasparian on the Young Turks.
Oh yeah.
But we're together. She's just struggling with this thing called being married to somebody else and raising a family, and she's just a little misguided right now. It's a phase,
especially when you're outside of her house 24 hours a day, right?
Yeah. She's just going through a little period right now. But yeah. So then on top of that though, but this is my thing, right? Like, I actually wear tights. Like, I really like wearing tights, and I like dressing up like a biker from the 80s and looking like Shawn Michaels. I mean, that was like my thing. Even when I was in second grade, I wore a leather biker jacket like Shawn Michaels and his god-awful green and gold sunglasses and my gloves, and I'd come in every day and like dance it off, singing the Shawn Michaels theme song. And I was just that fucking weird kid. And then when we were fucking 6th grade, we used to do these, Triple H's entrance was real hot back then, so we used to do the Fruitopia entrance. Dun, 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 dun. Insisting on, because we couldn't just go eat lunch in the cafeteria. We're wrestling people. You have to make a fucking entrance into the cafeteria. So I remember like really changing the whole aesthetic to my stream, because I realized I had this like studio set up, but it was literally just me and like the gear and like white walls, and then me like essentially not dressed at all, just talking into a microphone, and it was fine. It was like a good vibe, and I liked the content, but I was like, this doesn't look like, there's no like expression. And I always wanted to have long hair. I used to grow my hair. I used to have hair down to my shoulders. I was always growing my hair out and straightening it, because even though I look better with short hair, and if you poll 100 people, 99 out of 100 can tell you I look better with long hair, with short hair. But I've always seen myself as a person with longer hair because I have a penchant for professional wrestling and rock and roll, baby. And those dudes always have long hair for no fucking reason. Actually, 4 reasons, but we don't have to get into that. But anyway, it's interesting to hear this conversation, because I've just had to accept, like, yeah, I'm a masculine dude. I'm straight, but I'm not everybody's uber picture of masculinity at all times. I want to dance around like a sexy boy with my long hair and my pretty tights. And yeah, the world just has to fucking deal with it. And by the way,
these dudes that listen,
I was saying, by the way, this is what a scientist looks like. This is what a scientist.
It's funny when you think about like the when we talk about toxic masculinity and like the dudes that I would consider like toxic, because when they listen to the music that I listen to, if you put those guys in the same room with them, like, I mean, Think about putting David Lee Roth back in like the 80s, right? Like skin tight jeans, sweaty, shaved fucking chest, long hair. Like definitely there's like
Oh yeah, absolutely.
lines of like that dude would fuck anything that walked, right? Like I mean, if it moved, David Lee Roth was chasing it around. And these guys are like, Van Halen's awesome, but they wouldn't be caught dead with this dude at like dinner with. It'd be like Lupin, man. He's like, I love Van Halen, you know, as long as he's not sitting next to my fucking kid.
yes, with the pink eyeshadow and the long lashes. I mean, these guys were just that was it. I mean, when you look at like a Motley Crue thing, all right. So that was another thing too, like. Because
and come on, they're like Vince Neil's a god. He slept with so many women, and I'm like, yeah, I wonder how many men. And he's like, he never. And they're like, come on, dude. This guy was like king of the '80s. He was fucking everything that was in the bed with him.
Yeah. So when I was in college, I was into the pickup arts thing, right? Because I was trying to become a dating coach, and it was a great education in some ways, but it really became clear to me that this was like not it. And I remember being in the office of one of my anthropology professors, and I was preparing to go to Malibu to meet with Neil Strauss, and I was kind of showing him who these guys were. And at that time, the pickup artist had been on VH1, so I kind of pulled up a picture of that cast, and he's like, "You gotta admit, these guys look a little." They look a little fruity, you know what I mean? Because the whole thing to them, the pickup art, so you're trying to take guys who are like seriously like virgins, and you give them like these damn near Prince personas. It's all about peacocking, and they're wearing these bright shirts and these feathered boas and these weird glasses, and they've all got these accessories on. And so it was like, again, like we're trying to make them alpha males, but you're making them look like a reboot of the Great Value Backstreet Boys here. It's like the Math Club trying to do a boy band talent show. It's just not. No, it's just not the. It's not the vibe. It's not the look, right? So yeah, it's just weird how we sell these ideas to people, and I think it almost. In many cases, it hurts more than it helps.
Well, it hasn't changed that much either. Like, I mean, it's changed. I think that we're seeing a very small group of people, at least I hope we see a very small group of people that are pushing back so hard, because look, what we find attractive is still like when you think of like the guys in the magazines, Jay, I mean, it's not changed that much difference, because it's the cheekbones, the jawlines, and all that. It's literally Robert Downey Jr. They cut his hair and put him in a different thing, but he's still got this like I don't know what the word would be, but like when you think metrosexual, or when I thought metrosexual, well, yeah, but when you think like there's no real like way to tell like which way they swing, I guess, so to speak.
Oh yeah.
If there's no like
averageness,
like, thing, and
believe it or not,
as far as like sexuality goes, right? Like the lines are really blurred, and then you've got like these masculine dudes out there that are like, you know, but I don't know. I think it's scary to a lot of people. I think they're extremely scared when they encounter someone that's so secure in their own masculinity or their own body, to the point that they can say, yeah, I'm attracted to another guy, where there's so many people that are like, that's gross, right? Like, it's fine with me as long as you stay away from me, or whatever that common trope is. But you've got these people that are so uncomfortable, like when they look at a man, that they'll never say that dude's attractive unless it's like, you know, some asshole country singer or something.
So I give my mom credit for this, because I said something when I was pretty young, like grade school age, about a man being handsome or something, and my mom told me that it was really important that I'm able to say that another man is handsome without feeling insecure about my sexuality. So I never, it was kind of important to, she basically sent me the exact opposite message at a pivotal time in my life where you know. And then I always thought other dudes were so weird. Like I still, even now, like I just think the most dudes are so weird to me. And I think it's because of that. It's because to them, what they think of as masculinity, to most of us, I think that are more emotionally mature, just looks like insecurity.
It can, yeah. I think it manifests in that way a lot. Hey, before you go back to playing this video,
yeah, you're good.
The little Martian on top of the heater, does that thing work?
That's the thing that's he's projecting the stuff on the wall.
On the ceiling. So it's that good, because I've seen it. I've seen it on the Instagram things, and I want one, but I'm like, no, there's no way it can be this good. So that's literally, it's that good.
Yeah, they're sweet. Yeah, they work really well.
Awesome.
Yeah,
thanks.
I'm not crazy about the stand. They fall over sometimes, but they're they're sweet little projectors.
It reminds me of that Bugs Bunny Martian.
Yeah, Jewish space laser.
This issue at length is on your streams. And I think you're thoughtful in the way you talk about this issue, but you still get hit with, oh, you're just a secret right winger from your critics, right?
It's been known to happen. I know
what's behind that, because I feel like that is what most of, at least the online left, I don't know if I can say that about the left in general. They seem to spend a lot of time going after one of their own who might have some ideas that are a little different, or might have concerns that are a little different from their own.
Well, the gatekeeping tendencies of the left are how you know you're a leftist, right? If you're a good leftist, the people you hate most should be other lefties. It's the only way to know.
I'm a great leftist then.
Yeah, we're phenomenal leftists. I think there's kind of like, I don't want to overuse the term, or maybe use it lightly, the term trauma, but I feel like after the past decade of online discourse, people are very sensitive, especially on the left. People are very sensitive to the idea that we need to treat men better, not necessarily because they disagree with the idea of treating men better. That seems like a nice thing to do broadly. I would hope a lot of people would agree with that, but rather because we need to treat men better has often been couched in this very ideologically loaded set of policy and social prescriptions that usually have to do with undoing the gains of feminism, or at the very least negating the harms that women experience socially because of the patriarchy or inequality. I fully sympathize with the sensitivity. I mean, I've been online for a while. I see how the discourse tends to go, but we have to be strong enough to understand when a dog whistle isn't a dog whistle, when it's just a term. I would hope that a lot of lefties could understand. You may have an aversion to the capital M, capital R men's rights movement, a justified one. But to the outside, when you seem to be taking a stance against the concept of men's rights, people who aren't as familiar with the context of that discourse might interpret that as you literally politically being opposed to like men doing all right, which doesn't do great for them recruitment numbers. We could really use those. Things in the country aren't going great right now, and bereaved masculinity is basically the front line. It's the bulwark of the fascist movement that's growing in this country. Steve Bannon was specifically recruiting from incel forums. Those Andrew Tate 12-year-old TikTok flossing tweens or whatever are not going to grow up to vote for Biden when he's 105 years old. There is a trend that's happening right now.
Cheers, gang. I'm gonna put a little cheers in the chat here. I know I like this other toast. Cheers, beers, and here's to the queers. All right. So.
And doesn't it say something about Andrew Tate and like the people, you wonder, because if I'm not mistaken, didn't he just go away for sex traffic?
Yes.
Do you think like his like those,
or he's on his way away?
Like,
did he get it locked up?
All I know is that I know they arrested him somewhere. And there was some big controversy about like Greta Thunberg and a pizza box. Like,
yeah.
He said,
he
said
got
something.
arrested.
And
Right,
what did he say, Sarah?
He went off talking about all of the vehicles that he owns, all these like supercharged turbo
Right.
vehicles, and he posted a picture, and the picture had a pizza box in the picture that they were able to target.
Yeah, so he got caught.
Hang on a sec,
but
real quick, y'all. The reason I just want y'all to appreciate. Hang on. The reason right now Uncle Bobby is learning the Stockton slap, and I love this move so much because it's an MMA like lead punch. But you literally are just slapping the shit out of people. And you know Uncle Bobby's the type of fighter who, when it's appropriate, is like, come here, boy, I'm going to just slap the shit out of you. So I'm sorry. I'm go ahead. I'm just really excited to have Uncle Bobby out here slapping people in the face. Go ahead.
Yep. That'd be an Uncle Bobby move.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Oh, I love it.
Can you make him shake his head?
Probably as like a taunt or something. Yeah. All right, he got arrested, no trial yet. But yeah, go ahead.
So
You're talking about Andrew Tate.
I just wonder if that says anything to them, because like we see this across, like we saw it with Lupin, right? There's nothing that could ever change that could change Trump or Hovind in his mind, right? Like those two dudes are on pedestals. I wonder how many people have put Andrew Tate up there, right? Like, because of all the cars, because of all the women, because of all of that shit. And to me, that plays into what I would consider another like toxic masculinity trait, maybe. Like, right? Like it's that these guys are put up. Sorry, it's late, so I'm a little tired. But these guys are put up on such big pedestals that there's nothing. It's almost the same like psychological thing going on with a mother believing her child shot somebody, right, or committed murder.
Yes,
it's almost at that level. Like they'll never be able to believe like my child did this.
Yes. Also, I have some food here. I've totally forgot about it. Let me go grab that, and I'll be right back. I did the same screen. All right. Let's do.
There is a group of people looking for answers, and that's young men who do feel listless. And you can watch them be pulled away by a multi-million-dollar effort from the right to appeal to their insecurities, or you can try to do something about it. And to me, there is an obvious right answer here.
I agree with you on that. I'm going to leave you all with one final statistic, and this is incredibly alarming. A May 2021 poll from the Survey Center on American Life revealed the number of American men who view themselves as having no close friends quintupled over the last 30 years, increasing from 3% in 1990 to 15% in 2021. So for anyone who thinks that this is just about male entitlement to sexual activity, you're mistaken. Open your eyes, look a little harder, because if you consider yourself a progressive or a leftist, the whole ideology is to want to uplift people, pick people up when they're down, and immediately dismissing this very clear issue that continues to grow in the country, I don't think is the right way to go. I think the left needs to offer better solutions. And to be completely frank, I don't know exactly what those solutions are yet, but I want to have more of these conversations moving forward. And Vaush, I'm grateful that you took the time to talk to us today.
And I'm incredibly grateful that you reached out and gave me the opportunity. Thank you very much. And yeah, it's not a zero-sum game. It's really not. We lose nothing by trying. And the advice, the engagement, it's just it is at par with what we're willing to do with basically every other group, every other social issue. You know, just the decency to give it a little bit of a sociological look over and maybe arrive at some prescriptions. I think we can do that, and I think people want to do that too once they get past the cloud.
Absolutely.
Casper, elf, freak, ghost, inside out Oreo are just one of the few things I've been called all my life. I have have never been called the N-word. However, I have been asked to say it to prove that I'm black.
Yeah, I'd be curious as to the amount of Christian incels there are.
A lot
Like,
of
if
them,
this is as much of a
probably most of them. Yeah, I know. It's weird because they're kind of voluntarily celibate, a lot of them. So it's tough, but I put them in the same category because most of them are, even if they say like, "Oh, I'm waiting for marriage," they're not moving towards that in any sort of meaningful way. So that I would still say they qualify. I just wanted to quickly say, because I gotta keep moving, that part of the conversation I wanted to have, because he brought up men's rights, is I used to have a discussion with a lot of New Jersey politicians about men's reproductive rights, and when you hear that, a lot of people on the left, sometimes social justice warriors, get a little triggered, like, the man's woman to lay down with him, then he needs to take responsibility and all that type of stuff. And the thing we had really realized was there are issues such as the courts having a real bias in custody cases towards mothers, even in cases where the mom is like literally strung out on drugs, not employable, not working, completely misusing the court's funds. A lot of times a well-intentioned dad who's really doing the best he can is still a lot less likely to get custody. And then we kept having situations where like women were not telling my uncle that they were pregnant with this child. And a lot of times we didn't know about these kids because they didn't want him to be a part of that child's life. That was the decision they felt completely fine making without him. And then when they fell on hard times and decided my family was upwardly mobile, all of a sudden we're meeting cousins and grandkids who were sometimes 10 to 15 years old. And it really is dramatically different. And when you sort of see that side of your family dynamic and you're going, if you want to get rid of this quote unquote deadbeat dads, you've got to sort of see a bigger picture in which there are some systematic things here that are not helping and they're not working for men. And I think you can have that conversation without, alienating the conversations that need to be had around supporting children and supporting women. And it was interesting because that was an issue that I could talk about, like at that North Ward Center where I showed you guys pictures of, where it was something Republicans and Democrats would hear me out on and totally think that there was something to that conversation. I'll be right back because I still got to grab my food. But I want to set up this next video because it's important to the title where I said, racism isn't skin deep. This is something James has mentioned, where when we think of race, we simply associate it with, blacks and whites and the brown-skinned people. Sean, we talked about this a little bit around Doug's wife, how there's a lot of dark-skinned people in America, and they're from different countries, and they don't consider themselves black, so they don't identify as black. And this is sort of the other side of that, where you can be light-skinned and have this light white complexion, and black people you'll be alienated from black people as a result of that, but then at the same time, white people are not going to accept you because they can tell based on your other features that you're not Caucasian. Go ahead.
I'm gonna run. It's just late, Jay, but I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Appreciate you. Thanks so much, Sean.
On that Doug note, when you played this video, I think it speaks to how it's so telling that he's in a much different category, because this lady literally, one of the first words she comes out with is Oreo. And when I said that to Doug, he had no idea what I was talking about. And to have two children that are of mixed race and not know unless it's not like a large pejorative anymore, but I think it's still
he just had a touch, I think.
Well, but that says something about the way that when we've said, well, your kids are privileged, your kids are not experiencing the same thing, like your wife doesn't experience this. And he's like, oh no, we experience all this. And it's like, wait a minute, like you don't know like thug or like any of these kind of pejoratives with what you're saying,
Right,
like how can I be racist
or
when
the
I'm in this
political
black
stuff.
culture, right?
Right,
Like if
absolutely.
you don't know, that's just to me, that's telling
No, yeah,
someone that
100%. It's like I
doesn't
said,
struggle.
when it's useful to him, he'll mention their brown skin. When it's not, he makes it very clear they're not participating in the black culture. You're not raising a black kid, and you're that ignorant about these things.
Yeah, thank you. That's the point I was trying to make.
Absolutely. All right, let me get this rolling. Thanks so much for calling in today, Sean.
Thanks, brother. Yeah,
we'll see you later.
Yep, bye.
I've been accused of white privilege. When I was 5, my father was accused of kidnapping me in a toy store. I can still hear that lady yelling, that black man stealing someone's child. The biggest privilege I have had, though, was not being born in Tanzania. I probably would be right now, if not dead.
Morning, kiddo.
I'm surprised you even knew the sun was out. You know reading in the dark is bad for your eyes, right?
My eyesight is fine. I can still tell you're my daughter, even with all of that gunk on your face.
Don't wait up for me tonight, all right?
They working you late again?
It's Trey's birthday tonight. I thought it might be fun to go.
Oh, I didn't know you were friends with Trey.
Not really, but everyone from work is going, so...
Oh, well, okay. But don't have too much fun.
Love you, Dad.
Love you too, kiddo.
Come on, need this for table 5.
You know they can hear you out there, right?
I'm just giving the people what they want. Ah, there he is.
Happy birthday, man.
Thanks, man. Hey, it's not your birthday until you clock out. So, apron up.
Man, even on my cumpleaños, you are just no fun.
Happy birthday, Trey.
Thanks, Ru.
Psst. I think she likes you, bro.
Nah, man. Let it go.
Hey, Jacob.
It's just weird, man.
Come on, bro. Don't be like that. She's nice. Yeah, a lot nicer than those girls I've seen you with.
She's an albino, man. Have you seen her eyes? Shit freaks me out, dude.
First of all, it's called albinism. Do you call a blind man a blindo? No. And so what?
Don't judge me for saying this, but she looks weird, man. She's like white. Like the color. I don't know. She's not real black. She's not pure breed.
You're crazy.
I'm not crazy, man. I just know what I like. And whatever she is, I know I do not like that. I mean, would you ask her out?
Hi, I'm Rue. What's your name?
Hi, my name is Billy.
Hi. You are?
I'm Rue from Sitter.
That's odd. Could have sworn we canceled that request.
That's weird. I didn't see any.
Don't worry about it. This thing happens all the time. And for your troubles. You have a good rest of your night.
Black history ain't just a month for our community. Black history is the very air that we breathe. 28 days for millions of lifetimes of achievements? 28 days is like this country's promises. Insufficient.
Now, I hope you all appreciated that performance. Normally, we start around 7, but sometimes you got something inside you that can't wait to get out. I want to welcome everyone that's here. I want to welcome the people. I want to welcome the people I see every month, and I want to welcome the people I'm seeing for the first time. I want to welcome you all, and thank you for making this place safe for Black artists and keeping it that way. It's important.
She's like white. She's not real black.
Dad, is that the ghost from the fight movie?
And you can't say things like that, man.
I think that's one of them albinos.
Do you think it's contagious?
Should move to the back.
Oh my God, look at her.
How are you supposed to hang out with some chick that looks like a ghost?
I think she's cursed.
Are you Latino? Are you Asian? Are you black? Or
She looks like an alien.
Are you
Have
adopted?
seen The Dark?
She definitely has white privilege.
Freak.
This chick is white as a paper towel. She's so pale she needs a tan.
Freak.
Here you go. Looks busy today.
Thanks. So why'd you leave last night?
You were there?
Yeah, I was excited. I thought I'd finally get to hear some of your stuff. I'll see you riding during your lunch breaks.
I didn't think I belonged.
What do you mean?
She said it was for Black artists only, and
it is. I understand if maybe you lack in confidence and don't see yourself as an artist, but I hope you didn't leave last night because you don't see yourself as Black. It's a place for any Black person to come and feel safe. There's no judging, no name calling, no presumptions. We are who we are.
do you go there a lot?
Yeah, every now and then. It's nice to get perspective sometimes. You should come next week.
I'll think about it. I gotta get back.
Hey, Rue. Has anyone ever told you how pretty your eyes are?
Chauvin murdered George, and they call it the George Floyd trial. Travis McMichael murdered Ahmaud, and they call it the Aubrey trial. Even when we're victims of bloodshed, no matter how vile, somehow, always, we're the ones on trial.
That was beautiful. Thank you, Chris. Would anyone else like to come up?
I would.
Of course. What's your name, dear?
Rue?
Stage is yours, Rue.
Casper, elf, freak, ghost, inside out Oreo. Those who aren't so harsh take the more diplomatic route. What are you? Black, European, Asian, mixed? Those are the words, the phrases, and the questions that have forced me to restructure my mind on how I see others, how I see myself, and how I see our beauty. It's always what, never who. Individual differences aren't the blessings that we like to pretend that they are. When you don't fit into a box, you get boxed out, reduced to a fraction of what makes you yourself. And that fraction takes up so much attention that no one is interested in you and your fullness. I was born with albinism, a condition that produces no melanin in my body. It basically leaves me with no skin color and weak eyesight. I have learned one thing though, vision will take you further than eyesight ever will. Being Black in America is a protest. Being Black in America with white skin is revolutionary, but only because I refuse to fold to the insults and the fear that trap my character. I don't live in your America. I live in no man's land, where beasts and ghosts and villains and powder color freaks roam. At work, I'm told to put on makeup so that I don't scare people away. I get burned so much more easily than anyone else. Sometimes it feels like even the sun rejects me. People take one awkward glance at me and they decide that I'm not a part of the beloved Black community that I love so much. They decide before we even discuss Malcolm or Assata, George or Breonna. They decide before they even ask me where I'm from, where I've been, or where I dream to go. I guess I should count my blessings though, because if this were another time or space, maybe Tanzania or Mali, where people believe that people like me possess special healing powers to cure HIV, the visionless may try to hack my body and leave me for dead. If people say it enough, it becomes a construct that holds much more power than it ever deserved. And people get hurt in the process. Anybody in here ever been hurt by someone else's ignorance? Put your fists in the air if people say that you're pretty for a fat girl, or you're strong for a light-skinned dude. If People pull their purses when you pass them on the street, or they try to touch your hair like you're some type of pet. People think they're being nice when they say you're pretty for an albino. Why can't I just be beautiful? Everyone puts my condition first and me second, but I'm rude. This is who I am before anything else. My condition gains me no acceptance, and my skin buys me no privilege. Yes, I have a wide nose, full lips, and white skin, but I'm American, and I'm Black. Qualities that mold me, but they're not the whole of me. I love this Black girl magic. I get to carry it around like my own personal badge of honor. Beauty is a feeling that comes from within, and whatever skin you're in is absolutely stunning.
All right, is anybody in here with me? James? Y'all a bunch of cowards, man. I wasn't ready for that shit. And ain't nobody in here with me to talk about this shit. Y'all done left me out here high and dry. James, get... Y'all, I ain't got no hero support, nothing. Bunch of meanies. But yeah, man, so coming up, man, it was crazy like that because I didn't really interact with Black people a lot other than, you know, my family and my cousins, or, you know, when I went to New Jersey and people were constantly telling me, you know, you're not really Black. Like she said, Oreo, Black on the outside, white on the inside. You look good for an albino. My version of that was, you have really good English. You don't talk like one of them. You know, thanks, it is my first language. But then, you know, constantly, obviously being rejected, being the only Black kid in all white school, I always felt like I had it harder than kids who even went to public school. Even if you grew up near me and you went to public school, there was a lot more diversity in your school. But if you lived in a, you know, community of color or something like that, then I felt like at least that was something you didn't have to deal with every day. So I know what it feels like to just feel like you don't have any home, really. Like nobody really will call you one of their own. Nevertheless, you have to grow up and be proud of your culture and represent for your people. And, you know, it's a very difficult journey to be on emotionally. So that was really crazy. Man. But James really did point that out at one point, basically to say that race is not just about skin color. Because if somebody, you know, was light-skinned but had these features, you know, people would still treat them like, you know, like they're black. All right, y'all. We're going to go ahead and, man, I'm having some fun, gang. I can go late tonight because I'm trying to think. Oh, I do have a meeting tomorrow. What time's my fucking meeting tomorrow? Like 3 p.m. or some shit like that? All right. All right. Let's see what we got here. All right, maybe I'll do that tomorrow. And let's jump into some Uncle Bobby, gang. It's Uncle Bobby fucking time.
All right,
Bonus
let's
content.
jump into this shit. Uncle Bobby's voice is back a little bit. Right as I say that. But hold on, gang. Hold on, gangs. Okay, back on topic. How to read a text. Damn, I look tired. Let's do this.
Yeah, so weird to tell an American you have good English. Yeah, exactly. And when I really feel like getting at them, y'all, I'm like, I'll say, you should hear my Spanish. It's dog shit.
We're going to review the game tape. Now, for those of you that aren't aware what I'm talking about, Uncle Bobby did a debate last night, and he wasn't even aware it was a debate. I thought it was a conversation, but hey, it's what happens when you talk to an apologist. Gang, before we jump into the actual video, there's two things I want to say. The first one is, and again, there's nothing I'll say about you behind your back that I won't say to your face. And I told him this. Here we go. Hold on. Let me check this. Yep. And yep. And I said, apologist is Cajun for liar. You lied, Chris. You absolutely lied. There were a handful of times during yesterday's tape where I called my shot. I said, you're going to edit this. You are. And he's like, why would I? This is gold. Like, I'm burying myself. It's like, you were going to Frankenstein edit something. It's not what I thought it was going to be, but he did. The moment I woke up, the first thing I saw on social media was the Frankenstein edit. Yeah, you did, Chris. You lied. And after seeing that, I realized talking to an apologist is like talking to fucking Hannibal Lecter. You guys remember one of the main rules about when you talk to Hannibal Lecter? Don't tell Hannibal Lecter anything personal about yourself. I have always hesitated because I learned my lesson with SJ, telling the story about getting kicked out of Sunday school to a Christian apologist. They always end up using it against me. It's like, fuck it, let's give it a shot. So I told the story. Now, I knew from the get-go, because this was like maybe the first 5 minutes of the interview debate, interrogation, more like it. And I told the story. And I was like, it was an example of what I was talking about. And I said, I don't believe in your God anymore. I'm no longer a Christian because does my voice just crack? I have asked legit questions for 39 years. I never got an answer. So I dumped it. I gave Chris an example. And that was, again, what did Noah do with all the poop? That's a legit question, right? I even said that's not the reason why. And you will hear it on the game tape. Chris Frankenstein edited that part. He did. Now, when you go on this fucked up ass timeline, it's Robert's an atheist because he doesn't understand about poop. So much, in fact, my timeline is now littered with Chris apologist talking about my misunderstanding of poop disposal. So much, in fact, during the show, gang, this is how married they are to their script.
Hey, Carrie.
I even said at the very end, and you will hear it, that's not the reason why I'm an atheist. During the side chat, they were already going in on Robert Reed does.
Did you want me to pause it?
No, I was good. I just can't believe they did that to him.
Oh, wait. You wish they didn't do that to him, or you can't believe they did that to him?
Oh, I wish they hadn't done that. I can't believe they did it.
Of course you can believe they did that.
Yeah. That's a level of cruelty.
You're a fucking liar, Chris. You are. You said you weren't going to do it. I said you were because you're an apologist. Now, again, I severely doubt, but if you want to talk again, we can do it. You got to come on my channel, but we can have another talk and we can go over all the parts where I can call you out for being dishonest. Now, here we go. Presuppositional apologetics. Here's the foundation of presuppositional apologetics. Step one, the presup is right. Step two, the atheist is wrong. Step three, the atheist knows that the atheist is wrong. Step four, the atheist actually knows that the apologist is right. Step five, we just won't admit it because we're suppressing the truth in unrighteousness. Now, when that is your foundational pillar, you are no longer interested in a debate. And I even said this during this debate. This is a flow chart. This is an interrogation. There was nothing about that said debate, because an actual debate is a back and forth. It's a free exchange. 2, 3, 4. That was about 4.5 sneezes. Good job, buddy. Back on topic. A debate is a free exchange of ideas. You listen to what I have to say, vice versa, bitty bitty boo. That's the game. Chris never really answered any questions because he employed tactics. And their tactic is, don't answer any questions. Put the atheist on the hot seat. Now again, I am not making a claim. They are. And the claim is God exists. So instead of saying, and I did the same thing I always do, that's my mother, dude. Can you match that? No. The Christian makes the claim. Now it's the Christian's job to back said claim. Instead, we started talking about how do I know things. And when I asked him a question, you either got a really short answer, no, God did it. And the next thing you know, it's me, right? And again, that rapid fire style, and I said it during the interview, whatever you want to call it, the interrogation. You stack talking point on top of talking point. You stack question on top of question. That way, the person you're talking to never gets an opportunity to get their feet set. And even though I'm calling him out while he's doing it, he continues to do it. Now, gang, we're going to go over this. And I don't know. Am I breaking YouTube rules? Right? Is he going to get this struck down? I'm going to lose my channel because I talked to a damn precept. Let's give it a run. Let's find out. Let's get this whole, let's cue it up. Hold on. Okay. I didn't like his entrance music, gang. You want to know why? Because it sounds like today's music. And I think that's him. And it's not a personal attack.
Gang, we've got to revisit that entrance music. It's bad. I mean, it's really bad. What was the name of that channel?
What is that?
Oh, Lord. Yo, what was the name of the channel? History. It's got to be in my history. Got to be in this history somewhere. It just does. Gotta be here. Yeah, here we go. Oh, Lord. The name of his channel is awesome. K-Dub True. Oh, my goodness. I didn't even realize his name was that bad. Y'all, the name of his channel is K-Dub True. Chris K-Dub. Yeah, it's just the hokiest modern day Christian hip hop nonsense with that whack ass phone. Look, all right, but look at this, y'all. Here we go.
Christ clean me up. Christ clean me up. I ain't got a stain and I'm feeling brand new. Yeah, 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 yeah. Christ clean me up. Christ clean me up. I ain't got a stain and I'm feeling brand new. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Do you want to kill yourself yet?
Listen, yeah. I ain't got a stain on me. Cause it's all by his grace, homie. Gave his righteousness, now I'm spotless. Didn't earn it, but I still got it, yeah. Woo. Not by my works. Yeah. Now I'm in his church. Yeah. Ain't nothing I could earn. Did it by his own. Yeah, you know I didn't deserve. Now I'm singing out. Christ clean me up. Christ clean me up. I ain't got a stain and I'm feeling brand new. Yeah, 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 yeah. Christ clean me up. Christ clean me up. I ain't got a stain and I'm feeling brand new. Yeah, 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 yeah. Christ clean me up.
Oh my
I was a
goodness.
mess, my goodness, it's unworthiness. But now I'm feeling brand new. I ain't worried about a thing. His glory now I sing. Yeah. Got a new mind, got a new heart. Glory to God, who art worthy of all praises by tongue, tribes, and nations. He dressed us in this white robe. His righteousness we now clothe. Glory to God and Christ alone. Glory to God and Christ alone, yeah.
Awful. Oh, he did not. He did not. All right, here we go. This is the song for the show.
Gotta get doxology to God hollow because this is how we do it at All Things Theology.
Awful.
Grace and peace, grace and peace. Welcome back.
There's the Richard Madsen. Peace and respect. Peace and respect. Peace, respect, love, justice, mercy. Peace and respect, love, justice, mercy, hope, and power, y'all. Awful.
But that hyper computerized sound, man, I can't stand it. Look at the gray in my facial hair. I limp. I'm cranky. Go fuck yourself. I got gray on my chest. Give me a break. I'm old enough to be able to say I lost my mother to cancer. This new sound, I don't
so
care
bad.
if it's Chris. I don't care who the fuck is
I
doing
went to
it.
go look for that pistol in my desk and gather so I
we're
could
gonna
put
just
myself
get
out
to
of my
the-
misery.
Hold on. How do I get this? Okay. I don't know where we are. Let's just roll the tape. Majority of those questions were answered with something that on the level of subpar. Like the one that I always... Hold on, pause the tape. Are we already there? I just built #unprofessional. I don't know if I'm missing anything important. Let's just rewind it just a little bit. Because I think, gang, we're right on top of the poop story. Now, gang, before we get this thing going, a legit question was asked when I called into Bundy's channel. Why didn't I lose my shit during the show? Here's the reason why. It's one of the best parts about being a fighter, gang. It's learning when to fight. Know when to hold them, know when to fold them. Hold on. Gang, that was disgusting. Did you guys hear that? No, I hawked another loogie. I'm just getting it all out. I'm getting stronger. Uncle Bob is getting stronger, but it's still coming up. Back on topic. Where the fuck was I? Oh, why didn't I Hulk out during this show? Again, the best part about knowing how to fight is knowing when to fight, right? I proportion my offense and I level it off to the person who is offending me. Chris is a presuppositional apologetics person. What was I expecting? Now, he probably has used up the last of my good graces if we ever talk again. But you can always count on a dishonest person to be dishonest. Again, I'm not going to show you guys because one, I don't know how to do it. And two, that's a surefire way to get, was it DMCA'd or whatever? So we're just going to listen to the audio. I hope that's on the up and up. Back on topic. You should see my face in the beginning. Look at it. Listen to the tone of my voice. I'm not taking this seriously at all in the beginning. Did he get underneath my skin? Yeah, eventually he did. But you'll be like, did I do it right? Right? I didn't take it seriously. I've heard him say it. And when I heard him talk to Nikki, I can't remember the exact, but it was like, catfish 1 + 2 = blah, 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 blah. What? I'm not obligated to be logical? That's the side Tim Bruggen, Kate. Pizza sleeps fast under the west, therefore the mudge. You can always count on a dishonest person to be dishonest. So let's just roll the tape. That's why I didn't blow up, because I knew he was a pre-sub, and that's exactly how they sound. Roll the tape. And then at the age of 39, no mas. Now, I'm on Twitter, I'm on YouTube. Apparently, like you, I'm on Spotify. And, that's right. You know, all this stuff that comes to my mind.
Who is Craig? And what you talking about grace for Craig? Listen, I give Craig a lot of grace around here.
Nature is all there is. There is nothing beyond matter and energy. There is no supernatural reality. There are no married bachelors.
We have a powerful cumulative case.
Listen, I give William Craig lots of respect. You know, every time he drops Jan off for her night of BBC Action News, I tip my cap. Dr. Craig, she's in good hands. Be back tonight because you know the bitch can't spend the night. See you later.
I get to spit it out now. Now I'm here on the show, which let me see if I can get this all out. Just hit. I'm an atheist, but I'm pretty sure either you or maybe some of your followers actually believe I do believe in God, or I know there's a God. Let's see if I can call back my pause the tape. That's me right there. Now I'm just fucking with them. Because again, this is what they do. Right? Again, you're going to tell me that I actually do believe in God, which he did. You're going to tell me I'm an agnostic, not an atheist, which he tried. Everything I said is exactly what he did. But he's going to sit there and you know he's going to say, you're wrong. That's not what I'm going to do. That is exactly what he did. Again, it's almost like they all read from the same book or something. Roll the tape. Christian names. I know there's a God. I persecute Christians. I eat babies. What else? And I'm probably not an atheist. Someone
he didn't say eat babies, bro. He just said you rape people for a living. Don't worry about it, man.
You were about far left field as we can get.
I tried.
Yeah, that's interesting.
No, but that's my background.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah, we're going to talk about some of those. So you say you're a Christian. What made you apostatize?
Right here. Well, let me see. I don't think it was just one thing. Pause and tape. We're not going to get all the way through this. One, I don't want to have an aneurysm. Yes, there are definitely parts where it got underneath my skin because I was talking to a wall. Listen to what I just said. It wasn't just one thing. That was that Frankenstein edit where he posted it as one thing. Again, I said it during the interview. You guys are very skilled, and you go and you pick out either that one word or that one phrase. That's presuppositional apologetics. And again, the foundation of it is just sitting on some bullshit. It is. You can always count on a dishonest person to be dishonest.
We have a powerful cumulative case.
I'll speak for myself. I spent an entire lifetime asking questions. I would say the majority of those questions were answered with something that, on the level of subpar. Like the one that I always like to share is, and pardon me, I don't have COVID. The cedar, I don't know about North Texas, Central Texas, the cedar is ridiculous. Like the highest it's been in over 3 decades. So, man. Pause the tape.
Yeah, he did.
Do you know what that technique is that I'm doing right there? I did it in the first 4 minutes. It's called bridge building. That's how you knock down walls. Both he and I live in the state of Texas, right? It's what you do when you want to make sure there's no forest fire. It's one of the things that you learn. Definitely, again, by the time you hit 7th degree, we left the physical way behind. It's not that I still can't fight. Now I know how not to fight, right? Again, not that I ever do, but you go to a bar, you look, oh, you motherfucker, you're looking at my girlfriend's tits. Okay, here are my options. Beat him within an inch of his life. Or like, which one's your girl? Oh, her? What, is that a Budweiser? I'm going to tell you what. Her Budweiser, what are you drinking? Gin? Dude, I like gin. What is your favorite label? Hendrix? My man. Make his a double, get her a Budweiser. Bartender, it's on me. Bridge building. I would much rather spend $30 on watered down, overpriced alcohol than have to spend $10,000 on court fees, right? Put out the fire before it even starts. My cedar, I didn't owe him an explanation, but you try to bring the temperature down. But again, I'm talking to a pre-sup. So I know this is going to get in hot water. I'm trying to lessen the temperature. Roll the tape. But the one that always...
And this is the struggle we're constantly talking about in our community because, you know, like I told Uncle Bobby straight up, as far as I'm concerned, you know, being in the Uncle Bobby camp, it's like, look, y'all see it in the UFC game. It's the same attitude. Uncle Bobby, your job is to murder the opponent. The referee's job is to stop you. That's it. That's it. That's all I want to see. That's all I'm here for. Uncle Bobby, you murder the person. The referee's job is to stop you. If he dies, he dies. You know, but, you know, Uncle Bobby being, you know, a top flight martial artist, you know, he understands how to keep his cool and build the bridges and be technical. And interestingly, it's pretty much what happened with the Ken Hovind debate. You know, James was talking about that a little bit earlier, but it was the same thing. You know, I went in there, built the bridges. Kent and I were friendly enough, before and during and after the thing to try to just make it a pleasant evening for us to get through. Sure, I gave away a lot, but I shouldn't say I gave away a lot. I agreed with a bunch of things he said because, again, he wasn't asking me to give away anything I wasn't giving away. You're right, Kent. We never see a non-cow come from a cow. You're right, Kent. Drawing lines between organisms isn't evidence of evolutionary relationships. Whatever it was, right? Oh yeah, Kent, you're right. Science teachers, yeah, man. I heard those people are underpaid. You know what I mean? Like, whatever, bro. Like, you ain't really said nothing. But the same way I wanted Uncle Bobby to go in there trying to murder people, but he exercised some professional restraint. It's the same deal. Like, I went in there, yeah, I'm an atheist, but, on that particular night where the conversation is evolution on trial and it's related to what I do for a living as a scientist, I had to exercise some professional restraint. And it's just funny to hear him say it because I totally relate. And that's kind of what I related to yesterday. That's what I was telling Sean. I didn't disagree with Sean that potentially Uncle Bobby could have engaged a little bit differently on either side. Like, he didn't go in for the kill probably the way I would have had him, going for the kill. But he also didn't sort of really break it all down and engage conversationally the way Sean would have wanted him to. It just shows you, there's always too many cooks in the goddamn kitchen. But yeah, I appreciate where he's coming from, and I thought he did a fantastic job, and I really liked his appearance. You can always nitpick it, but like I said, for the most part, I don't think it's worth it because you just got to get in there and do what feels right to you so that, you're motivated to keep going.
Out. I asked my Sunday school teacher when I was a kid, what did Noah do with all the poop? She told me he threw it overboard. That answer for me was unsatisfactory at best. So I kept asking. Long story short, she told me. No, go ahead. Most people laugh at that story anyway. Okay. It's true.
All right.
She told me, if you keep asking that question, you're going to go to hell. And if anyone who knows me knows, I'm a mama's boy. She finished that off with, and you will never see your mother ever again. So that's where my questions always ended up, pretty much in the dumpster fire. And then at the age of 39, I was just like, you know what? Got tired of unsatisfactory answers. So here I am.
Right.
Stuff just didn't add up.
All right. Okay. So, because of poop. All right. Well, interesting. But I
didn't say it was because of poop. I didn't say it was poop. That right there. Pause the tape. Did you hear what I said? Chris said, all because of poop. I said, that's not what I said. That is not what I said. Then he Frankenstein edited that shit and put it out. So much, in fact, as of about an hour ago, because one of his followers told me I should go to Ken Ham's Ark Encounter. Gang, again, you are judged by the company you keep. If you're going to tell me that Ken Ham can straighten me out, you are crooked. He latched on, right? LOL, right? And again, you just heard me say it. And one of my followers, Dan? Either way, Duke, trying to remember. Fuck me, it just came to me. Sorry about that. I hope you hear this. I'm giving you a shout. Defended me. And it's like, Robert's answer was nuanced. More nuanced. And he was like, no, it's not. It's like, actually, yes, it is. In the beginning, I said, that's not it. At the end, I said, that's not it. Chris, your Frankenstein edited that shit and put it out like, that's what I said. You can always count on a dishonest person to be dishonest. Roll the tape.
That was one of the reasons.
That's the story. Yeah, that's the story that stood out in my mind.
Okay.
So yeah.
Okay. Interesting. All right. Well, so I'm a Christian. I've asked growing up questions that I didn't receive satisfactory answers.
Right.
So we
YouTube Punk, was it Scott Duke?
Experiences from that standpoint.
I was wondering if that was him.
But we went two different ways with that. Let
me see.
That caused you to kind of leave the faith. Whereas that caused
It says I started this stream 4 hours ago, so this is a medium length
We're
stream.
probably going to jump around and do some fast
Some of
forward.
y'all are new. Long streams around here is 8 hours plus. Really long streams around here is 12 hours plus. 4 hours for us is like medium. Hour to 3 hour, 2 hour, 2.5 hours. That's short. It's a little bit of you got to adjust your scale here a little bit. All right, I'll be right back, gang, and get rid of this plate. Appreciate you, Caterpillar.
That's the thing, though, gang. Again, Christians, do what you got to do. There gets to a point where, in order to go forward in that faith, you have to accept doo-doo-ass answers. You just do. You have to sit here and have someone else tell you, who's no smarter than you, that they know what's going to happen to you after you die. You've got someone else telling you that a virgin absolutely got pregnant. Now, Chris heard all that, and he dove into apologetics. I'm assuming to make sense out of it all. I heard all that, and I said, I'm just going to fucking dump it. And while we're on the topic of apologetics, again, when I sit here and I think about the laziest form there is, it's presuppositional. Because he said it at the very end. That is like presup, it's the undefeated side Tim Bruggencate straight up said that he got tired of getting waxed on during debates. So he went and found this fail-proof method of debating, which isn't debating. Here, again, here's presuppositional. I'm right. That's it. And again, when you deal with reality, Robert, what kind of shut up? When you deal with reality, it's like, again, maximum certainty, fuck faces, that's good enough for me. Because I'm not going to sit here and say I'm 100% certain, because I'm not. When I lost my brakes and almost died in a car accident, my brakes had worked hundreds of thousands of times before. Stepped on the brakes, foot went straight to the goddamn ground. I don't remember anything after that. Maximum certainty. Yes, I could be wrong. Doesn't mean I am, but I could be. But your refusal to say I could possibly doesn't mean you're right, right? And again, we're not making it through this. When I sit here and I think about the presup argument, gang, again, you got to go back and review the game tape. I'm not Aaron Ra. Again, I'm just some drunk fuckface. And if Chris sees this, he's going to monster edit that. He's a drunk. He's an atheist. He hates his life. Grr, shut the fuck up. I'm not Aaron Ra. I'm just a dude. So you got to come back. That's what I'm saying. If there's a second time, it's in my house. What the fuck? Well, even...
Gang, I want to quickly share my thoughts about people like Aaron Ra and Matt Dillahunty, because their names kind of come up, and to some extent, people like me and Uncle Bobby get thrown into that camp, and maybe rightfully so, maybe not. And I just want to give my 2 cents on the whole thing. And again, I'm not here to speak for everybody or to give the official stance. It's just my opinion as an outside observer and reflecting on my own feelings about the damn thing. I think the sort of like Matt Dillahunty and Aaron Ra are just these like angry, bitter atheist who want to burn it all down and whatever. I don't see them that way. I definitely get where people are coming from. So I'm not here to tell anybody that has that perspective that they're wrong. And I'm certainly not here to have a conversation about the effectiveness of it, because quite frankly, I don't care. But I will acknowledge that other people are saying they're not really passing judgment on their character or their personality so much as they're having a conversation about, I think Matt Dillahunty would be more effective if he hung up on people less, or I think Aaron Ra would be, easier to swallow if he looked less like Satan or whatever it might be. I just want to be clear. I'm not disregarding those arguments. It's just not what I'm speaking to. That's sort of does it work? Does it not work? Is it effective? Could it be more effective? I'm just not interested in that. What I'm more interested in is the comments that I hear that seem to reflect this idea that they're somehow deeply miserable people because they yell a lot or they curse a lot or they hang up on people. And I just don't see that with them. In both of their cases, I see people with a ton of perspective. I see people who, from what I can see, have very understanding and healthy relationships with their significant others and their friends and their audiences and the communities that they've built up. Even the Matt Dillahunty situation, where he kind of walking away from the atheist experience, changing, if not stepping away from his relationship with the atheist community of Austin. I felt like he handled it in a way that I know I would have been really uncomfortable dealing with in public and on stream. And he seemed very kind of mellowed out, like, hey guys, I'm not even trying to throw them under the bus, but since everybody's talking about this, asking questions, let me let you know where I'm coming from. He seemed to go out of his way to encourage people to continue to support them and their efforts. And I even recently, I think around the holidays, saw him on a stream with them. And quite frankly, as somebody that likes that style, that's what I feel like. It's just their style. And I don't mistake their style for their psychology as people. As a wrestling fan, it reminds me of Stone Cold Steve Austin. Quite frankly, one of the real exciting times for me as a wrestling fan, looking back at Stone Cold Steve Austin's career, was before he was Stone Cold Steve Austin, when he was stunning Steve Austin as part of the Hollywood Blondes. He kind of had this arrogant, very expressive heel character, really showed off kind of the way he was such a mechanic, a really great kind of technical, solid wrestler, very believable, great tag team wrestling with Brian Pillman, really just a totally different ball of wax. And when he went through the Stone Cold thing, and a lot of it was in response to a neck injury, he became very physically limited in the ring. He wasn't really that great of a wrestler anymore. But nevertheless, that heel character, I shouldn't even say heel character, that character, the anti-hero, the badass, the rattlesnake, the don't trust anybody, storm to the ring, give everybody a stunner, raise a couple middle fingers, knock a few cold ones back and storm off. To me, you try not to, when you see him now, lose sight of who he is as a person. He's just like a Texas dude. He's a rancher. He's chilling. He's enjoying life, right? We shouldn't mistake the character for the person playing the character. And not to say that they're characters, but I think y'all know what I'm saying. I just think they're fine. And then again, we don't need to fight about it, because if you disagree with me, honestly, I don't care. Like, if you think Matt Dillahunty and Aaron Ra are just some angry motherfuckers who need severe psychotherapy and to take a couple chill pills, fine, like, cool. Like, literally, it's like you telling me you have a different colored favorite shirt. I just be like, great, good for you. But, I just wanted to throw my 2 cents in there because I've really been inspired by both of them. And I do see them get angry and lose their temper and hang up on people and express their frustrations. But I kind of look at it as me, like I told y'all, when I watch wrestlers, I want them to lose their shit. I don't, yes, I like the cool, calm, collected. This Sunday, I'm telling you, you're going to step into that ring with a real man. And you're going to find out just what happens when it's all on. It's cool. Like you could get me to believe that. You could get me into that. But I like a motherfucker who's flipping out or who's going to start cool and then flip the fuck out. I'm telling you, if y'all really go watch some of them old Ric Flair shows, I promise you will see this if you eventually notice. Ric Flair will be talking shit in a promo before a match, go out to the ring, win a match, retain the World Heavyweight Championship, go back to the locker room, get in front of the camera, and just lose his fucking mind. Either because the person fought back too much, he didn't appreciate the commentators cutting to some other shot of a different wrestler. He didn't appreciate them talking so much about his upcoming match. He didn't like what, somebody in the front row said. Like he just found a reason to be pissed, despite the fact that he had won, despite the fact that he was on top of the business, despite the fact that he was making more money than everybody else in the company. None of that mattered. Ric Flair always needed to find a reason to be pissed off, and I mean to be losing his shit. So when you guys think back to Ric Flair, you go, oh, wasn't he the limousine riding, jet flying, wheeling, dealing, kiss stealing? Yeah, you do remember his punchlines. You do remember the fancy suits and the limos. But if you really watch, those were just setup. Those were just trappings. That was just an aesthetic. That was just the background so that the incredibly personal, passionate stories he wanted to tell you would leap off the page or leap out of the screen, really reach out through that TV and grab you. And so when you really see Ric Flair in his element, he looks like he needs immediate psychiatric attention. Like he looks like he needs to be restrained, injected with some sedatives, and locked away in the nearest psychiatric ward immediately. And that's what I love, right? Because I believe you. Right? Like when I talk about Sal and Rebecca, y'all see me losing my shit. You know that I really fucking hate Sal. And that's really important to me. I need you to be 100% convinced. I need you to feel in your bones what I feel, which is that if it were legal and ethical and sanctioned, I would choke the shit out of that motherfucker until he squeezed and tapped and begged for mercy, and I'd squeeze a little bit longer just because he was stupid enough to get in the ring sanctioned against me, and I could get a couple of extra squeezes in there before I let that nigga breathe again. You understand? And I need you to feel that as my audience. What's my point? You're crazy if you think that we don't hit the end stream button, kick back and gather, pour a drink, light one up, and we're just kicking back, playing games, watching, YouTube videos or fucking Game of Thrones or Weeds or Cheers. You understand what I'm saying? Don't believe everything you see so easily on TV. You know what I mean? And so I really do think that's just their style, and I love that about their style. And I don't think they're like these super crazy, angry atheists. Like I think they're fine, and that's just their stick, and they stick to it. And also I do think they reasonably get irritated, and they get annoyed, and they get frustrated hearing the same bullshit or people coming at them all smarmy and shit. And now a lot of us, you've seen me and James get sick of it. You've seen me get sick of it over the last year or so, whatever we've been dealing with this, probably not even. You see James get sick of it. He just started his channel a couple months ago. Now imagine doing this for 20 years. Right? Imagine you doing this for 20 years and you still have people like Otangelo calling you. Right? Like every once in a while, your fuse is going to be short as fuck. You know what I mean? And I don't think that means you're like an angry, deranged person. It just means you've been dealing with the same shit for fucking decades, and today you're just not having it. So I don't know. That's just my two cents on it. And I feel the same way about Uncle Bobby. People say the same thing about me, like, oh, he's crazy, he's deranged, he's gonna flip out, all he does is do drugs and fucking yell at people, and he's violent, and, you know, I'm afraid for my safety. I'm like, y'all, you're just, I hate to say this, you're just believing the hype, which is fine, because I want to put asses in seats, so you make me that much more compelling and interesting of a character. But it's hilarious when people say that. I'm like, man, these people take it that seriously? Like, y'all really think, like, Matt Dillahunty and Aaron Ra gonna let a couple calls from some apologists ruin their day? I don't know. I tend to think they've got that worked out by now. But anyway, that's my take on it, y'all. Let me know what y'all think.
Even if you show that my worldview, which I never claimed to have one during the entirety of the show, is just ridiculous. I just belch, #unprofessional, which Chris did not do during his show, gang. What kind of dark-hearted, soulless household must you be born and raised in when you don't hashtag your belches? The fuck's wrong with you? No wonder he's a pre-sub. Back on topic. He never showed me that he was right. The entirety of that talk was trying to break my shit down to say that I am.
Jake the Snake was a mastermind, absolute mastermind. Now, like, he's somebody who could deliver the calm, cool, psychotic promo and still be believable. I don't even know, like, I think you get in a lot of trouble when you start playing WWE footage. That's why I don't play most of that stuff, but I would definitely see if I could fuck around and get away with some old school promos. Like the old Mid-South promos and stuff. There's a short one. That one's WWE. See, they're all WWE. They're like, all right, let's see if they get the stream pulled.
85. A lot of controversy surrounds.
There is no controversy. What controversy would there be? I think you're talking about the World Heavyweight Championship.
Right.
There is a World Heavyweight Champion, and that is Dusty Rhodes. Didn't you see him? He pinned Ric Flair. He did something that no other man has done. He pinned Ric Flair for 1, 2, 3. Is that correct?
That's right.
All right.
With us right now, and let's bring in the man with the belt. And you can hear the fans acknowledge Nature Boy Ric Flair.
Apparently it was a popular decision. Huh? And as for you, smart guy, I don't care if you're the vice president of the biggest wrestling organization in the world.
Right, bringing that heat.
Flair, you're not the world heavyweight champion. You're not buying tickets to look at it. So if you got a personal opinion, voice it that way. Tommy Young, I don't personally like the man, but you said it yourself 5 times. Referee of the year.
Right.
And he calls them as he sees them. You understand?
Did we get away with this? They haven't gotten the stream pulled yet?
Can you?
Oh, are you wearing a striped shirt today? Huh? Are you representing the referees of the world?
Huh?
Stick to what you know how to do best. That's talking to that and sign checks. Leave the wrestling to me, Daddy. Now, as for you out there, Dusty Rhodes, it's only just begun.
That's right, baby.
You see,
Serious.
In the eyes of some people around the world, some of the glitter, some of the sparkly stuff might have rubbed off Ric Flair. But I got news for you. See, I'm still wearing cashmere. Yeah. I'm still walking around in alligators. I'm still looking at the diamonds on this big old Rolex. I'm still riding around that limousine. And I am still driving the women in this world completely out of their ever-loving cotton picking.
That's right, baby. Look at him.
Because I am still the world.
That look calm to you?
Heavyweight wrestling.
That look calm to you? Nah, baby, you gotta leap off that damn screen. I'm sick of it. Well, you think you are? You better stick to signing the goddamn checks and putting my name in the goddamn spotlight, and you leave the ass kicking to the people used to carrying the gold, not the pencils. Now, as for Sal Cardova and his little friend Becky, let me remind you something. This is not a third grade playground. This is word wrestling entertainment. And if you think you're gonna take this belt from me, I hope you're planning to spend the rest of your life on death row, because you're gonna have to fucking kill me to do it. Believable, folks. Make me believe it.
I'm wrong. Now, dang, how disgusting is this?
Hashtag unprofessional.
Only motherfuckers. You know the rules. You know the drill.
Kat said, which one is Ric Flair?
Even if
oh my
they sit here
goodness.
and
Becky with the
my
bag.
mustache in front of you guys. Robert Reed, go fuck yourself.
Oh man. Now see, that's why we need more female voices in this community, because, you know, let's face it, a lot of us penis carrying monkeys, we really getting sick of everybody souping up Becky like she's just the hottest thing. Because let's face it, Becky is like Christian attractive at best. Becky ain't even in the same time zone as secular hot. Okay? She's Bible study beautiful. Okay? Y'all know what I'm talking about. You gotta grade on the Christian curve. You know what I'm talking about? But see, like, because we have penises, people would have said we was all types of fucked up coming at her for her aesthetics. But man, when Heathen Queen got in here, started ripping on that bitch's forehead and hair and poor fashion choices, that shit was pure gold. See, ladies, we need your voice. We need your voice because, you know, really, that raggedy ass bitch really needs to, somebody need to break it on down. But as men, you know, it's in poor taste. So sometimes we need the ladies in here to shit all over these other women. You understand what I'm talking about?
You show that my view
Hashtag
on the world
unity
is totally backwards. All kinds of fucked up. I just like, you should be locked in a room, Robert.
He can do J-Hub and not Ric Flair.
All you've done is shown that my view on the world is fucked up. What you haven't done is show that a virgin got pregnant, that some dead dude, Obi-Wan Kenobi'd a fucking boulder out of the way so he can come out of a tomb, which they did not fucking put crucified people in the fucking tomb. Let me guess.
Cheers,
I probably
gang.
took it out of context.
Queen.
I don't give a shit. Even if you show me that my worldview, which again, I never once said that I had one. Even if you show me that I'm so bass-ackwards that I should probably be full-time in a straitjacket, you still have done nothing to show me other than assert. You've done nothing to prove that your side is right. Roll the tape.
For the faith. And read apologetics, philosophy books from brilliant men, Christian men such as Cornelius Van Til, Greg Bonson.
Who are these people?
Great Christian thinkers and philosophers out there. So let's start from this
great
standpoint,
Christian
because I had a conversation
philosophers.
recently,
Wow.
and one of the things we really stuck on was epistemology. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that subject, but
yes, I am.
Theory
of knowledge.
Yep,
Theory of knowledge.
absolutely. So what
That does not
yeah,
surprise
what is your,
us.
Epistemology. What grounds your epistemic framework?
I don't even think about it.
Although you're better than me if you could drink that gin. Robert knows I'm not a gin guy. No, I think he's a little bit delusional on the gin there. But whiskey in truth doesn't really have the same ring to it, so there's that problem.
You don't
pause the tape.
I can't do it,
8
gang.
minutes in. I just told
I
this
can't
man
do gin.
I
I
don't
just
think
can't.
about it. You want to know why
I'll
I
drink
said
vodka
that?
before I
'Cause
drink
don't.
gin.
This is the Uncle Bobby Brussels sprout analogy worked out in real time right here. I just told you I don't like Brussels sprouts. Now, your only mission is to pile as many Brussels sprouts on my plate as you can possibly pile. You're going to go and make groceries. I'm like, hey, storekeeper, how many Brussels sprouts is that? That's $500 worth. I'll take every single last one, $500 worth of fucking Brussels sprouts. Then you put them all on my plate, and you sit there and you wait for me to eat one after I've already told you I don't eat Brussels sprouts. I just told this man at the 8-minute mark, I don't think about epistemology. Don't have to. Don't care.
He said, I don't have a worldview.
Yes, I don't.
He said, I don't do
Now we're gonna spend
objective
the rest
versus
of the time
subjective morality.
talking about epistemology.
Just
you want to know why?
every single
He's on a
thing that
script.
came up.
He can't talk anything outside of that. That is why when you go and look at Cy Tim Bruggen Kate debate, it doesn't matter what the debate topic it is. Go and look at all of Cy's stuff. Is the church harmful? What explains reality? It doesn't matter what the debate topic is. The first question you always ask,
Pizza
could you
sleep
be wrong
faster in
about
the West
everything you
on
claim to know?
Wednesday.
Yeah, they don't have discussions because they can't. Because you can always trust
Ooh, that snap
a
jab is
dishonest
nice.
person.
Oh wait,
to
y'all
be
don't
dishonest.
y'all don't
I
see my
told this
snap
man
jab.
at the
Hang on.
8-minute mark, I don't like Brussels sprouts. Now we're gonna spend the rest of the time. He's gonna try to shove Brussels sprouts down my throat. Roll the tape.
Think about how you know things.
Oh. I test how I know things.
Yeah, but how do you test something without knowledge?
Like I said, don't think about it. Like right now, I test my knowledge every day. This is not rubbing alcohol. I'm pretty certain. Every time I drink it, my kidneys don't watch. So,
Ooh, that snap jab. This
So you
is
test
nicer.
things before you do
Crisp.
test things before I do it.
Yeah,
Crispy.
it seemed
Ooh, I
that's
like
how.
crispy with it.
Well, it seemed you were saying, well, you know, this is
Crispy
not
with it,
rubbing
y'all.
alcohol, what you're drinking. I'm assuming,
Correct.
right? Because it doesn't botch your kidneys. So you test it before you have knowledge or certainty about it.
Define certainty.
What's up, Nitty? AR.
Get into it.
So would you answer yes to that question?
I don't know. Pause the tape right there. Isn't your answer yes? Again, not a conversation, gang. Not a conversation. At the end of the day, and maybe it's my fault. No, it's not. We didn't make it clear. Christians, you make the claim. You make the claim. There's some dude in the sky. Fine. Okay.
All right, I don't want to be
you gotta fucking
overtrained,
talk about it now.
so
It's not my job to sit here and tell you
we're
about
just
my
gonna hype up the
epistemology.
fight.
Because you know what they're going off of? Right? All the wisdoms found in Jesus Christ. I don't care. I know that verse too, but I'm an atheist and I don't believe it. So now we're going to sit here and talk about epistemology.
Those of you that are just tuning in, we're doing something we haven't done in a while, but we're going to be doing more. We call it gaming and shaming. It's where we mix apologetics, counter apologetics, and all of that with just some good old fashioned fun. Oh yeah, I was gonna say. I was like, it's kind of mixing the Twitch vibe, what I used to do on Twitch, with what I now do on YouTube. But yeah, look forward. I love these streams. But yeah, we created Uncle Bobby in UFC, and it's just been a lot of fun building up. We're in career mode, trying to become the greatest heavyweight fighter of all time, currently UFC heavyweight champion, and we're getting ready to go into our next title defense. Actually, yeah. See, it's we're about to go to fight week, so I'm gonna put Uncle Bobby on. I'll be right back. I'm gonna hit the little boys' room, and then when I come back, it's gonna be time to fight.
Now I'm about to ask this man a question. Roll the tape.
You don't know how.
I'm not sure where you're going with this.
Well, you don't have to know where I'm going.
I want to make sure. Again, pause the tape. I actually do. Did you guys catch that? God, I hope this video stays standing. I don't have to tell you where you do. And again, because he eventually asks me, right? Are you like this with an atheist? It's like, no, I'm not. Because when I talk to an atheist, I know they're not going to do word games against what kind of what I look like with the shirt.
That's my bad.
He said,
I was trying to type in the
fucking
chat.
side chat. And all those little followers like, oh, the atheists wouldn't answer your questions, Chris. Later, it's because of their God. We all know this bullshit ass tactic. Now he's refusing to answer it.
You know this is not.
Anybody remember? I forgot where we were.
What you're drinking? I'm assuming,
Correct.
Right?
Oh yeah, the alcohol. We didn't get there
Is
yet.
just ridiculous. I just belch. Hashtag unprofessional, which Chris did not do during it. That I'm so bass backwards that I should probably be full time in a straitjacket. You still have done nothing to show me other than assert. You've done nothing to prove that your side is right. Roll the tape.
For the faith. And read apologetics, philosophy books from
Oh, here we go.
brilliant
Yeah, we're
men,
pretty close.
Christian men such
Yeah, because he
as,
just name dropped all these apologists we never heard of.
Greg
Good. I'll be right back.
Bonson, Jason Lyle, so many great Christian thinkers and philosophers out there. So let's start from this standpoint, because I had a conversation recently, and one of the things we really stuck on was epistemology. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that subject, but
yes, I am.
Nevertheless,
Of knowledge.
Yep,
Theory of knowledge.
absolutely. So what is your?
I've heard of it.
Yeah, what is your epistemology? What grounds your epistemic framework?
I don't even think about it, to be honest with you.
You don't
pause the tape. We are 8 minutes in. I just told this man I don't think about it. You want to know why I said that? Because I don't. This is the Uncle Bobby
idiot
Brussels
or
sprout
willful piece of
analogy worked out in real time right here. I just told you I don't like Brussels sprouts. Now your only mission is to pile as many Brussels sprouts on my plate as you can possibly pile. You're gonna go and make groceries. I'm like, hey, storekeeper, how many Brussels sprouts is that? That's $500 worth. I'll take every single last one, $500 worth of fucking Brussels sprouts. Then you put them all on my plate and you sit there and you wait for me to eat one after I've already told you I don't eat Brussels sprouts. I just told this man at the 8-minute mark, I don't think about epistemology. Don't have to. Don't care. Because I don't. Now we're going to spend the rest of the time talking about epistemology. You want to know why? He's on a script. He can't talk anything outside of that. That is why when you go and look at Cy Tim Bruggen Kate debate, it doesn't matter what the debate topic it is. Go and look at all of Cy's stuff. Is the church harmful? What explains reality? It doesn't matter what the debate topic is. The first question you always ask, could you be wrong about everything you claim to know? Again, they don't have discussions because they can't. Because you can always trust a dishonest person to be dishonest. I just told this man at the 8-minute mark, I don't like Brussels sprouts. Now we're going to spend the rest of the time. He's going to try to shove Brussels sprouts down my throat. Roll the tape.
Think about how you know things.
Oh. I test how I know things.
Yeah, but how do you test something without knowledge?
Like I said, don't think about it. Like right now, I test my knowledge every day. This is not rubbing alcohol. I'm pretty certain of that. Every time I drink it, my kidneys don't botch. So It just seems to work.
So you test things before you do it.
Do I test things before I do it?
Yeah, it seemed that's
I'm
how.
not sure I follow that. Try that again.
Well, it seemed you were saying, well, this is not rubbing alcohol, what you're drinking, I'm assuming.
Correct.
Right, because it doesn't bot your kidneys. So you test it before you have knowledge or certainty about it.
Define certainty. Don't we test our vehicle every day we get into it?
So would your answer be yes to that question?
I don't know. Pause the tape right there. Isn't your answer yes? Again, not a conversation, gang. Not a conversation. At the end of the day, and maybe it's my fault. No, it's not. You need to make it clear. Christians, you make the claim. You make the claim. There's some dude in the sky. Fine. Okay, you gotta fucking talk about it. And tell you about my epistemology. Because you know what they're going off of? Right? All the wisdoms found in Jesus Christ.
I gotta be honest with you. I kind of really loved how Uncle Bobby kept it simple and explained why these are not practical discussions to him. And I know some people would have really liked for him to go into them deeper, but I really think sometimes you just got to stop somebody in their tracks and let them know that the path they're going down is not as impressive as you think it is. And it's what I feel about so many of the conversations I hear in this community where you got a panel full of white boys sitting around debating philosophical problems as though philosophical problems keep people up at night. And I think there is a distinction to be drawn between, yes, it would be good for you to be more broadly educated, learn a little bit of something about these philosophical topics. But when it gets to a point where you're acting like you literally can't comprehend how a person can still manage to breathe oxygen without a dissertation strength formalized epistemology, it's just gone too far. Also, Heathen Queen, we're in the Bundy Ranch gather. I sent it to you in a Word doc in your email, I believe. But yeah, it's just like the gather we were in before, except...
Does she know how to follow?
We're in one that's password protected. I'm not sure if she does. So if she pops in, who's back there with you, Karen? I don't have Gather in front of me right now. Let me pull it up.
I can go and get her. She
Yeah. If she pops in, I was going to say.
AR.
Okay, yeah. So if she pops in the Bundy Ranch, then AR help her get over here. Thank you so much, AR. I really appreciate you helping, being part of the welcoming committee here.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't care. I know that verse too, but I'm an atheist and I don't believe it. So now we're going to sit here and talk about epistemology. Now I'm about to ask this man a question. Roll the tape.
You don't know how.
I'm not sure where you're going with this.
Well, you don't have to know where I'm going.
I want to make sure. Again, pause the tape. I actually do. Did you guys catch that? God, I hope this video stays standing. I don't have to tell you where I'm. Actually, you do. And again, because he eventually asks me, right? Are you like this with an atheist? It's like, no, I'm not. Because when I talk to an atheist, I know they're not going to do word games against what it is I said. But when you talk to a precept, again, you do have to measure every word you have to say. And I love it. No, I don't. I love it. I was like, whoa, why are you treating me like this? Because you're a precept. Because you're a precept. And I do need to know where you're going with this. Roll the tape. Actually, I do.
I'm asking, how do you know things? It seems like you're saying you test it.
I'm saying this is something that I don't think about. I test things because this is the practicality that works.
How do you test something you don't think about?
Do you give your car an all-point inspection every time you turn it on?
Well, right now I'm asking about your epistemic.
And I know, and that's what I'm asking. Pause the tape. There is no way we're getting through this one. I just asked this man a question. I'm going to hock a loogie here in a little bit. Again, according to him, this is a debate, and a debate should be a back and forth. Apologists are not built for a back and forth. They're not. Their only job is to press your monkey ass against the wall and continue to hammer you. And when you're like, okay, I'm going to ask you a question. Right? They're like fucking Wonder Woman. Ping, ping, ping. No, I just asked this man a question. Now he's refusing to answer it. Presuppositional apologetics. Roll the tape.
We test things on a daily basis, so I'm asking you, do you test your car from bumper to bumper before you start it every day?
So your answer is yes. You test things before you know about it.
I didn't say that. I asked you, do you test your car from bumper to bumper, Chris?
No.
You want me to give you an answer? Okay, there. Exactly. So I'm asking you, do you test it without 100% knowledge that it's not going to blow up, that the brakes aren't going to fail?
But I'm asking about your let me give you my epistemic certainty for why I know.
All right, let's do it.
You're not willing to give your position. And this...
Pause the tape. It's not that I'm not willing to give my position. I did. You literally just asked me about something that I don't care about. And again, this is how you have to do it. That's why I'm saying, if there's a round 2, it's on my channel. Because when you're in his house, he can mute you. Which he did. But again, fuck it. I just gave you my position. I don't care about how I know things. Right? How I treat Buddy. So far, it's keeping him alive. How do I know?
Gang, I hope you don't hate me for this, but we're all in this together, and I mean that. And we're all becoming more versed in this together, and I hope that you guys continue to value these conversations. But I'm telling you, this playbook is all of apologetics. They're all playing from the same playbook, and it's just what YouTube Punk says. What does any of this have to do with Jesus? I hate to break it to you. All the anti-science conversations are the same. All the anti-intellectual conversations are the same. All the social conversations are the same. All the political conversations are the same. We're on the side that's got the evidence, the rationality, the logic, the common sense. Their job is to simply poke holes at that completely unreasonably and never offer an alternative and make a positive case for that alternative. Once you realize that this is their meta-narrative, it's the meta playbook, they go to it every time. What we're really doing in this community on all these channels is we are breaking down the nuances of the details of how this technique and approach manifests itself in different conversations with regard to different subject matters. But once you realize that this is literally the meta MO, you'll always realize that we always got this. It's always the same. Details change. Playbook is the same.
I'm doing the right thing because the fucker's still alive. Why? I don't care after that. I don't care. I'm too much like, now I sound like fucking Prince. Maybe I'm just like my father. I'm just like my father.
Miracles, yeah, but God can suspend his laws.
Famous tagline. What's the bottom line? Dad never cared about the fluff. He didn't care about your excuses.
It's only a problem if you think about it.
That's it. And again, the handful of cars that I saw my dad purchase, again, the whole wink, wink, nod, nod, my manager likes you. I don't care. I don't care if the fucker hates me. What's the bottom line? What do I have to pay to get this car into my driveway at home? Well, I'm going to work a deal. I don't think you heard a word I said. What's the bottom line?
All right, gang, so we'll come right back to this. It's fight night. I like to go a little full screen here. Between fights, we're doing like training and media appearances, you know, just career mode stuff, but we got to defend the title, and it's fun to break it up a little bit here. So, yeah, once this rolls, here we go. We're going to get to defend this title. I think our opponent's a kickboxer. I was scheduled to fight him before. I think maybe I beat him once before. But, yeah, we got to clean out this heavyweight division.
All right, coming up next, a matchup to determine the baddest man on the planet. The UFC heavyweight title is on the line.
Bro, I mean, I'm not feeling this music, but whatever.
Been on the planet for a long time, though. The title fight eluded him. Not anymore. Here he is, the #1 heavyweight contender, finally making this walk and cracking a smile. He's waited a long time for this. He's not expecting a 25-minute war. He believes he has the power and the skills to get this
Karate.
done quickly. I guess we'll find out.
Can you demonstrate objectively you're my Lord and Savior, or just subjectively?
Oh, when the saints go marching in. Oh, when the saints go marching in.
Epic.
I want to be.
It's the world heavyweight champion.
Oh, when the sun refuses to shine. Oh, when the sun refuses to shine. I still want to be in that number. When the sun refuses to shine. Oh, when the saints go marching in. Oh, when the saints go marching in.
Championship fight. So 3 years the gap in age between these two fighters, with similar height and the same reach. And once again, here is the veteran voice of the Octagon, Bruce Buck.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the
main event
of the
Let's go, let's go.
The action begins. Our referee in charge of the Octagon, Eve Levine.
Oh, Eve Levine, all right.
This is the moment
Levine was outside the
UFC
cage.
fans around the world have been waiting for. Live from the sold-out Prudential Center in Newark, New Jersey. It's time! 5 rounds for the undisputed UFC heavyweight
Night, Silbeck. Thanks for coming through.
of the world. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. This man is a mixed martial artist, holding a professional record of 38 wins, 13 losses. He stands 6 feet 7 inches tall, weighing in at 250 pounds. Fighting out of Moscow, Russia, presenting the challenger, Alexander Dragovulka. And now introducing the champion, fighting out of the red corner. This man is a freestyle fighter, holding a professional record of 12 wins, 1 loss. He stands 6 feet 5 inches tall, weighing in at 255 pounds. Fighting out of Austin, Texas, presenting the reigning, defending, undisputed UFC heavyweight champion.
Let's go.
Robert.
UFC belt on the line, guys. Protect yourself at all time, obey my command at all time. If you want to touch love, do it now, go back to your corner.
They touch him up, and we are underway.
You ready?
Well, this heavyweight title has changed hands quite a bit as we get round 1 underway of this championship fight, but not since this man...
Woo!
Back to the feet.
Woo! Kick to the body.
Kick to body now. That one won't land.
Oh, lucky I went for everything with that one. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Get off. Get off me. Get off. Let's circle. Get some space. Oh, you like that. How you like that? Tell me how you like that. Oh, I went for it all.
Checks the leg kick.
Oh, lucky you missed that one.
Beautiful leg kick throw. Big elbow there, lands.
Oh, shit. What a great trick.
Right into side control.
He's inside control. He's got a ton of options.
Fuck out of here. I don't like that.
Nice
No,
job
let's get out of here.
hard,
Get out of
posting,
here.
and getting back up.
Big
Good
punch
block.
lands. Now he gets back to
Oh,
range.
he didn't get the angle. Didn't get the angle. Oh. Front kick, baby. Oh, shit. I missed that fucking leg kick.
Missed with that attempt.
You check that one.
Huge shot.
Oh!
The kill shot is what they call it to going in the fight.
Looking for a guillotine.
Holy shit. I was like, how the hell do I get out of this? I forgot how to defend these damn things. No, he can't hold me here. Fuck out of here. Nope. Back up. Let's go.
Up again, you gotta like that. Oh, huge kick.
Oh.
High-level mixed martial arts there as he works for the takedown after catching the leg. Now let's see if he can.
Ooh, I just blood with that one. Get out. No. Oh, nope. Oh, kick to the body. Ooh.
I'm taking the gloves off.
Oh!
He's hurt bad.
Uh-oh! What did he do? What's that? Kick to the body. Oof. Oh! To the nether realms.
I'm not sure if that's the way he drew it up, but a huge result for him here tonight as he gets the win by way of knockout. And that's about as good a one-strike finish as we've seen in recent memory. I'm not even sure the opponent saw it coming, so a big win for him here tonight.
Soul crushing. Bye. Rest in
So on the
peace.
sport's biggest stage, he comes up large. The baddest man on the planet, the UFC heavyweight champion
I'd
of
like
the
to
world.
send my condolences to his first of kin.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Evil Beings called a stop to this contest at 4 minutes, 42 seconds in the very first round. Declaring the winner by knockout and still the undisputed
Oh, yeah. All hard work pays off. That's all that work at camp, all that work in the gym, the new moves, working on the defense, much improved defense. We're in there with the dangerous striker.
Here tonight, and given all this man has accomplished, I think you could still argue that
Able to get up when taken down.
of his mixed martial arts career.
There you hear
knocks out
it.
the #1 contender
Getting
with
better,
style points
getting
to
better.
retain
He's
his
just
heavyweight
getting
title.
better.
Congratulations to champion.
This man is so
coach,
dangerous.
team,
Look at that,
family
almost $1 million.
on the
Look
big
at that,
result
look
here
at that, look
tonight.
at that, look at that. Good shit. That was killer knockout. Killer knockout.
Till we make it home. Get a bag, get paid, get low. Ben Frank, don't stop, press go. Pick it up, lot of money on the flow. Keep shaking,
heavyweight division title.
Trap, put you all over my snap.
Oh, I see this is a Bruce Lee versus Muhammad Ali. I think I could get them in the it's a DLC or whatever. All right, y'all, we're gonna wake up. I can play it later and gather. But we're gonna jump into some Uncle Bobby. Wait, let's reset that.
So again, all this shit, and again, philosophical circles and fan jazz. Uncle Bobby's mind, roll the tape.
It's actually the problem with a lot of atheists, but I'll stop. My
That's gonna get our stream in trouble playing that music.
God, in the same way you do, we both know things based on revelation.
Stop real fast. Stop. You just
I can't be showing all that high level gameplay and then stinking up the joint.
Pause the tape. How do we go further from there? I just asked him, did you just assert my position for it? Absolutely. Where else does this go, gang? I could have put this glass of snot paper right in front of this microphone.
Punk, we gotta holler at Napoleon Bonaparte. That's yeah, man. Matter of fact, to be honest with you, that's one of them things that we're going through. I got friends that are real serious about the UFC gaming community. We used to do cash tournaments, and I would do like the commentary and shit for them. So I want to link up with those guys again. And those streams were amazing. And actually, a few of them are streamers too. I used to be like the wingman on my one friend's stream. He would just be up all night online snatching bodies, and I would just be doing the commentary and having a bunch of fun during the week and shit. And those people are like really into MMA. So I don't know. I think we got to get out here and just start making content and doing things around the other things we want to do. Some of the Bible and philosophy nerds will fall off, but over time, it'll allow us to actually build community, branching out into some of our other interests.
And he would have had just as productive of a talk. If you're going to sit there and say, like Cy Tim Brugengate does, like fuckface Jeff Durbin, I know what you're thinking. Here it is. Yeah, that's not even fucking close, my dude. Yes, it is. Then talk to that. Right? So again, you can always count on a dishonest person to be dishonest.
Actually, now I'm kind of thinking, I kind of want to see what goes on here.
This is the moment. Man is a boxer making his professional debut here tonight. He stands.
Did somebody create this guy?
The Great! And now, introducing the champion, fighting out of the red corner. This man is a mixed martial artist making his professional debut here tonight. He stands 5 feet 7 inches tall, weighing in at 145 pounds, fighting out of Los Angeles, California. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the reigning, defending, undisputed UFC heavyweight champion of
I think the guy we're watching is Bruce Lee.
Bruce the Dragon
It's probably gonna look like dog shit with the two screens.
All right, this is for the championship. You've been given your instructions in the dressing room. Protect yourself at all times. Follow my instructions. We will have a clean fight.
Ready. Ready to fight.
Well, the tension is palpable as this fight gets underway, and
welcome up.
See how this matchup plays out. Definite striker on one side against another guy who can really do it all.
And in those situations, normally the guy that's more well-rounded will be the one that will find success. I want to see how this plays out. Look at him chopping the wood. chop the wood with those leg kicks.
Chopping wood.
All right, here we go. First round is underway. No denying the big reach advantage for him tonight. We'll see if he can get that jab going early.
Look for him to circle on the outside. Use that long jab to keep his distance and only engage on his terms.
All right, you guys can blow it up because I know people are probably going to complain, and I don't feel like rearranging my scenes, to be honest with you. Just going to keep it a buck. Let's get back to work.
Do you know my middle name?
How would I know your middle name?
Do you know anything about me other than what we've been talking the last several minutes?
But, so, according to your worldview, wouldn't you have to test what I said?
You just asserted that I know what you know because of your God.
That's not what I said.
Pause the tape. Word game. Yes, it is. I've seen them do this before. I didn't say it was because of my God. 3 minutes later, it's because of their God. We all know this bullshit-ass tactic. Did you guys catch that? I'm not going to lie. That was a pimp-ass move, Uncle Bobby. Way to go. When I said, what's my middle name? Again, you're going to sit here. Again, the fucker's a Jedi. Apparently, I didn't know I was talking to Mace Windu up in this bitch. He can
I think it was
mind.
Sean that called that out.
That's what you're thinking, Robert Reed. Yeah. Talk to the glass full of snot paper. What's the difference? Roll the tape.
You just said the same way I do.
Yes, we both know things because it's been revealed to us. I didn't say you know what I know.
Oh my goodness. I hate when they do this.
Word game.
You know things.
Because it's been, you're a revelationist.
Pause the tape. Like I said, you can't see me. I have the world's biggest smart ass. Because again, I knew what I was getting myself into. At this stage, I am not taking this seriously. I'm just not. I just had a man who does not know me from a can of paint. If I sat there on a blank screen, he would not know if that was Robert Reed because he'd never heard my voice up to that point.
Oh my goodness.
I could have gotten anyone down here.
My.
It's like, dude, my camera's gone, but my audio's up and running. He wouldn't know me for shit.
I gotta stop fucking around.
Again, I'm just gonna keep putting the fucking roll of snot paper up here because again, that is how productive this conversation is gonna be from this point forward. I have someone who does not know me from a glass of snot paper, and now he knows me better than I know myself.
All right, so you got to throw the timing different. You got to kind of throw it like a jab and then a jab and a straight. Like
don't worry about the theatrics.
Jab straight. Then hit it.
And in your butt.
Get up, fool.
And the four people on your wall. But I said we both know things according to it being revealed to us.
Okay.
We both are revelationists. I just believe you're not consistent with that.
Okay. Well, I learned something about myself.
I'm here to teach too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let the learning begin.
Okay, and it's just like when you're talking to like Sal and Rebecca and they want to make everything about belief. So I believe this, you believe that. If you grant that equivalency, then all of a sudden we're just having a disagreement about beliefs. It's a very dishonest tactic. He's doing the same thing here with like, oh, well, when you read a book, is not what that author's word being revealed to you? Like, again, I just, in a sense, for the sake of the Christians you actually like and love in your life, it pains me to see that Christianity this is the quality of the defense. They just don't have anybody good, y'all. What's up with that?
Let's go down this route because let's get into an example of this because I did this recently. Am I too loud?
Oh shit.
No, there was some static, but it's all good now.
You good? Okay, cool. So I did this recently. I had a
all right, you got to throw.
With an atheist. You may know of. Yeah, you know of this person because
you got to throw each punch before the last one lands, but not too fast.
Nikki.
Damn it.
Yes, Nikki.
Yes.
Yes. So we had a conversation.
There it is.
Yes, we had a 3-hour riveting conversation.
Yeah, I've been wanting to throw more combos.
One of the things I asked her.
Uncle Bobby starts throwing punches in bunches. You're gonna be a problem.
How does she know something is right or wrong, or can you know, or do you agree with Richard Dawkins' who says, the universe we have...
Pause the tape. Again, a very common tactic.
1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2.
We may have to break this up into 2 or 3 shows.
Oof.
I don't know Richard Dawkins.
Head,
Richard
body.
Dawkins does not know me.
Head. Oof.
I know they don't think that, but atheism is not a religion. I told y'all before, the only thing we all have in common is that we don't believe in a God. Very common to bring up.
Angels have even been dispatched from
Dawkins
Africa right
saying,
now. Africa right now.
You know,
Africa right now.
listen to
Africa
him
right
and all
now.
that stuff. Or Neil deGrasse Tyson saying,
Gang, we're going to be playing some WWE too. Right now, Pocket's just on a bit of a fight
Titus
tip.
Belch, hashtag unprofessional. I know neither Doctors Tyson or Dawkins.
Angels have even been dispatched
Why am I
from
responsible
Africa right
for
now.
the words that come out of
Africa
their
right now.
mouth?
Africa right now. From
So I have
Africa
a
right
talk
now.
with Robert Reed. He's sitting right here in front of me. Instead, now I have to answer for Richard
I'm not in the meat. You know,
has precisely the
pro wrestling, you got to at least be feeling like creative and like you want to work with people. Right now, I don't want to work with people. I want to hurt people. I want to send them to the nether realm.
No design, no purpose, no evil, no good, nothing but blind, pitiful indifference. So, Richard Dawkins' foundation for morality is there is no such thing as evil or good. Would you share in that statement?
This was irritating too. Why do we always have to defend Richard Dawkins, man? That shit is crazy.
Do I believe, am I at the second part, that there's no good or no evil? I'm sorry, Chris. Did I lose you? Okay.
All right, half guard.
At this point, gang, there was some serious audio
I gotta
on
move
Chris's
him. Okay,
part.
all right. So you go to
And
half
we're gonna
guard,
fast forward through
R2.
it, but you're gonna miss another Uncle Bobby Bridge.
He's not even trying to move.
Tactic.
All right, we did that. We're
Is there
good.
anything I can do on my end?
All right, now let's just move all these transitions. See
there
how
was
we get
some
bonus
audio,
for.
so hold on. Let's get through that.
We get bonus for wrestling transitions. So I'm just gonna make a bunch of
Kind of annoying.
transitions
I can hear you now. I can hear you.
Hold on, let me try to
just so we can level up our transitions.
Okay, there's a small echo now.
Richard Dawkins.
Okay, we fast forward.
Do you agree that?
Get up real quick.
Are you of the
Come on, fool.
framework that says?
All right, we'll go for another
morality is
takedown. Kind of wasted a lot of time there. Couple of more transitions.
Labels, don't care.
There we go.
Like objective versus subjective.
We're sparring, man.
Pause the tape.
We're getting ready for our next defense,
I just
man.
told you I don't like Brussels sprouts. I said I don't care about those labels. But again,
God
instead
has
of
a
going
nice
to
little
something
staff.
else, the entirety of the talk now is about objective versus subjective.
Damn, Crypto, way to get in here. I don't know where you looked up the commands, but that dance command is new. Thanks for rocking that out.
My epistemology. I've already told that man twice. I don't care. I do not care about either one of those topics. So we talked about those topics for the entirety of the goddamn interview. Roll the tape.
The bottom line. Like, is an action moral? Is it objectively bad or subjectively bad? For me, it doesn't matter. All I care about is the action. Like, did someone root for the Atlanta Falcons in my house?
Bridge building. Trying to
That's
make a
bad.
joke.
And I don't care if it's objectively or subjectively bad.
All right, gang, this is going to be a problem. A big problem. This guy, Tom Aspinall, is my one loss. Our next opponent is the loss that I've had. So this is going to be serious. It was a short notice fight. I wasn't in peak fitness. It was like a couple fights before the championship fight. He was able to take me down and just stay on top of me. It was a real problem. Tough fight and lost the decision, so gonna have to be real serious about this.
It's just bad. The action still happened. So I don't wrap myself up too much in the labels like objective and subjective.
But you wouldn't. I mean, you think it's subjectively bad, or you think it's bad that people cheer for the Falcons, but you wouldn't say they should be jailed and in prison for it, right? Right. Yeah. So
That makes me near a drink, but I handed it to him. But yeah.
Okay. Well, that's an interesting statement, but that's what I'm asking about. You know, when it comes to an objective and subjective. For an example, I am not a fan of sherbet ice cream. I think it's subjectively bad. But objective.
Balls of tape. He just belched, and he did not hashtag the belch. He didn't
hashtag unprofessional.
I said this later on in the video. If we don't get there, now you know. If you're gonna put, because he eventually gets there with the whole rape bullshit.
All right, we got to try to escape a submission
Sherbet
game.
ice cream,
because this fool might try to tap us out if he can.
Hamburgers and rape. If you can put those things in the same category, which he's about to, fuck you. It speaks to your addiction.
We're gonna let him get a submission on us so we can escape it.
And I'm never gonna let it go. And I will continue to speak on it. Because maybe at least one person will finally fucking hear me. That's fucking disgusting. Again, instead of just moving out of the way like I just did, there's my mom. Here, just in case you're curious. See that ugly fuck face over my right shoulder? Kind of looks like me, doesn't it? You want to know why? Because that is me. That beautiful woman over my left, there's my mom. I just proved my mom exists. I don't have to belittle. Well, if my mom doesn't exist, what's wrong with dying of stomach cancer? You fuck faces, you use tragedy as trump cards. And when someone like me gets pissed off and doesn't want to play your game, there you go. There's your proof of God. You're willing to go down the moral sewer. But I'm not. Therefore, he's correct. He's putting sherbet ice cream on the same vein as rape. Watch. Roll the tape.
Gets to.
Damn, y'all. Uncle Bobby's going in on Chris, y'all. I like this.
I don't care.
I like this a lot.
I don't care.
Evil. If an action is, if we can determine if an action is good or evil, then it should be outlawed. It should be penalties for this such action. And so I think it does matter if an action is objective or subjective.
Okay. But I mean, if you want to use that to say that's how we're going to base our laws, I guess you won't get much of an argument out of me on that.
But how do you determine?
Go ahead. What's that?
But how do you determine if an action actually is objectively good or bad?
Well, I'll say how I can tell it's good or bad because I don't do the objective stuff.
Well,
did it cause good or did it cause harm?
It does matter because if it's subjectively, it's based on it's not inherent. It's not. Again, it's.
Do I even have? I don't even know how to try it on, bro.
I mean, who cares at the end of the day? So an action being objectively good or evil, it actually does matter.
Are you talking about something bigger than ice cream and who we root for on football Sundays?
Yeah, I'm talking about moral actions. Yeah, moral things.
All right, let's let him take me down. That's
so is rape objectively bad or objectively?
Here we go.
All right, submission.
Here we go.
I will be honest with you right now. When I tell
pause the tape, not gonna lie, I baited him into just getting into it because I knew that's where he was going anyway. I'm such an asshole.
Rear naked choke.
Yeah, that's usually not a road I go down.
But it's a real life example.
Yes, I'm very well aware of that because it's what I do for a living.
You rape people
and
for a living?
Wow. Please stop. Please pause it now, Uncle Bobby, please.
Pause the
Got
tape.
it.
Right there.
Did I get it?
It's what I do for a living.
Oh, no. I let him out.
Oh, no.
Oh,
you
no.
rape people for a living? Now, right as I say that, watch how I get the fucking strike on my channel.
Oh, no.
There you go. Christians, there you go. You assume the worst of me. You assume the worst. Yeah, Chris. Yeah, I just said out loud, I rape people professionally. Because, yeah, that's an actual job description. You can always count on a dishonest person to be dishonest. What a sack of shit.
That was fine. I'm taking that. That was a good session. I didn't even tap him out, but I'm still taking it. That was fun.
Cool. I mean, we're talking about rape. I didn't know we were talking about defense.
Yeah.
I don't know why I stopped or what that was about.
No, you don't.
Thank you so much.
All right.
The reason why, especially when you
Oh, you know what? Maybe I did tap him and we just kept going after that.
Bridge building
in this way, to me, it is a token argument because as I sit down, and not just me, the women and every self-defense teacher that they go to, or I'll just speak for my own experience. No one has ever been made comforted after sharing the worst story of their life. No one's ever been brought comfort by, you know what, Susie, I know that was bad, but someone called it objectively bad.
How about this?
She doesn't care, so as no, hold on. She doesn't care, so as a result, I really don't care. But please, go ahead.
You don't care if this action that was done to her was actually bad?
Chris, what was done to her was bad.
By what
standard? And now I'm there to...
Pause the tape. That's my dad talking right there. I don't care about anything else. Everything else is just sitting on some bullshit, right? And then, because I saw him do it to Paul, right? It's a whole, by what standard? That is a fucking stupid ass argument. It is fucking stupid. By what standard? Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit? I don't care by what standard. All I know is what happened. I blew my Achilles out trying to save a goddamn dog. I got the goddamn dog. She got her dog. I got a trip to the emergency room. It hurt like a motherfucker. It hurt? Yeah, it hurt. Well, by what standard? I don't care to explain by what standard. Someone just put my fucking Achilles back where you fucking found it, numbnuts. That's a stupid argument. But again, keep in mind, all of this is to prove that the Christian God exists. When are we going to talk about God? We're not. We're just going to sit here and ask a dude. We're at the 20-minute mark. 12 minutes ago, I said, I don't care about any of this. Here we go. Roll the tape.
Help her through. By hers, because she came to me, she's hurt. I feel the hurt, so I hurt. And that's really it.
So are you saying you deem...
I'm going to keep this session. I leveled up my punches. I'm good. I leveled up a punch, my straight with it.
What you just talked about, yes. Susie was hurt by what someone else did.
So
that's what I know. And that's what I go off of.
So by that standard, you think you would believe abortion is bad, right? Objectively.
Abortion's not my call. I don't have a womb. I didn't say that.
But
you were talking about rape. Now we're talking about abortion. Are we on abortion now?
You didn't get raped, but you were willing to say it's bad. But now when I switch to abortion and it's not yours, you're saying, hands off with that one.
Because I'm pro-choice.
Pause the tape. You goddamn right. I don't argue abortion. I don't. And I definitely don't do it with someone who's got zero problem telling me I'm going to go straight to hell and he's okay with it. Again, I cannot listen to you tell me about every life is sacred, and I can't listen to someone talk about, well, it hurts someone, so it's bad, unless it's God does it. Right? I don't argue abortion. Not anymore. I have the capability to pass waste through my body, and that is it. That birthing person over there, that's their call. Their call. They don't get to tell me what to do with my junk. I'm going to pay them the same respect. That is why I don't get in this debate, especially with someone who at the end of the show, who we're definitely not going to make it to today, straight up said, yeah, he had no problem with his God hurting me. Roll the tape.
You're correct.
But it hurt somebody.
I'm like, yeah.
Seems you have a very arbitrary definition of bad.
I don't argue abortion. I don't.
Not to me. It works for me, Jack.
It does.
This is pragmatism.
So?
If it works for you, works for you. That's what the rapist
over
says.
There. Well, dude, could you not go down the rapist portion?
I understand how that's a tough position to deal with.
Again, pause the tape. You guys catch that? I was talking. It works
Yeah,
for the
man,
rapist.
this guy's crazy.
That's where you are, Christians.
I think
That's where you are. Again,
here's the good news. I don't know how much I'm allowed to put on the wire, but I'll say this. Because we called him out and Uncle Bobby's called him out, I think even some other people in our community are going to be trying to debate Chris. So, you know, go ahead and look at the comments on this video. Maybe you could piece it together. But I really do think that, you know, Chris has not seen the last of our community.
I know,
and I hope I get my shot at him.
This game is as old as time immemorial. I remember one from my childhood. This morality question, you flip open the thingamapopper, there's a button. You push the button, you end world hunger. Would you do it? Oh, wait, hold on. We're in Texas. If you press that, I'm about to belch. I just belch, hashtag unprofessional.
Why are they gonna lock his
that button,
overall and shit? We already fought this.
Someone
dude.
in Minnesota is just gonna drop dead. You don't know this person. You'll never hear about him. You just, it happened. That person dies. No one on the globe ever again goes to bed without a full stomach. Would you touch the button? These moral questions, bam, there's a million of them. Christians, this to me speaks more about you. You always go to rape. And if you're Ray Comfort, right? If you rape a woman and you slit her throat, if you're fucking, they go down the darkest roads ever. And again, I'm a self-defense. I don't think about rape a quarter as much.
Seriously, gang, these guys, they're always on it. Let's fight night, baby.
The matchup for the UFC heavyweight division title. Well, for a long time, he's been mentioned with the baddest men on the planet. For a long time, though, the title fight eluded him. Not anymore. Here he is, the #1
Against the law in Texas, yo.
cracking a smile. He's waited a long time for this. He's not expecting it to
Wow. Yo, they gotta chill with all of that, man. You know, I used to not really care about the Pledge of Allegiance, but they've weaponized it so much, I would probably refuse to say it, man. I'm not pledging of allegiance. I don't have no allegiance to a flag. I wasn't raised like that. I don't know what that is. That's weird.
Oh, when the saints go marching in. Oh, when the saints go marching in. I want to be
This is so badass.
that number.
I hope this guy doesn't wreck me. Oh, when the saints. So good.
Oh, when the sun
You know the arena is buzzing when the world champ comes out to this shit.
wants to be in that number. When
With the black and gold of a champion.
Oh, when the saints go marching in. Oh, when the saints go marching in. I'm going to sing.
More than 5 years apart, and they both possess the same height and a similar reach. Here's Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event of the evening. And when the action begins, our referee in charge of the octagon is Herb Dean. And now, this is the moment UFC fans around the world have been waiting for. Live from the sold-out arena in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. It's time! 5 rounds for the undisputed UFC Heavyweight Championship of the world. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. This man is a mixed martial artist holding a professional record of 16 wins, 7 losses. He stands 6 feet 5 inches tall, weighing in at 252 pounds. Presenting the challenger Tom Aspinall! And now introducing the champion, fighting out of the red corner. This man is a freestyle fighter, holding a professional record of 13 wins, 1 loss. He stands 6 feet 5 inches tall, weighing in at 255 pounds. Fighting out of Austin, Texas, ladies and gentlemen, presenting a reigning, defending, undisputed UFC heavyweight champion of the world, Robert.
All right, so for the championship, you can give me your instructions in the dressing room. Protect yourself at all times. Follow my instructions. We will have a clean fight. Touch gloves. Let's make it official.
Ready.
Time to die.
Well, this heavyweight title has changed hands quite a bit as we get round 1 underway of this championship fight, but not since this man has held it down. Tonight, looking to defend his title yet again. We'll see if he can keep that trend going here tonight. Again,
switch kick.
Left, it's not there.
Can't take many of those, you better check.
All right, so there it is, the early takedown. He told everyone here during fight week within earshot that he was going to try to wrestle, try to get this fight to the ground, and had no problem doing so just there.
During their fight camp, they made a checklist.
Oh boy, here we go.
Off the most important part of the fight, getting an early
Let's go.
takedown.
Oh, how about the speed on that reversal there? I mean, I know you can get out of some bad spots, but not with that type of speed.
You cannot allow him to get leverage on the bottom. What a sweep.
Back to his feet.
Oh, shit. Trying to keep him off me. He's just trying to take me down. Yep.
Landed a big kick there.
Oof. Almost got him.
Trying to stay in this fight. Over the top. This fight's going to be over here soon.
What a great way of mixing up his attack. He didn't stay the court. He mixed it up. He went high when he started going low, and now he's got him hurt very badly.
Not this time. Uncle Bobby has evolved, has matured as a mixed martial artist. The defense, the wrestling, gets taken to the ground, reverses the wrestling, puts Tom in trouble, gets the fight back to the feet, maintains his distance, uses the range, the power, the accuracy, and the front kick sends Mr. Aspinall to the nether realm. One time for the one time.
3 minutes, 16 seconds of the very first round. Declaring the winner by...
Oh, that one felt good. Avenging that loss on the record. You see that began a rivalry. You see it. Now we've got a rivalry. We've each taken one. He did beat me in a 3-round classic, but not tonight. Not tonight. Oh, that felt good. He was dangerous. And he put me in that position. He got to me on the ground. He stayed active, but didn't panic. Got back to the feet. Rest in peace, my friend. It was nice knowing you, Mr. Aspinall. Ooh! Boosh! Boosh! Oh, this killer Uncle Bobby shit. Yeah, I don't know, man. This is fun. I'm creating Uncle Bobby in everything, man. super athlete.
As these fuckers do. I saw on his timeline, because I had to get on his timeline for some shit.
Thanks for hanging out, gang.
And he's
This is
got this
fun.
meme or whatever it's called, and it's someone waking up. And the title is Christianity. Because the joke is, you guys, atheists, we talk a lot about something that we don't care about. Again, for the 1 billionth time. Please notice how I don't make videos about any other religion, Christians. I'll let you finish that fucking sentence. He should change it. Instead, it should be someone waking up and it's a Christian. Rape. You guys always go to rape. You guys always use it as a fucking trump card. Because here's the thing though, gang. And I hope this does not give me a strike. But you guys know Uncle Bobby is always going to kick the actuals and the factuals. If it takes me 29 minutes to convince you why you should not rape, you're either a rapist, a Christian apologist, or you are both. This is not a debate. The only thing to say about rape is that it is bad. Now let's move on. Let's get some fucking nachos. But not for a pre-sub. Roll the tape. Stop. Now I'm mad.
Do not make light out of the topic of rape.
I'm not making light of it.
Would you have that discussion with someone who was just raped? Would you go down this objectively wrong road?
Yes,
if
I would tell
they're crying.
Yes,
okay, then I'm going to be honest with you. You are bad at being a human, Chris.
Well,
if you're going to sit there in front of a person,
you don't have a standard to call me bad.
And I don't care. And I
know.
do not care.
So
if you're going to sit
it's like
there
calling me
in front
good
of
in your
somebody,
world. I'll take the compliment.
If you are going to sit
I'll
in
take
front
that
of
compliment.
someone who is telling you about the worst day of their life, and you're going to say, well, Susie wasn't objectively wrong?
No. I wouldn't say that. I would say what was done to you was objectively evil, and the person who did this to you should be put to death because that was an evil action. I wouldn't tell her what you would say. Doesn't matter what happened. You hurt. That's your world.
Did I say that?
Yes, absolutely you did.
No, I did not.
No, everyone's listening.
You know what?
Okay, one pause to tape. That everyone listening thing, that's a tactic. I've heard them all say that. Right? Everyone heard what you said. Right? I know the people in the audience, shut the fuck up. That's a tactic. But you know what's more important than what I said? It's what I do. And I told him later in the show, what you say doesn't mean shit. I still go to work and I do my job. This squirrely little argument does not help the bottom line, and that's all I ever care about. This is where you are, Christians. Again, maybe I'm alone. Maybe I'm the asshole, and I don't care if I do. Be alone on this topic. In my subjective opinion, I guess, rape is bad. Now, that's all I'm going to say. Now, you can judge me on what it is I do. I sit in that fucking room and I do my job. While fucknuts like him and all the other apologists want to sit there and jerk off all over themselves. And I saw it the fucking side chat. And all those little followers like, oh, the atheists wouldn't answer your questions, Chris. Oh, PONLOL, you own them epic style. Christians, congratulations. You've got a superior word game. You owned me epic style. Now while you go do your desk job or whatever the fuck it is you do, I'm going to go get my hands dirty in the fucking trenches. And again, who's the hero in this situation, gang? Is it me? No. Again, spotlight is on the survivors. Do you have any idea the spine it takes to approach someone that looks like me, who at the time is a total stranger? To confront your biggest fear. While these slapnuts are sitting there in their chat rooms and holding unorganized debates. At least I can say rape is objectively wrong. We should put him to death. Hey, Chris, what?
Hey, gang. This is what I mean when I say that the Rebecca and Sal and the problem with these apologists is worse than we think. You know, we're not trying to say that surviving Christianity is like surviving a sexual assault, but what we are saying is that it's a form of abuse. And we're people who have recognized a source of common pain, and we've built community around sharing our truth and helping each other, you know, counteract the influence of this toxic cult that we were in called Christianity. And then you literally have these defenders of the cult constantly interfering with, you know, how dare you be free? And it's not even that they're going around and just selling more pamphlets for the cult, but they're going to your AA meeting, your Atheist Anonymous meeting, and hey, oh, I'm really sorry that you know, being raised in a Christian family with a bunch of fucking toxic doctrine based on fucking magical curse, you know, had a negative psychological and emotional impact on you. But have you heard of my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ? You know, or you know, is it true that it's objectively, you know, how is it really, really wrong? You know, all of these questions, and it's like we got to start recognizing that not only are they selling this bullshit, not only are they slinging these pamphlets, they're literally doing so in a deliberate effort to interfere with our journey.
What did you do today? I didn't help a rape survivor.
Nah, Chris is a lost cause, but we're going to whip his ass anyway.
Can say it. Now, what did you do? Well, Robert, I prayed. So you didn't do a fucking thing, right? Roll the tape.
And I'm very well aware of that. Here's the thing. Greg Bunson, presuppositional, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. So you're going to sit there and put words in my mouth. You're going to take my words.
This is recorded.
Stop.
This is recorded.
It's very good.
Everyone heard what you said.
Everyone.
Another trick that a precept pulls. Interruptions and stacking statements and comments on top of others.
Yep.
Not letting the person you're talking to get their feet set.
Set those feet. I'm a presuppositionalist. I'm all for giving you enough rope to hang yourself with.
That's nice.
That's nice.
Because the atheist worldview is contradictory. It can't live consistently.
Here we
in the world
go.
that it lives in. Because this is God's world.
Oh, word to your mother. Did I just say that atheism was my worldview, Chris?
Are you an atheist?
You have a mustache.
I'm not a mustache, though. You're an atheist. See, this is actually where it's okay.
I'm also left-handed.
Okay.
I'm also bald-headed.
Oh, he is left-handed. We got to switch that shit.
And
these are features you have.
And none of that.
Not your worldview.
I'm actually talking about Robert.
I knew Uncle Bobby was left-handed. How did I know?
But you're conflating what a worldview is versus features you have. Do you understand what a worldview is?
Pause the tape. What did I say? Snot. Why am I even there, gang? Now we're talking about me and my worldview. And I'm trying to explain my worldview. Snot. A glass full of snot rags. He's not talking to me. He's talking at me. Because eventually, I'm going to get a chance to say it. Again. My atheism is like me being left-handed, bald-headed, all that stuff. None of it speaks to how it is I interact with the real world. That's what I said. That's what I'm going to say. You know how much of that he heard? Roll the tape.
I'm genuinely
asking. Let me finish. Can I finish? That's a yes? Okay. Atheism is my worldview.
Say that again.
Atheism is not my worldview.
Why is it not?
It doesn't speak to how I interact with the world.
What is your worldview?
Don't know. Would you like to give me some suggestions?
Smart ass remark.
I can't. Well,
I'm a Christian now.
All right,
where do I sign up? Where do I sign up?
So Robert
you
has told us.
Do you
Robert,
use steak knives?
Robert has told us he has repented and believed in the God of the Scripture.
Pause the tape. I've heard Cy Tim Bruggencate do the exact same thing. I think it was with Matt Dillahunty, I think. And he's like, yeah, fine, fuck it. I'm a Christian. I'm surprised that he did not monster edit that. But again, and like I said, it's almost like they read from the same fucking book. Roll the tape. I've heard this before.
Oh, man, I feel so much better.
He has abandoned his atheism and come to the God of truth.
Absolutely. Oh, it feels so good. How bad are you going to edit this film?
This is at live. This can't be edited.
The fuck it can't, because he did. That's what I just said.
There's no reason to edit this.
Okay.
Yeah, so you have a humanistic, naturalistic, anti-God worldview. That is the world in which...
Pause the tape. Why am I even here? You have a naturalistic, humanistic, atheistic, anti-God, blah, 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 blah. Why am I... He just sat there and just prattled off what it is he need. Is the word straw man? He could talk to that class full of snot rags and have the exact same discussion. Roll the tape.
That's the way in which you see the world. I have a Christian worldview. I see the world through my Christian lens.
Man, you stuck a lot of stuff in there. I'm anti-God?
You don't believe in God, right?
No.
Yeah, you're anti-God. I'm atheist. No God. That's your worldview.
Anti-Brussels sprouts?
Yes, Uncle Bobby, you're anti-everything.
God does not inform.
Brussels sprouts are not a worldview. This is something you don't know what a worldview is.
Again, pause the tape. You can't see my face, but I'm like, fuck me.
Pizza sleeps fast to the wind, Uncle Bobby.
Again, I'm right, mainly because I'm talking about my goddamn self. My view on his God does not, that is doers, which is fucking delicious, by the way. Whether his God exists or not, whether I was going to pour the Monkey 47 or the motherfucking doers, right? How I treat my next student, nothing about his God or anyone's God affects my everyday. Now, I thought I was answering for myself, but apparently I was wrong. So let's hear how I'm wrong. Roll the tape.
Is this atheism? Come on, Nikki did way better than this.
I just spelled Josh.
Keep going, Chris.
Yes.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem you know what a worldview is. Brussels sprouts are not.
It's interesting. I don't think you set your fighters
Look at the
handy
look on my face.
See the world. It's a food. It's not a philosophy. Are we going to have a mature conversation, or?
I'm asking you the exact same question, Chris.
I'm actually dealing with what you're saying. You're just Brussels sprouts in my head.
Stance. Oh, stance.
Did you hear me say that atheism does not, or my non-belief in your God does not shape how I see the world or how I interact with it?
It absolutely does. Want me to show you how?
Wow.
Can I show you how?
The second or third time that you
I wonder if it'll let me change that. Probably
Can I show
not.
you how, though? I'm not just claiming. I'm showing you how. See?
Oh, you froze on me. You froze.
I'm not frozen.
There you are. Okay.
All right. So let me show you how actually a lack of belief in God shows how you.
Here we go.
Hold up. Let me ask you a question. Which God are we talking about?
Well, the only God there is, the only one that I've been talking about, the Christian God of the Bible.
There are about 2,000 other practicing religions. I don't know what you're going to say.
So you're a polytheist now.
Well, as it turns out, Chris, you're still not letting me talk about.
Pause the tape. Again, it's almost like they read from the same book. Cy Tim Bruggencate, Jeff, they all do the same thing. They don't understand that we are contrast.
Uncle Bobby's a southpaw.
Compare and contrast. No, fuck nuts. I'm not a polytheist.
Woo! I'm excited now. We got it right.
That you have a faith system.
I'm a southpaw too, so I'm
system.
super excited.
And when I talk to that dude over there,
yes,
he sounds
let's get
just like you, but he doesn't.
Oh, let's get this lefty shit, baby.
And so what do they
Me
do?
and Uncle Bobby have so
now
much in
they assert
common.
your position for you. Because again, atheism is not my position. It's a response to a single claim. But they need me to claim something so they can knock it down. So now apparently I'm a polytheist because I don't know Robert Reed. Roll the tape.
You're an atheist. You don't believe in any gods. Now you're going to polytheism. Stand on the foundation, sir, so I can chop it off. Please. You're either going to argue like a polytheist or an atheist.
I am going to tell you that there are over 2,000 religions being practiced right now. Each one of them thinks that they got the right one.
And you care for none of them.
Chris.
The only
you're absolutely right. And
the only worldviews on the table.
You to talk, Chris, and I do not care because I'm going to get this sentence out no matter what. I am telling you that my non-belief in your God shapes my world about as much as it shapes my non-belief in other people's gods. Just like I can only assume that your non-belief in Ogu does not affect your world at all.
There are only two worldviews on the table right now.
Does your non-belief in Ogu affect your everyday?
Yes, because I don't live according to that worldview.
Oh yeah, I know. Seriously.
So, again,
then I will say this. Then this is how.
Rat-a-tat-tat on the forehand.
I'm trying to demonstrate to you.
I'm trying to. No, I know that very much.
So let me demonstrate.
What the hell's going on here?
You wanted me to demonstrate it, and then you're going to
pause the tape. No, I did not. That's what I wanted you guys to hear. I heard some of this shit while I was drinking coffee this morning, and I'm going to tell you, it ruined my fucking coffee, and that's saying a lot because Uncle Bobby loves some coffee. Did you guys catch that? You've been wanting me to demonstrate. Actually, no, I haven't. You can always count on a dishonest person to be dishonest. I've been trying to tell you I don't give a shit about any of this stuff. I've also told you it's not my worldview. Atheism is not my worldview. I know that because I'm a motherfucking atheist. Well, I'm going to demonstrate. I don't care. I just told you. Again, hey, I don't like Brussels sprouts. You know what Chris just said? Yes, you do. No, actually, I don't. You want me to show you how? Then he was like, you've been asking me to demonstrate. No, I did not. And that's why I'm saying, if he ever comes on my channel, which I am absolutely certain he won't.
Left-handedness is heathenry. They tried to switch me up.
All the times I said, this is what I said.
My grandmother used to like take spoons and, you know, cutlery and all those things out of my left hand and try to force me to use it in my right. And then I would just get pissed off when I would just put it back in my left hand because, you know, I was a child and that's what you do. So bad boy.
And he said, no, it's not. Yeah, it is. And you're right, Chris. Everyone can now hear it. Roll the tape, liar.
You're right.
Okay,
You're right.
So again, there are only two worldviews on the table: Christianity and atheism. I don't have to discuss every other worldview. But again,
I just told you that atheism.
Right, I'm going to mute you. You're muted because I'm going to show you.
You're muted.
Pause the tape. That's why I will never go on his channel. He's got the power of mute. Now,
this is the LPP, the John Maddox school.
Not. I hit my boy Peter up. I did. I love Peter, my brother from another mother. And I
cheers,
asked him,
gang. Appreciate all y'all rocking with me late night.
Yeah. Peter knows all this shit. When I did my first ever Gin and Conversation, Peter spun the ones and twos in the background. That's why I want to do it on my show. If there's a second
Uncle Bobby ain't tech savvy, but he'll hire a DJ.
Because I know what I said. Again, did I say this earlier? Bundy gave me the best definition of gaslighting there is. Here's the Uncle Bobby interpretation of what Bundy said.
Uh-oh. Love the shout-outs, man. Those shout-outs never get old.
Gaslighting
Promise you that.
is someone's going to butt-fuck your medulla oblongata so much that now you're going to start questioning, did I really say that? My favorite color is black. That's not what you said. It is what I said. They're going to say it enough times. You're like, is my favorite color black? What the fuck? That's gaslighting.
Pretty much.
Never once said, no, Chris, please. Tim, I did it. But he's like, everyone heard what you said. Now, why would I edit? Gaslighting. I never once said, I want you to demonstrate. But he was like, you just asked me to demonstrate. No, I did it. I've actually been telling you my stance. Now, Chris is going to tell me my stance, and he muted me to do so. You can always count on a dishonest person to be dishonest. Roll the tape.
I can hear you right now because I'm going to show you what you asked for. You asked me to demonstrate how atheism dictates how you view the world. Because
Gang, we're taking a real quick Uncle Bobby break because Cousin Jay saw some shit, and now Cousin Jay has to rant about some shit. We've been talking about who's licking Trump's balls so they could be Trump's VIP hoe.
Republican Congresswoman Elise Stefanik is thought to be on the top.
And apparently there's lead dogs we didn't even know were in the race.
Top of the list as Trump's running mate in the 2024 presidential
election. Don't worry, we'll
election.
return to Uncle Bobby
but
after this.
She wasn't always a MAGA Republican. In fact, if you asked her for her honest opinion without it, going out into the world, she probably would tell you that she despises Trump. But she did a complete 180 for her political aspirations. So let's talk about it. So in a brutal profile on Elise Stefanik, the New York Times went through her political evolution, if you want to call it that, although I would argue she devolved. She started off as someone who was not in favor of Trump and then turned into one of Trump's most loyal, at least publicly, defenders. In fact, one Arkansas state senator, Clark Tucker, says this: I suspect there are a lot of Republican members of Congress who take positions on Trump that they don't hold privately for their own political security or gain. Elise, meaning Congresswoman Elise Stefanik, is the only one I know for certain who has. As for her third term, as her third term unfolded, the party was now firmly controlled by Trump, a populist president she didn't like or respect, a whack job, as she once described him in a message obtained by the New York Times. So I want to be clear that the New York Times didn't base this solely on, anonymous sources, people who don't want to go on the record. They actually had written exchanges, text exchanges between Stefanik and her friends. And we're gonna go through some of those examples in just a moment and just how egregious, honestly, the political class really is. Because it's not about serving you. I mean, they're supposed to be public servants. It's all about serving themselves. Farron.
Yeah, and I think in addition to Elise Stefanik, it's also a Lindsey Graham situation
Bundy's brilliant,
too.
man.
Oh, for sure.
I mean,
this is crazy,
tweet,
y'all.
If we nominate Trump, that was floating around Twitter again today. But all of these, not all of them, but the people that we've seen make this
And this is that conversation we were having earlier where I'm like, hey guys, you can't judge all of the politicians and public servants in this country based on these crazy people. And then you just hear these stories of these spineless politicians with absolutely no backbone, who absolutely flip on what they would claim as their core values just to get ahead, just a tad bit, even if it's only to get ahead in terms of having favor with a motherfucking treasonous insurrectionist. You're not making my job any easier out here.
Crazy 180, suddenly oh no, I've seen the light. He is the greatest. It's so transparent for those looking from the outside. We see you, we see what you're doing, we know why you're doing it, but they just pretend I'm so smart, I'm just loving Trump and I'm gonna get all the rewards and accolades for it. And it doesn't quite work out that way. So far, Stefanik, of course, has kind of failed upwards, taking over that leadership role that Liz Cheney was booted from. But it's not gonna take her any further. Mm-hmm. And that is the thing that I think she's now trying to grapple with, as so many of these other folks are oh God, this is tainted goods. My name is all over it. Where the heck do I go from here? And they don't have an answer for that.
Well, it's interesting because since January 6th and since members of the Republican Party have slowly but surely started to turn on Trump, Elise Stefanik has decided to double down. To me, it's clear that she's calculated that he is still the leader of the Republican Party and has a future as the leader of the Republican Party. As the New York Times writes, Stefanik has only doubled down, betting that her alliance with Trump will carry her further still to a job in his cabinet, perhaps, or even a slot as his running mate in 2024. And there's a lot of rumors about that in the right-wing space. In November, even before Trump made his bid for re-election official, she became one of the few senior Republicans to endorse him. Republican voters determine who is the leader
I will
of the
do this, and we're
Republican
going to work on
Party,
these
and it's
overhands.
very
Let's see
clear President
combinations
Trump
again.
is
Okay.
the leader of the Republican Party, she said. Now, 2 weeks after the just insanely tragic and gruesome shooting at a grocery store in Buffalo, New York, she went on to essentially accuse the victims. She didn't, I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. She didn't accuse the victims. The shooter in that case accused the victims of trying to replace white people in the country. It was a racially motivated shooting in a predominantly black neighborhood at a grocery store that, mostly black residents in the area shop at. It was chosen for that reason. And instead of speaking out against it aggressively, Stefanik endorsed Carl Palladino, a developer and Trump friend running for Congress, who had suggested online that the Buffalo grocery store massacre might have been a false flag operation meant to help Democrats revoke the Second Amendment. Within days of Stefanik's endorsement, audio surfaced of him praising Hitler as the kind of leader we need today. So she went from, I am a moderate Republican who was, mentored by Paul Ryan of all people. Paul Ryan now calls her a disappointment, one of the biggest disappointments in his political career. She went from moderate to now endorsing people like Palladino, who praises Hitler and makes excuses for an insanely gruesome shooting that took place, a racially motivated shooting. And in August of 2015, she told a New York radio station that Trump was insulting to women and that his candidacy would hurt the party's efforts to attract female voters. You see the 180 happening in real time for anyone paying close attention. And Farron, my question is, does this matter at all for the Trump supporters? Do they ever look back at a politician's history to determine whether or not this individual is actually loyal to whatever cause they're pushing for?
I think it's kind of the same way a missionary would go and try to recruit people into a religion. So once you finally get them hooked, once they say, yes, I will accept your God as the God, nothing that person did prior to that matters. It's all, you've got a new life now, you've seen the light, you are born again. And you really have to apply that to some of these Trump people because they have become born again Trump supporters. So all of these past statements, none of that matters. If they can show that they have been loyal, ever since their conversion, we'll call it, then they're in good standing. And so it's the cult mentality. Part of that is with it as well. As long as you accept my guy, I will accept you.
Bruh, man,
I want to bring up Matt Gaetz again because remember a couple years ago, Gaetz, I forget what package he voted against, but it was something Trump wanted. It was to limit military power.
Uncle Bobby's got too much power. He's got to be careful. The MAGA people
were furious at Gaetz. It took him months to get back on Trump's.
Uncle Bobby can't stop injuring his sparring partners.
They saw that, and they realized, okay, I can't even step out of line for one moment without getting ostracized from this community. So I know what I have to do. They're all working from the same playbook. They've seen the same things we have, and that's who they are now. And if it costs them in the future, good. I hope it does. But they think they're just riding this nice wave all the way to prosperity, I guess.
I think the born again Christian comparison is such a good one because
let's go.
Even if it's clearly obvious, as is the case with Stefanik, that this is just self-interest. She's motivated by her own, personal objectives in her career and stuff. They don't care as long as you're willing to do the 180 and continue promoting Trump the way that they would expect and want from you.
I got to be honest. I think people like this are just as atheistic as we are, and I bet you they just, like she said, they just realized the grift, and they just moved on to these political and social issues, which, as much as the frustrations dealing with those people are same, at least the issues are changing and they're pertinent to our lives. So I really want to give our community a lot of credit for kind of sticking in there. I guess we have a unique talent for staying with this shit even after we've given up on it personally a long time ago, because we want to help other people leave it and help people build community around non-belief. But I hazard to guess a lot of people are really on our side and in our corner on these things. And, you know, it's just not their wheelhouse, at least not right now.
Then they'll give you a green light. So we'll see how it plays out for Stefanik, but she better be careful what she wishes for, because maybe she should have a conversation with Mike Pence about what it's like to be Trump's vice president or running mate for that matter. There's no winning with Trump, even if you're as loyal as you possibly can be. All it takes is one perceived slight, and Trump will turn on you in a second. I mean, he's still going after Mitch McConnell, and Mitch McConnell helped him confirm so many of his judges. It's insane. So.
Holy crap. Holy shit. Did y'all see that? That dude knocked me in the next week. Holy fuck.
They do not have a
Yeah, we're gonna have to try that again.
Fuck it. I can't respond to any of this. Now he's giving me how it is. This is my definition. But here's the thing though, gang. Everything he said, fuck it. Everything he said, right? Objective morality, ultimate wrong and right. I'm anti all that crap. None of it was true. None of it was true. And he muted me to say it. This is all bait as far as I'm concerned. Now I can break this shit down. The best part of knowing how to fight is knowing when not to do it. So again, he muted me.
Aren't we done here?
To tell. Snot, roll the tape.
Holy hell.
I've already established a lot, so I'm really for some
Atheist News Network, baby.
interaction.
Well, I've tried.
I think that's where we're headed, man. We'll get there, man. I think people are feeling it, man. They just got to take some time to find us.
Actually does dictate how you view the world.
Continue.
Polytheism and Brussels sprouts and bald heads.
Don't forget bald-headed. I said left-handed.
Left-handed, that's correct.
Why don't we also throw in? Wow, I guess that means I'm anti-Atlanta Falcons as well. But
Falcons is not a philosophical worldview.
I'm being a smart ass.
Atheism is.
Actually, has this motherfucker never watched football? Atlanta Falcons isn't a worldview.
Is this serious?
Better not say that shit about.
Pause the tape. Now he's gonna.
Listen, for those of you that don't know anything about football, let me tell you a bona fide truth about football. If you don't believe me, ask Wayne. Being an atheist is not a worldview. Being a Dallas Cowboys fan is 100% a worldview. Absolutely, 100%. No doubt about
some
it.
other sounds and whatnot. I am being serious. What?
Falcons is life for some fool. Yep. And I get it because I'm a Cowboys fan, which means if you're an Atlanta Falcons fan, you deserve eternal conscious
I
torment.
was like, oh, Chris, please. Oh, I'm so dying to go on your show. He asked me. And apparently, this is a debate. I didn't call it one. He did. A debate is a back and forth. I'm trying to tell him who and what it is I am. And apparently that's
I can't resist max power. Let's do
It's
it.
not. Well, the tape.
I can ask you the exact same question.
I thought we were gonna, like I said, Nikki, she failed, but I thought you were gonna do way better. I've watched a lot of your videos or some of your videos.
Well, what do you think about videos?
After
If you would like to ask me about me, then go ahead.
Well, I'm doing something for me. I'm doing something bigger than you. It's our philosophical worldview. But you asked me a comment on your videos. I will say this, and I'm thankful that you haven't done so today, but it was hard to get through a lot of your videos because they're very vile. You do a lot of rage cussing and rage cussing. I mean, just not cussing, but I mean, it's like every 20 seconds.
Oh my
And
goodness.
it just rants.
The funny thing is, Uncle Bobby really
Again,
doesn't
pause
curse
the
that
tape.
much, actually.
Cussing.
You already know, gangs, fight night.
All right, coming up next, a matchup to determine the baddest man on the planet. The UFC heavyweight title is on the line. All right, so here he is, a man who needs no introduction, the former K1 World Grand Prix champion, heavyweight contender, Alistair Overeem. Kind of surprised you haven't shared the octagon with this guy yet.
Yes, we have seen Alistair Overeem for a really long time. We've seen the ups, we've seen the downs. From the highest of highs as a Strikeforce heavyweight champ to the lowest of lows. He's been here and he's been around forever. But the one thing that you know when you think about Alistair Overeem is that when things get tough, he will evolve. He will get better. And recently, he has been back on the upswing.
And everything he throws can permanently injure you. Yeah.
Oh, when the saints go marching in. Oh, when the saints go marching in. I want to be in that number. When the saints go marching in. Oh, when the sun refuses to shine. Oh, when the sun refuses to shine. I still want to be in that number when the sun refuses to shine. Oh, when the saints go marching in. Oh, when the saints go marching in.
For this heavyweight championship fight, Overeem is 6 years his senior. He weighed in at 260 pounds.
It's a bunch of old, grown-ass men right here, 40 and 46.
Ladies and gentlemen,
They got us old as shit.
this is the main event of the evening. And when the action begins, our referee in charge, Dan Mergliata. And now, this is the moment UFC fans around the world have been waiting for. Live from the MGM Grand Garden Arena in Las Vegas. It's time! 5 rounds for the undisputed UFC Heavyweight Championship of the world. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. This man is a mixed martial artist, holding a professional record of 51 wins, 21 losses, and 1 no contest. He stands 6 feet 4 inches tall, weighing in at 260 pounds. Fighting out of Amsterdam, the Netherlands, introducing the challenger, Alistair Overeem. And now, introducing the champion, fighting out of the red corner. This man is a Muay Thai kickboxer and jiu-jitsu fighter, holding a professional record of 14 wins, 1 loss. He stands 6 feet 5 inches tall, weighing in at 255 pounds. Fighting out of Austin, Texas, ladies and gentlemen, presenting the reigning, defending, undisputed UFC heavyweight champion of the world, Robert.
All right, this is for the UFC Championship. I want you to obey my commands at all times, protect yourself at all times. I want a nice, clean, safe fight. Touch gloves, back your corners, do not fight.
Oh. All right, I see how it is.
You ready? You ready?
right, so here we go, number 1 versus number 2 to determine the baddest man on the planet. Round 1 is underway of this UFC Heavyweight Championship fight. It could be a quick night at the office. We shall find out in short order.
He's limping now.
Oh, leg kick is good. Big knee there.
Oof, just out of range.
Oh, massive head kick there. We'll see if he can finish.
Got out of there.
And a strong outside leg kick there.
Got him. Ooh.
Get the bonus checks ready.
I mean, this fight is about done.
I didn't get out of there.
Now he has to find one more
Let's get up.
Back to the feet. Oh, huge kick to the head.
Dump him. Oh, he stuffed it.
How good is his takedown defense?
He stuffed
He
it.
might have landed there. Just over 3 minutes to go, round 1. Now his opponent in a world of trouble.
Such a sneaky head kick. He did not recognize it was coming high, and now he's got him hurt bad. Look at the whip action that comes from him throwing that kick.
Oh, that is a huge shot right there, DC. You don't want to eat too many more of those.
No, and he needs to start looking to finish now because he's got his opponent hurt very bad. That's how you finish your fight.
Just over 2 minutes.
Good stuff. Good defense. Oh, shit. Let's get out of there. Punches and bunches. Combos.
Tagged by that combination. His coach said on Thursday to us, it has to be punches and bunches. Oh!
He needs to start looking to finish now because he's got his opponent hurt very bad. Oh.
Oof. Oh, my goodness. See, I told you, one fucking shot with this guy. Get up. Holy fuck. Are you serious? It does not matter how hurt he is, how many times you've hit him. That's it. How is that not it?
Massive shot lands. Look at how tough his opponent is, though. Still standing, still in their fight. Now look at him jumping in to try to get the finish.
Oh, nicely done there as he escapes back to his feet.
Let's go! Let him get up, waited, timed it, met him on the way up with that front kick.
To end the fight.
Hi-ya!
I'm not even sure his opponent saw it coming, so a huge win for that young fighter.
Oh, yeah.
Highlight for the real DC as we look.
Yeah, but the whole fight was landing punches. He was doing everything right until eventually.
That was why you like to see the heavyweight champion of the world. Those were two dangerous monsters in there, throwing fucking bombs. Y'all saw he touched us up a couple of times and literally he almost won that fight. He is always one strike away from taking you out. And we had to hit him a lot. We had to hit him a lot. But we did it, man.
So the celebration is on, and it figures to continue deep into the night for the UFC.
Deep into the night, gang. And I think that gets us our contract bonus. I think that's our 4th title defense under this contract.
Crowning achievement of his mixed martial arts career, knocks out the #1.
Fun. Welcome back to Late Night Myron Theater. All right. Actually, I'll be right back, gang. I want to just refill all my things, get a quick refresher. I will be RB.
fuck me. Go fuck yourself. Shut the fuck up. That's what got Chris upset. But at the end of this interview, debate, interrogation, whatever the fuck, he straight up told me that it was okay, that his God would hurt me, and that his God would not stop hurting me. But fuck, that's what you guys don't know, when we were setting this up, he was like, send me a picture. So I sent him my avatar. Luke Cage. I'm not being cocky, I'm just being honest. There's a little bit of resemblance. A bald-headed, very muscular black guy. I don't have to exaggerate. That's kind of what I look like with the shirt off. He said, could you send me one with the shirt on? I'm like, fuck, are you serious? It wasn't Luke Cage just sitting there stroking his big black cock. It's Luke Cage with no shirt. You can see a black dude at the pool with no shirt, right? A cartoon that had no shirt. The fact that I said fuck bothered him. His God hurting me and never stopping for an eternity is what he gave a thumbs up to. But fuck is where he draws the line. Roll the tape.
Critiques of Christianity more so than complaints of Christianity.
I can do both, and I did do both.
Think they're the most persecuted people. Christians are, anti-trans, anti-LGBT brothers, and it was just complaining more so than providing a framework to why Christians are wrong.
Would you like to talk about that?
Yeah, let's do it.
Pause the tape. You're wrong because your worldview sucks the left nut. I told you, virgins don't get pregnant. And stop with the old bullshit. Well, what about your epistemology? Show me that a virgin can get pregnant. I'll believe it. Snakes don't talk. The Bible is sitting on some bullshit. Prove it. Prove it. Prove it without asking me 90 minutes of unanswerable questions. There. I can do that. I can make fun of you. I can do all at the same time because I'm just that goddamn talented. Gang, let's do about 25 more minutes. Roll the tape.
Oh, right.
You're
Now
here.
we're talking.
We've been talking.
Okay. Yes. Yeah. You guys do complain. And I will not come into your house. I'm assuming your rules are different than mine. So that is why I
fast forward
when I'm in your house.
And kids do watch my show, so just FYI.
And I
a triplet. Hashtag I'm professional. Kids do watch my show. So you can't cuss. Kids watch my show, but I just straight up told you you're going to burn in hell forever. And it's okay. Roll the tape. Let's jump around.
In my house, I do what I want, but I'm in your house. So I'm going to show respect. And I up to rate. And I said it's not a topic I like to use back and forth.
We're fast forwarding.
It sucks. It's terrible. It's horrible. And I think that's really all that should be said about it. Whether it's objectively wrong or objective, doesn't help that rape survivor won out. So I think we agree that it's bad. And if that's the case, I think we should hold hands and walk into the sunset because we agree.
Bridge building.
That is awful. Okay, then we just don't agree. And that's fine. Because when I go to work tomorrow, I'm going to do my job.
Objectively or
do my job the best.
Pause the tape. I'm going to go to work tomorrow. I'm going to do my job. I told this fuckface at the 8-minute mark, I don't care. And again, he's still shoving Brussels sprouts down my throat. What you're saying does not affect the bottom line at all. Right? But here we are. I'm going to go to work tomorrow and do my job. Are you going to do it objectively or subjectively? I told you I don't care. Roll the tape.
Like I said, I'm going to do my job. See, keep asking me about something that I just said I don't care about.
Let me explain the problem here, Robert, is that you actually don't actually want to defend the claim you make. You just say, well, it's just bad. It just is. So I'll use the same argument. God exists. He just does. Whether it's real or not.
Again, they all do the same thing. Sai has done it. They've all done it. But I'm just saying, God just exists. Fuckface. That is what you guys already do. You do. You walked into this. I'm right. You're wrong. Period. End of story.
New contract time.
Shit. Roll the tape.
Your argument just gets to assert, but it actually doesn't have to.
I want a big bonus.
Okay.
It just is.
Which is fine. You're right.
It's fine.
The bottom line still stands. What I do tomorrow at work, I still have to do my job. And I don't care if you or anyone else calls it objective or subjective.
3 fights in a row, I'm thinking.
The rapist views the same way. Doesn't care if you believe it's wrong or right. He's going to go do his thing.
And now I have to go do my job.
Pause the tape. Best part of knowing how to fight is when knowing not to fight. Did you guys hear that? Now the rapist is gonna, again, so fucking what? I do more to put good in the world than his God ever has. His God can stop it, but apparently according to free will, oh, well, Robert, he's going to get punished. No, he's not. Because if that fucker finds Jesus, it doesn't fucking matter. So now the rape survivor and the rapist get to share the same cloud for eternity. But that's Christian apologetics, making light. But the rapist is going to do his job. Have your God stop him. Your God shows up on Super Bowl Sunday.
Oh, super fight,
series,
baby. Stipe
helps you find lost
Miocic.
car keys
Let's
and a
go.
missing $20 bill. But he's amazingly absent for rape. All the word get. And keep in mind, we're still trying to prove that a God exists. And all this fuckface can talk about is that the rapists are just going to continue to rape, and I've got no foundation by which to call it wrong. Because that's exactly how you prove a God exists. Roll the tape.
And if I can stop, right? And if I can stop him, I will.
Why would you stop him if it's not objectively wrong?
Oh, my Lord.
Who cares?
You have no basis. So you...
Which is your opinion, which is fine.
Wow. You have no basis to stop a racist because you can't say it's objectively wrong.
Stop it, why?
Is this the best Christianity has to offer?
Hold on. Robert, let me explain. Let me explain my...
No, Chris, no.
I can't even explain it.
Trying to explain
Pause the tape. He asked me a question, but will not let me explain it. And so now he's going to explain it for me. How is this a debate? It's not. Roll the tape.
Because you already have.
I haven't explained.
I'm trying to explain. You have. You actually just did. And now I'm telling you.
So what did I say?
If I see a crime happening, Chris, I'm going to stop it if I can. I can't stop it at all the times. So by the time these ladies come to me, I'm going to do my job. And that's really, for me, Chris, that's what matters. Doing my job. The labels on the outside, to me, does not affect my bottom line. And you're right. There are people out there who are motivated to do bad stuff. And if I can stop them,
remember, according to Richard Dawkins, there is no evil or bad.
Pause the tape. According to Robert Reed, I'm not Richard Dawkins. So why am I answering for Richard Dawkins? Roll the tape.
And I don't see Richard Dawkins anywhere in this conversation.
He's speaking consistently from an atheist worldview. Because that's why you don't want to argue the whole thing about objectivity. It matters a lot more than you willing to grant.
In your opinion, Chris, knock yourself out.
But
I'm
again,
going to explain this.
Whether I'm right or wrong, you have no foundation to say I'm right or wrong. I'll just do my job. I'll just do my job. Just like you.
And saying it's objective changes my job. How?
On the basis of something being a crime, how do you determine if that crime is something that's good or bad? For example, slavery once was dominant in this culture. It was legal to have a slave, to force somebody from another country.
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. It was still wrong.
On that basis, I want you to actually answer the question. On that basis, why shouldn't have slave masters done their job and continued on with slavery?
Rape and slavery, rape and slavery, rape and slavery.
You really went for it there, didn't you? Slavery sucks.
By what
That's what you
standard?
say about
It was
slavery.
once legal.
Mine. I know that, Chris.
You weren't alive then.
Mine.
Pause the tape. So there, that's where you got it from. Again, the only thing to say about slavery is that it's bad. We're going to fast forward because we're going to wrap this up. I don't want to make this a 9-hour long show. Please notice how I never once said I would stop a rapist if I could because it was illegal. Did I say it? Like he said, everyone just heard what I said. Go back about 5 minutes. Go back and listen to what I said. If I could stop a rapist, I would. He's going to say, again, if you want to see it, go to his fucking channel, listen to all 90 minutes of the bullshit. I never once said, I'm going to stop it because it's illegal. But he asserted that's what I said. You want to know why? Script. It's not. This isn't a debate. This isn't a back and forth. I eventually tell him, and go to my YouTube channel. You're already on it. Just go take a look at yesterday. I addressed this. I said, because he's going to eventually say, slavery didn't directly affect you. I said, actually, yes, it did. You know what he said? Slavery didn't affect you. It's not talking to me. He's talking at me. Roll the tape. We're going to fast forward.
You weren't alive then.
I'm directly affected by it.
So what?
That's
well,
nice.
That's your opinion. And it
Again,
hurts me.
You weren't
And
alive.
I don't care, Chris.
You don't care.
You weren't alive.
You don't care. That's the real,
And just like
the real reason.
Gang, I got to give it away. Y'all know when we start these fantasy teams in the motherfucking video games, because I love games and I like sports games. Go fuck yourself. I don't care. Trash pandas. Just straight trash pandas. And this dude right here is a bona fide trash panda. Could you imagine looking at black people in the face? I mean, yes, Uncle Bobby's grandfather, I believe it was, was giving slaves a proper burial after they'd been lynched and took his father along with him or something like that. Might have missed that by a generation or so, but that's more or less the story. But look, gang, let's set that aside and say that either wasn't Bobby's personal story or Bobby didn't know that was his personal story. Can you imagine looking a black American in the face and trying to argue that they're not affected by slavery because they weren't alive for it? Again, if you close your eyes and what's coming out of your mouth sounds like a white supremacist talking point, and you open your eyes and the person standing in front of you is black, trash panda every single time. Don't worry about it. It never fails. It's a fail-proof test.
I don't need to. It's right here. People are receiving this.
Go ahead. You're right. You're right, Chris.
Again, and pause the tape. Do I really have to sit here and explain when I said I don't care? Was I talking about slavery or rape? No. Do I care about his argument? No, I don't. You know what his followers are going to hear? I don't care about rape and slavery. Because that's honesty. Gang, let's wrap this up. Roll the tape.
Care if slavery is wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't even hear what I said.
Yep, you don't care. You don't care if it's objective or moral. So I gave you something that was once legal. You said we should be following the law. It's a crime. You appealed to the legal system.
I didn't say that.
You didn't do that?
Pause the tape, end the tape, done. Did you hear that? It's the same shit for another hour. We're not going through the rest of this bullshit. Did I say anything about, I don't, it's because it's legal? That's not what I said. If I could stop rape, I will. I'm going to give it everything I got. I said, I am directly affected by slavery because I am. Again, people like to talk about it like it's 9 billion years old. It's not. I just said I'm directly affected. Did you guys hear what he said? You're not directly affected. It's not. Gang, Uncle Bobby's only giving you one big motherfucking problem. So as a result, Uncle Bobby's gonna give you one big motherfucking solution. Presuppositional apologetics. Shut the fuck up. Step 1, the presup is right. Step 2, the atheist is wrong. Step 3, the atheist knows that the atheist is wrong. Step 4, the atheist knows the presup is right. Step 5, the atheist just won't admit it. You guys heard that. Like he said, we all heard it.
There we go, leveling up the jab.
Now
That's what we wanted.
The best part about knowing when to fight
Key
is when knowing
to the boxing
when
right
not
there.
to fight.
Ooh, Muay Thai combos.
You want to talk about giving yourself enough rope to hang yourself?
Good shit, good
Again,
shit.
will I ever go back on his channel? Nope. If he wants to do a round 2, and I'll shoot him a DM, he gets to come to my house. You guys heard what I said. And unless he tries to hit me up and get this video taken down, now it's up. And I'm not the first person to do this. Matt, Aaron, everyone who's infinitely smarter than I am. I got my own twist of shit. Again, I proportion my offense by those who offend me. I was talking to a presup. They're dishonest by definition. I sat there and I tried to talk about myself because I'm the expert on me. And apparently I'm wrong. Who knew? I tried to define myself. Apparently I'm wrong. I told him at the 8-minute mark, everything that you're talking about, I don't care about. So instead of going into another topic, 40 minutes. Gang, there's still 40 minutes left. 40 minutes. All you could do is talk about what it is I just said I don't care about. And what you guys didn't catch, and it's a perfect example of apologetics. Again, now I asked him a question, but he wouldn't answer it. Again, it was like skiing, gymnastics. I was naming a bunch of random shit. What is it that you don't care about? And you know what he asked me? What do you mean by care? You're a grown-ass man. He's got a receding hairline. He has the ability to grow a beard. I'm looking at this dude. He's at minimum in his 30s. And instead of answering a direct question, his only response is, what do you mean by that? My point was, we're talking about shit that I don't think about because I don't care to think about it because it doesn't affect my bottom line. And so when I asked him a direct question, because apparently this was a debate, this was a back and forth. Yeah, it really wasn't. Snot. When I asked him a question, he wouldn't answer it. Chris, name something that you don't care about. I care about everything. No, you do not. You care about everything so much that you had zero problem telling me I was going to go to hell. That's lying, gang. That is just straight up fucking lying. And he did it twice. Where he was like, well, Robert. So the real reason, Robert, God came down in human form. He was Jesus Christ. And he died on the cross for our sins, Robert. Now one day, we're all going to have to give an account for our sins. And I was like, dude, I know you don't believe me, but I'm an atheist. Do you think I just bought what you just said? Well, I'm not trying, Robert, it's about a book. He's like, gang, at the end of the day, you can always count on a dishonest person to be dishonest. That wasn't a debate. Wasn't even a conversation. It was a flow chart. The times that I was allowed to
overhands
speak,
are straight knockout punches.
and I tried to talk. One time I got muted. I got talked over the rest of the
Throw
time.
hooks.
I was told I was wrong about myself. So why was I even there? It's not. If there is a round 2, there's no way I'm going back to that channel.
There's no way he survived. Let me just throw a couple missed ones.
Chris, if there is
I
going to
gotta
be a
miss
round
him
two,
just so I don't
you
knock
and
the
I
school
now
out
get
too
to
soon.
sit down, and it may take us 3 to 4 hours, but now we're going to break down this game tape.
All right, now it's
'Cause you're
personal
right.
overhands.
Now, everyone gets to hear it. Everyone just heard what I just said. When I said, no, Chris, poop was not the reason why. I'm an atheist. But your monster edited that shit, didn't you?
Ooh,
You
that
dishonest
left
bastard.
hand overhand, baby.
And like you said earlier,
Ooh,
or later in
that's
tape,
the
Chris,
pocket locker haymaker, baby.
do I have to be logical?
Southpaws
Do I
in
have to
this
be honest?
bitch.
It's like, no, you don't. But when I catch you in a lie, stop. You don't get to act shocked.
I gotta be honest, the way me and Uncle Bobby kind of rock it, it's kind of like people are like, you know what? I'm not bipolar. I'm not a crazy, angry black man. I'm not a fucking heathen. I'm not left-handed. Damn, I'm not cool like Uncle Bobby and Pocket Locker. Like, we are bringing left-handed, bipolar black dude back in style, right? Like, soon people gonna be pulling up to their doctor. Hey, can I get some of that Seroquel? Your doctor gonna be looking at you like, what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, can I get some of that Seroquel, doc? I think I might be bipolar. What? I don't know, doc. I've been watching a lot of Pocket Locker and Gin and Truth on YouTube, and I gotta be bipolar. I gotta be bipolar. Give me some of the bipolar meds. I'm telling you, we making this bipolar shit look good, baby.
Surprise when I no longer trust you.
Oh, you're not left-handed? Sorry.
I said you're going to monster edit that
That's
shit.
your problem right there.
You said, no, I wasn't. That's exactly what you did. And you're right, Chris. Now, everyone got to hear it. Everyone heard what you just said. You can always count on a dishonest person to be dishonest. All right, gang. The big guy's held you long enough. He's signing the fuck off. Gin and Truth. Let's go.
All right, we were going to save this shit for tomorrow, but let's rock and roll, man. I appreciate the late night crowd. The late night crowd. Let's do it. Let's do a little late night counter apologetics. Fuck it. Eh? Little late night counter apologetics, huh? Uh-oh. Oh, yeah. I was going to wait till tomorrow, but fuck it.
Bible?
You know, fuck the early crowd. Why should the early crowd get the good shit? Your Bible is wrong. Let's go.
You're not actually reading the Bible. See, a year and a half ago, I visited Dr. John J. Collins, Joel Baden, and Elaine Pagels. And on that trip, I asked many questions of them. A lot of them came from Patreon fans, so thank you for joining the Patreon.
Welcome to Mythvision After
But
Dark.
I asked him these questions, and he pointed out, you're not actually reading the Bible. But let's see what Dr. Baden has to say himself. Hope you liked the video. Don't forget to check out our description and come help us join our journey here on trying to educate people more on the subject matter. Professor Joel Baden, you hurt my feelings, you know? You told me that I'm not really reading the Bible when I pick up the Gideon Bible right here next to this bed here at the hotel.
I don't have any leg locks.
I'm teasing, but you would have
Let's
hurt my
slam this
feelings 7 or
motherfucker.
8 years ago when I was a fundamentalist evangelical Christian who was a KJV onlyist about 12 years ago. Yeah, so I believed God preserved his word. Didn't you know? He would never let his word, go away. Took that stuff literal. So you told me, though, that we're not reading the Bible when we're reading the Bible. Can you tell me more about that?
Yeah. You're not reading... It's not that you're not reading the Bible. You're not reading the Bible.
Ooh.
Right? So, I mean, back it up. Okay. When you pick up an English translation of the Bible, first of all, you're picking up an English translation of the Bible. So you're not reading the original anything. And choices are being made without you knowing it constantly, right? Choices that are influenced by the translator's theological perspectives, historical, guesses, all kinds of things. Lack of knowledge, right? There are words we don't know the meaning of. Translators got to take a crack at it. There are, How does the Bible begin, man? What are the first words of the Bible in English? Hit me.
In the beginning, God.
Yeah, finish this. In the beginning,
in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth.
All right, that's good enough. Right?
Dark.
That's how your King James Bible begins. It's good stuff. Implies that there's nothing before creating heaven and earth, right?
Right.
Creation out of nothing, ex nihilo, right? Because that's like what the people who translated the King James believed. My English translation, the Jewish Publication Society version, begins when God began to create heaven and the earth. That's different. Like, there could be stuff before creation then. And in fact, Judaism thinks that there was. So like, now which one of those is right and wrong? Neither. You know which one's right? The Hebrew is right. Right? But the Hebrew, right, could go either way, right? So your translation is already an interpretation. It's not the Bible, it's a Bible, right? Like the King James is a creation out of nothing Bible, and the JPS is a not creation out of nothing Bible.
Can I probe you real quick here?
Please don't call it that.
Well,
go ahead.
Yeah, you're right. That's a good point.
Now, if I could just penetrate your brain here after lubing you up with some provocative questions. No, this is really the issue I have with Richard Madsen. Like, not only does he have this weird esoteric space Jesus theory, but it all comes down to, like, he's talking about translations, and Richard Madsen's versions of translation is that none of the translations are correct. None of them are accurate. And so what I think Professor Baden and others would say to him is, yes, you can construct an interpretation where it isn't logically incoherent for you to read space Jesus into the Bible, but it is certainly not what anybody who translates the Bible for a living in the context of the culture and the religious traditions from which we know it originates would read out of the Bible. And he literally breaks it down to, I've asked him point blank on our program, well, which version, which version do you find that people should grab a hold of? Which one do you think is the closest? Okay, well, none of them are accurate. Well, okay, I get that none of them are accurate, but which one do you think is even like, approximate a decent? None of them do. So you've got to read the Richard Madsen interpretation to understand Richard Madsen's space Jesus. I mean, and if anybody really is going to say that passes as high-minded scholarship, especially when it hasn't gotten the attention of any actual biblical scholars first, is just totally missing it here. And the thing that really bothers me about these pseudo-intellectuals is they spin their Christian persecution narrative. Oh, no academic will take my idea seriously because it's too fringe, and they're all bought into some conspiracy to keep my ideas out. And if you really listen carefully, they'll always throw them, well, that's why I don't even try. Wait, so which is it? You've genuinely tried, and your ideas are so fringe that academics won't accept them, or you haven't even tried because you already know your ideas will be rejected, in which case, how convenient. But again, it's stuff you won't really catch if you just want to listen at the level of Richard Madsen's a nice guy. He says peace and respect when he starts all his conversations. He says so-and-so smiles, and I like when they smile. And, I really think we all ought to stick together. People just go, oh, Richard Madsen's such a great, nice guy. He uses English correctly. What a brilliant dude. And I'm like, listen, at some point you got to ask yourself about a person. What are they here for? Are they here for the content creator? Are they here for the content? Are they here for the community? Are they just trying to have a good time? Richard Madsen is pushing an agenda, and that agenda is grossly inept and inane. If he was just trying to kick it and smoke buds, that'd be one thing. But at the end of the day, like all the other apologists, he's trying to obstruct our journey. And in this case, with this particularly obscure and uncredible narrative. So I hope he doesn't decide to keep coming at me. I find critiquing Richard Madsen to be a bit too easy for my liking personally, but if you really like your ass whoopings that much, I do promise to hand them out. So,
you said the Hebrew's right, but here's the trickier part.
Yeah, I'm not. Hold on, I haven't gotten there yet.
Okay.
I'm gonna get there. Wait for it. Okay. So you're reading an English translation with the choices the translator has made.
What up, Kata?
Right. That you, as the lay reader, don't know our choices because you don't know the thing it's being translated from or what the other alternatives are. So you're being presented with a version of the text that is not necessarily the version.
Fucking space Jesus out of the sky.
Every translation is just a version. Okay, so that's one problem. What text is being translated? Right. The text that's being translated for you is the Masoretic text, right? That is to say, this now relatively the form of the Hebrew that was standardized in the 11th century or so. That's the 11th century, of course, AD, right? Not the 11th century BC. So you're reading a translation of an 11th century manuscript, right? That was itself an attempt, at least in many cases, an attempt to like fix the problems of all the manuscripts that had come before it, right? So before the 11th century, a whole bunch of different Hebrew manuscripts with all kinds of varying kinds of terms. And someone was like, let's like get ourselves like a nice, tight, clean, we'll get all the problems out. So like there's decisions being made there by humans about which text is right. Virtually every English translation is based on one manuscript, right? One medieval 11th century, like 1,000 years ago, 11th century manuscript. We call it the Leningrad Codex because it happens to now reside in Leningrad. That Hebrew text is one manuscript, right? With manuscripts, not printed copies, right? This isn't the kind of thing where you run off a million copies of the same thing, so every text is the same. Every manuscript's a tiny bit different. So my English translation is of the Leningrad Codex, but if I did an English translation of a different manuscript, some stuff would be maybe a tiny bit different because every manuscript has problems or, differences. And manuscripts, being manuscripts, like just have mistakes in them, right? So when you read your King James and you get to Genesis 22, which is the sacrifice of Isaac, near sacrifice of Isaac, and Abraham has lifted his knife to slay his son, and the angel stops him and says, don't do it. And Abraham at that point lifts his eyes and he sees a ram. In the King James, he sees a ram behind him. Right? It's a little bit weird. And he sees a ram behind him. Right? Like he lifted his eyes and saw a ram. It's weird.
Be right back, gang.
The King James is doing a literal translation of this Leningrad Codex, which has a typo right there. It's not a ram behind him. It's a ram, right? In Hebrew, this is the difference of like a tiny little tick of a line between the word achar, behind, and the word achad, one, right? That's all. It's just a typo, right? It's like in English, I don't even know, it's like we don't even have letters that are even this close. It's like mistaking an O for a U. It's like mistaking a capital I for an L if you're not using, they're nearly identical letters, right? The Leningrad Codex has a typo there. Instead of he lifted his eyes and he saw a ram, it says he lifted his eyes and he saw a ram behind. The King James says behind. But it's a mistake. It's a mistake in that one manuscript.
Right.
My Jewish Publication Society version says a ram. It doesn't say behind because they know about the mistake. 500 years later or 400 years after the King James, like they figured it out, like we all knew about it. And so they fixed it because they recognized it was just an error. So who's reading the Bible, right? Your Bible's got a typo in it, man. And mine doesn't, kind of. But also the Hebrew text that yours is translating had a typo in it. and other Hebrew texts from that period don't. And then what do we do about the fact that the 11th century manuscript that we're looking at is from the 11th century, like it's 1,000 years old? I got manuscripts that are 2,000 years old. Shouldn't they be worth more? We call those the Dead Sea Scrolls. But which manuscript am I supposed to be like? Am I supposed to just be reading the Dead Sea Scrolls? Is that like the real text? Like, it's different in all kinds of ways. Not only is the Dead Sea Scrolls text different from our current Hebrew text, but the Dead Sea Scrolls sometimes preserved multiple versions of the same Hebrew text. So, for example, I could find a text of the Book of Samuel from the Dead Sea Scrolls that looks a lot like the Book of Samuel that is in my Bible today. But I can also find from the Dead Sea Scrolls a Book of Samuel that's pretty different from my current Hebrew Bible. They're both 2,000 years old. Which one of them is the right one? And what happens when I tell you that the one that doesn't look like my current Hebrew text looks a lot like the 3rd century BC Greek translation of the Bible? Because the oldest text we have, not in manuscript, but the
Fight night. Let's go!
Oh, when the saints go marching in. Oh, when the saints go marching in. I want to be in that number. When the saints go marching in. Oh, when the sun refuses to shine.
And listen,
I'm
taking the gloves off.
That's right. Y'all know the game plan. Our job is to murder that man. It's the referee's job to stop us. If he dies, he dies.
Here's his senior. The reach is identical. Here is Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event of the evening. When the action begins, a referee in charge, Herb Dean. And now, this is the moment UFC fans around the world have been waiting for. Live from the sold-out Prudential Center in Newark, New Jersey. It's time! 5 rounds for the undisputed UFC Heavyweight Championship of the world. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. This man is a wrestler holding a professional record of 22 wins, 5 losses. He stands 6 feet 4 inches tall, weighing in at 240 pounds. Fighting out of Independence, Ohio, presenting the challenger, Stipe Miocic. And now introducing the champion, fighting out of the red corner. This man is a Muay Thai kickboxer and jiu-jitsu fighter, holding a professional record of 15 wins, 1 loss. He stands 6 feet 5 inches tall, weighing in at 255 pounds. Fighting out of Austin, Texas, ladies and gentlemen, presenting the reigning, defending,
undisputed
UFC Heavyweight Champion of the world, Robert.
Okay, but let's be real. Stipe Miocic is a fucking killer, and I hope Uncle Bobby's ready because I'd be fucking terrified. Holy shit. Yeah, protect yourself at all times. That's the Uncle Bobby, did you hear that? Protect yourself at all times, bro. Can't do that shit for you. Don't die in there. Gang, don't blink. Don't go to the restroom. This one may not last long. Oh, he's trying to kill me. He's trying to kill me.
place. He has defended this title in the past, despite the fact that this has been a belt that has changed hands quite a bit. Not since this. Oh! Big knee lands there.
That knee hurt him.
Oh!
He's in trouble. He's hurt bad.
Oof. Oof. No. Get out of there. Get out of there. No way thing. Let's go. Stay in range. There we go. Ooh, good block. To the body. To the body again. Oof. To the body.
Look at how he turns his hip over when he throws that kick.
To the body. To the body. Oh, missed.
To throw at the exact right moment. He deserves
Damn it. There it is. Leg kick.
I mean, he's cutting them down the sides with these beautiful leg kicks.
To the body.
Lands a good series of kicks there, DC. It really didn't take him long to get a
Gotta coach him up. Go to the body. Oh, there we go. Again. Damn it. I missed. Oh, shit.
Double leg takedown attempt here, and that is a good attempt as he
There
gets
it
the
is.
fight
Get up.
back
Get
to
up. Get up. Good strength. Let's go. Get out of here. Get out of there. No.
He got
And
it on the
feet.
shot, didn't have to put too much effort to finish. Great job.
Oof.
Look at
That's
the
right.
whip action that
Again.
comes from him throwing that kick.
There it is. Get back. To the body. Now.
It's very tricky when he throws that body kick.
Ooh, good block.
Just misses with a left hook there.
Oh!
And just like that, the fight is over.
Leaned into it. He leaned into it.
Near perfect strike to end the fight and end the night for his opponent, who candidly may not have even seen that shot coming. So just the way he drew it up, exactly what he told us during fight week played out here on fight night. He found a little opening in his opponent's defense and barged right through it to get the big knockout.
Rest in
So on the sport's biggest stage, he comes up large. The baddest man on the planet, the UFC heavyweight champion of the world, your winner and by knockout here tonight.
Let's go! Oh, yeah. Uncle Bobby wins. Oh, man. All right, let's see what's on the tube. What? Go back. Yeah, we're always down with that. Ooh, okay, here we go. I got a good one. This should be a good one. Gang. Come on, you give me a good one.
Hello, and thanks for joining me. Here's what Armando Calvo would do for me.
Listen, if I ever seen you on the street and you literally need a jacket, I would give you the jacket off my back. If I seen you on the street and you were kicked out, you got evicted and you needed money, you needed help of some sort, I would help you. I would do what I can in my power and ability to help you out.
Armando, I don't need the jacket off your back. I don't need rent money. I don't need you to take a bullet for me or any of the other things you say you'll do for me. I need you to be intellectually honest. That's it. I need you to be intellectually honest. And not even for my own sake, but for the sake of that which you claim I need, which is to become a Christian, because there is absolutely no chance of that happening as long as the most active and most immediate spokesperson for Christianity in my life is so blatantly and so unrepentantly intellectually dishonest. By the way, I intend for this to be the last Almondo video I do. We'll see whether or not that happens, it's largely up to him, but for now, I'm planning for this to be the last. I know I've said in the past that I was going to refute the arguments in his book chapter by chapter, and I do still intend to do that. But because of the massive plagiarism in his book, it turns out that I can rebut every argument in the book without referencing the book.
What's up with the trolls, bro?
The fine-tuning argument, the moral argument, the resurrection argument, all of those come word for word from other sources.
I love you, Tupac. Homie, what's up with you?
The only thing Armando adds to the mix, besides things like, lavender and rose-scented candles, is the overall claim that X is evidence for God, and even if you can think of an alternate explanation for X, it's still God because I say so.
Certain names to the list of banned words,
in which he claimed that atheists are trying to destroy him. Why would we want to destroy a confused kid, even one who ticks us off? It's not like you pose a threat to the person, property, or even worldview of anyone around you. We're not trying to destroy you. If we were trying to destroy you, we would encourage you to follow through with this plan.
I'm kind of open to sending my book to big names like Frank Turek, all these big apologists. I'm very open to sending them my book.
If there's anything in this whole mess that would destroy you, it's informing the victims of your theft of intellectual property that you have in fact stolen their intellectual property. With your words, I'm sure you would tell them that you were just elaborating or expounding on their work. But with your action, by sending them an actual copy of the book, you would be showing them, you would be demonstrating to them that you stole their intellectual property. Because they know about plagiarism even if you don't. Perhaps they will be merciful on you, perhaps not, but I'm sure that if you contact these people and send them a copy of your book, this would get their attention far more successfully than the atheists out there who have apparently been trying to contact Frank Turek and others to inform them of your plagiarism. I don't think they've had much luck. Either that or Turek simply doesn't care, for reasons I'll go into. Before going any further into Almondo himself, I want to take a moment and talk about why plagiarism is wrong. And because Almondo was a Christian, when he's not being a K-pop fan or an MMA boxer or a gaming live streamer, I'm going to talk about it from a Christian point of view. This presents a certain challenge for me since I don't have a Christian point of view, but luckily there are Christians out there who talk about it. I'm going to be presenting excerpts from an article called What Does the Bible Say About Plagiarism? This appears on the website gotquestions.org by Got Questions Ministries, and although no individual author is credited, the article is copyrighted 2002 to 2022 by Got Questions Ministries. A link to the article can be found in the description. And do you see what I'm doing right now? I'm about to use a long section of someone else's intellectual property, and I'm showing you, Armando, I'm giving you a demonstration of how to do it honestly, without plagiarism, without theft. And since the website as a whole is unabashedly evolution denying, young earth affirming, and opposition demonizing, Armando has no reason to complain about the source. Here's what Got Questions has to say about plagiarism. Plagiarism is the act of taking someone else's work or ideas and presenting them as your own. Plagiarism is most commonly associated with written work, such as research papers or books, but it can also occur with artistic expressions or in spoken work, such as a speech. Now, take this section from Armando's book, which is at the bottom of page 35. This section was lifted word for word from a Psychology Today article by Michael W. Austin, Ph.D. And once again, I give credit to Logic for finding this instance of plagiarism. By the way, the reason Armando says that there's no plagiarism in his work is that he listed all the people whose work he borrowed in a page in the back of the book. This is the page in question. Look carefully. Do you see the name of Michael W. Austin, Ph.D. anywhere on this page?
And that is not in any way, shape, or form an acceptable form of academic citation at all.
Without mentioning
it's literally a list
by that absurdly low standard that no academic institution would.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's literally a list of names, gang, that would never pass even. And I'm not talking about academic press, even just common, regular, everyday, nonfiction publishing, that wouldn't cut it. Literally a list of names at the end of the book. Y'all, if this is, look, man, I gotta be honest. I feel for this guy's fans, right? Because It's like, why ruin a good thing, man? These guys get successful on YouTube, get a little social media following. Just stay in your lane. You know, then they thinking they bigger than they are, and they start writing books and shit. That's crazy.
Never accept constitutes plagiarism. So what did Armando do? He took someone else's work or ideas and presented them as his own. Without a specific credit, a disinterested reader would look at this passage and conclude that the person credited as the author of the book, Armando El Cavo, produced this work. The Christian website mentions that plagiarism can also occur with spoken work such as a speech, and my previous video, Christ Righteous and Plagiarism, addressed where Armando did commit plagiarism in several of his videos. All those videos, by the way, are still up as of this recording. GodQuestions.org continues, plagiarism is dishonest because it advances a falsehood, passing off one's work as the work of another, and the Bible has much to say about lying, e.g. Bible verse. Again, by putting his own name at the front of the book and not putting Austin's name in a more specific citation, Armando is advancing the falsehood that he is the one responsible for creating this section of text. He is lying. He is bearing false witness. God Questions goes on to cite Bible verses against self-seeking behavior, which Armando can't claim not to be interested in, as well as stealing. Quoting again from the article, it's easy to see how taking someone's physical property is wrong, but taking someone's intellectual property is just as wrong. Ideas, creative work, and written expressions belong to the person who created them. Plagiarism takes from the creator what was produced from their own mind and heart. If Armando does not agree that this constitutes stealing, then he would have no cause to complain if I took the entire text of Armando's book, put my own name on it as the author, added a few bits about how stupid atheists are and how I like guinea pigs, thanked Armando for the inspiration at the very end of the book, and sold it on Lulu under my own name, taking all the credit, keeping all the profit. In recent developments, Armando claims to have fixed the book by adding a disclaimer to the title page. Here's the disclaimer. Many thanks to Thompson and French for the screenshot. I've already explained in my community tab why this
not
disclaimer
intended
is pure
for copyright
nonsense.
or plagiarism.
First of all, if something is plagiarism, you can't make it not be plagiarism
by
by
just
adding
saying not intended to be
That, as one of
plagiarism.
my viewers observed, it's like running out of a store with an armful of merchandise while yelling.
I say
"Not
the same
intended."
thing. This is kind of the thing. You see the people do this on YouTube all the time. It's why you don't see me do this, right? It's like if I play somebody's footage and they say like, okay, that's a copyright violation or whatever, copyright claim or copyright strike, I can appeal it, and at the time of my appeal say that it's fair use if I really buy that, or that's what I want to appeal, and if that's true, that'll hold. But if not, if they don't, then it won't. And nothing about you putting one of those copyright or like fair use warning things changes it at all, because the algorithm isn't paying attention to that as far as when it goes to, snatch something up. And if you go to appeal, you putting that in there is not going to be considered. So I'm not trying to shit on anybody. I'm just trying to tell you guys it's the same thing on YouTube, whether people realize it or not.
For theft, nor can you fix it by claiming you're elaborating or expounding on the plagiarism. Second, if, say, Frank
I love
Turek were to
Logic,
sue
man.
Armando
Shout
for
out to
copyright
Logic. That's one of my guys. I
Exhibit
really
A
enjoy
would be
that
the
channel.
fact that he's selling Turek's intellectual property for money. This is admittedly
I'm just setting my
unlikely
alarm
reasons
for
I'll go
tomorrow
into.
real quick.
And third, there are several apologists, and I don't know how many non-apologists, such as Dr. Austin, whose work he's copied and pasted, and whose names do not appear in the back or anywhere else in the book. I've mentioned one of them already, Steve Duvall. If Armando asks nicely, I'll tell him who the others are. But putting the author's name into a list in the back of the book is in no way proper attribution. If that's all he does, then it's still plagiarism.
Absolutely.
This is an elaboration project, the disclaimer says. If he thinks that fixes things, then again, here's what I'll do. I'll fix the many errors of spelling, grammar, and punctuation in the book, and then publish it under my own name saying this is an improvement project. Oh, and not intended for copyright or plagiarism. That makes everything better, doesn't it? If Armando claims that it's not the same thing because I'm using literally his entire book, no problem. I'll take out chapter 10, the chapter where he tells you how to become a Christian. If he complains that I'm not using anyone else's work, I'll add a few paragraphs from Christian works on Project Gutenberg. Problem solved, right? Of course not. Armando would still complain if I did that. Why? Because he knows full well what a hypocrite he is. He knows that stealing intellectual property is wrong. Let's look now at some of the claims Armando made in the video. Armando claims that he's only made about $40 from the book.
I'm gonna be very honest with you, I've probably only made about like $40 off of this book.
And he says atheists are angry and miserable. Now the book sells for $15, and if we assume he keeps half of that and Lulu keeps the other, that means he sold 5 or 6
he hit me
copies.
with them
I have
body
a
shots.
copy. Logic has a copy. Another atheist YouTuber, I'm sorry I can't remember your name, told me that they were buying a copy in order to review and respond to it, and Armando himself bought a copy in addition to the original
We got
proof
our
copy
blocks in there.
because
What do we
the
need to
copy
do?
he's
Stand
holding
back
here
first?
has a disclaimer which was not in the original proof copy. This means that at most, only 1 or 2 people have bought the book other than himself and atheists who enjoy a train wreck, and it would not surprise me to learn that they too are atheists who enjoy a train wreck. Armando maintains that there's nothing wrong with the book.
But I don't regret it because there's nothing wrong with the book. I mean, we can have angry atheists all day say plagiarism, plagiarism, plagiarism.
I've explained what's wrong with the book and why it's wrong, but to support the contention that there's nothing wrong with the book, he points to the fact that he has suffered no consequences.
I know my legal rights. I know my rights.
Ooh, and I leveled it up to level 4
You
with
think I would have been got in trouble and
the
been got
motherfucking.
But is that true? It's true as far as I know that
that's so
he has
nice
suffered
with the
no legal
knockout.
consequences. Here's why. If you take the $40 he claims to have made and divide it evenly among all the parties whose intellectual
There's certain moves you
property he
get
ripped off
more,
throughout the course
a
of
lot
the
more
book,
bonus
the damages
progress
to each
towards.
individual party
And
probably come
so,
out to about
that's why you're
$1.25.
spamming those
If I lose
moves in your
$1.25
sparring
in revenue
sessions.
because someone plagiarized my work, it would not be worth my time to write up, sign, and send out a DMCA notice or a cease and desist letter, to say nothing of paying someone else to do it. And certainly it's not worth even going to small claims court. An exception might be made if I was worried that this might lead to further copyright infractions, which might actually lead to significant revenue loss for me. There's a legal line of thought that says if you don't protect your intellectual property from each and every little case of plagiarism, then you have waived the protections afforded to your work under copyright law. But what are we talking about here? We're talking about a sheaf of printer paper glued together with some glossy paper for a cover.
I mean, that's really another important point is that a copyright is only as good as it's enforced. So that's why you're very careful. I'm very careful with, say, WWE's content. Why? They'll snatch your shit like the Grim Reaper and not even think twice about it, which means either don't ever play their shit on stream or be prepared for that stream to be pulled down immediately and say goodbye to that show. But if I were to copyright a bunch of my videos or whatever the hell, and somebody were using them in a way I wasn't okay with, if I don't do anything about it, then nothing will be done about it. And a lot of times that's the difference between a YouTube stuff where there's no effect or a copyright claim or copyright strike. It usually just depends on who the copyright holder is and how they got their shit set up.
Sold by a print-on-demand service, which doesn't even appear on any search engines, meaning you can't buy it unless you have the direct link to the product. And it's a very long link. And even Armando himself isn't giving it out these days, for whatever reason. He's saying contact him directly for a copy. A threat to Frank Turek's business model, this is not. Frank himself might feel differently, of course, and he might issue a DMCA notice or a cease and desist letter at any time against Armando and Lulu, but I don't think any of us will be surprised if he doesn't bother. So much for legal consequences. As for ethical consequences, well, he's living through them now. Armando doesn't seem to have any aspirations for higher education, which is good because any college admissions department who does
WWE will get you facts.
Will find the plagiarism. Or at least they'll find a bunch of YouTube videos claiming that he performed plagiarism. And those claims will be backed up by citations and screenshots. By the way, if you want some interesting reading material, go to the University of Toronto's website for academic discipline and search the case history by keyword plagiarism. You know what a tribunal is, Armando? It's a court, not convened by the government, but convened by the university. And they conduct trials in this court. And this website has records of literally hundreds of trials of students who were caught plagiarizing and or committing other forms of cheating.
All right, I also got to get
trial
up
records
because my
and look at the
wrestling get ups
punishments
get
that the
bonus
tribunal
right now.
commonly metes out. 3-year suspension, 5-year suspension, expulsion even for first offenses. And in at least one case I found, the university even notified the student's employer. Even if he never goes to college, Armando is harming his prospects for future employment. As for social consequences, I've only seen 5 or 6 YouTube users express any kind of support for him, and it's been established that at least half of them are Armando sock puppets. He actually had an amusing little conversation with one of his sock puppets in the comments of his own video. He claims that, you know, the Dro for
This is what Robert Beatty does.
Because he's doing stuff at the same time Armando is. But he isn't. The only Armando fan who ever shows up in chats while Armando is talking is a person named Jams.
This is a Robert Beatty psychopath move. So when Robert Beatty, fuck face Robert Beatty was stalking me, what he would do is he would see some shit on my stream, get all up in arms about it, make a fucking blog post or whatever on his fucked up ass website, make another blog post on some other fucked up ass website called The Butcher Shop or some shit like that. Then as Robert Beatty, he would be like, well, I wasn't even going to report on this, but now that The Butcher Shop is reporting on this, I've got to report on this. And I'm just sitting there reading this shit like, nigga, ain't nobody falling for this shit, bro. But yo, they really be out here still trying shit. Like, it's like, I'm not a parent, but those of y'all that are parents, you know how when your kid gets to be like 9 or 10, they start thinking they're real clever and they start to thinking they can outsmart you, but you're still a lot smarter than a fucking 10-year-old. And it just doesn't work. You know what I mean? That's what it feels like where you just laughing and you're like, oh, man, it's really cute that they thought people weren't going to figure that out, but god damn, that was obvious and pathetic.
For sale. Jams pretty obviously is not a sock puppet.
Yeah, it's a sock puppet, baby. That's what we're going to start calling them, their little sock puppets.
You never see them in the same room at the same time.
Yeah, exactly.
You see that they have identical writing styles. Armando does have a world
right.
mentality.
That's what gives it away. They got the same ass fucked up. They got the same fucked up ass Photoshop skills. They both using Microsoft Paint to take down the empire and shit. Same fucked up ass style. Never see him in a room. I love it. Oh, I love it.
His persecution complex is on full blast. And from what I hear, it actually predates the time when his channel was a Christian ministry channel. He's reinvented himself several times already, having once been focused on K-pop and MMA, and as we speak, he's looking to pivot over to gaming content. But the me against the world mentality seems to be a constant through all of it. Someday that will change, either because Armando will decide to grow up, or because the burdens of parenthood will force him to grow up. He repeated the claim that the book had been inspected, only this time he used the word reviewed. I covered that in my previous video about him. To the extent that Lulu reviews anything, it's to make sure they won't get sued. And when it comes to plagiarism, they're protected from lawsuits by the DMCA. As long as they take down material...
I'm not even really sure how I did that, but that slam was amazing. Get up. We gotta get up. We gotta get up. We gotta get in the clinch.
The opinion that we are not addressing the arguments that appear in his books and videos.
Oh, see, my get-ups just leveled up. Good.
Complaining about the book rather than trying to refute the
arguments. Fuck out of here. Knees, nigga. Ooh, the clinch uppercuts leveling up. Yeah, see, when I get nasty with the wrestling and the clinching, ooh, and my Muay Thai.
One video responding to the arguments.
Uncle Bobby's a complete fighter gang.
That's the one you copied and pasted word for word from a Filipino
I've been putting niggas to sleep, but we still leveling up our skills.
Second, if you're actually looking for responses to your arguments, then you're looking in the wrong place. You should not be looking for responses to Armando Calvo or Christ Righteous. You should be looking for responses to Frank Turek and William Lane Craig and Greg Kokel and all the other people whose intellectual property you stole.
All right, yeah, get up.
Armando says he loves us.
I can tell you in your eyes.
Give me one more get up, damn it.
I can tell you straight up that I love you.
That's creepy. That's
I should have switched to get ups. It's all good.
And what makes it creepy is not the fact that Armando
and Lupin are probably
but the
friends.
fact that he believes that we atheists are literally the offspring of a supernatural entity who is evil personified.
You guys are nothing more than spawns of the devil, children of the devil.
Now.
Your father is the devil.
Imagine the most evil person you possibly can. Multiply it by infinity. Now imagine his son. That's who Armando thinks I am. Anyone who claims to love such a person either is lying or doesn't understand what love is. And one more item of interest, Armando says that he forgives me.
I forgive you.
Oh, Lord.
I forgive
It's the
every
worst.
single one. Logic, I forgive you. DJW.
Armando,
because
don't,
his name,
bro.
I forgive you.
Don't.
All these other videos, I genuinely forgive you.
As though I put a gun to his head and said, hey, either you write and publish a book that's 90% stolen from other sources, or else. Armando, listen, I have a copy of your book right here. I should say a first edition copy. The one you decided the only thing wrong with it was that it didn't have a disclaimer. If you can tell me where in your book you credited Michael W. Austin for the passage you copied and pasted from his Psychology Today article, I'll give $100 to your Venmo right now. If you can't, and I know you can't because I've read your book, then you need to seek forgiveness from us. We don't need forgiveness for calling you onto the mat. You need forgiveness from everyone you've tried to sell your book to. You've perpetuated a fraud by passing off other people's intellectual property as your own. You know, just before recording this video, I left a comment on Armando's latest video, in which I repeated my offer to give him $100 if he could tell me where Austin was credited, and in which I offered to work with him to actually fix the plagiarism in his book. I told him, hey, a disclaimer isn't going to fix it, neither is posting a list of names at the back of the book, but I have an academic background. I know how to properly use and credit sources, and I will help you. Not for money, not for kicks, just because I don't like seeing plagiarism exist. I will help you turn your book into an intellectually honest product. Then we can actually talk about how strong the arguments are. Doesn't that sound good? I checked back 3 minutes later. The comment had been deleted. If you enjoyed this video and want to help my channel grow, please hit the like, share, and subscribe buttons. Be sure to hit the bell to be notified when a new video comes out. And if you want to leave what will hopefully be a farewell message for Armando Calvo, leave a comment below. Thanks as always for watching. We'll see you in the next video, which I promise will be about someone with an original thought in their head. I'm David John Wellman, and the rest is up to you.
I have no idea how to get to that position. North, south, maybe? Oh, sprawl. Up there, sprawl. Up there it is. Anaconda? No, it's not going to be it. Not a necktie. Oh, there is a necktie. It says necktie, doors. I wonder if it'll give me credit for that. Nope. Yeah, it did. Nice, nice, nice. We did it. Got the dart stroke. Got the necktie, rather. Good shit.
It's like Game of Thrones with super PACs. I mean, when we talk about the negotiations that are happening behind closed doors, I think a lot of people say, what is left to concede at this point, right? We've already sort of outlined some of the changes that the Freedom Caucus wants. It sounds like McCarthy gave in early with without asking much in return. We now know, based on some reporting from Punchbowl, the Congressional Leadership Fund and the Club for Growth, two Republican super
Becky
PACs
with the
have come
bad
together
hair.
in an agreement that seems to be moving
I forgot
the ball
about that.
forward in these behind the scenes negotiations.
Me and my dad are playing
Can
cards
you
tomorrow. What time is the
distill
stream
the
at?
essence of that agreement and
And
what
I got
the
a
impact
meeting.
will be
Oh,
on
it's
the
at 1
party
p.m.
and the sort of conservative wing of the party that seeks to gain more power.
I'll probably still
within the
be
GOP.
asleep. But
Sure. There were outside political allies
oh,
of McCarthy who in
we'll
recent
figure out what to do with that for
seasons
shizzle.
would wade into Republican primaries. And these were primaries in really safe Republican districts.
Yeah, I'm still gonna
and
be
they
in
would try
bed,
to throw a
and then I
little
got to
bit
get
of
up, have my
little bit of
meeting.
shade and
Maybe we'll
support
do it tomorrow
behind a
night
more
after playing cards.
establishment-friendly Republican in a primary to try to knock
If she
that
touches
person
fucking that shit with the
knock out
10-foot
more
pole, I'm gonna be
sort
all
of
up her
Matt
booty on that
Gaetz-style
shit.
Republican out of the primary, and so
And
that
again,
became
y'all,
a big sticking point. And some of the Freedom Caucus
is it a coincidence that Becky with the bad hair comes back with all the bad topics, right? She's the Christian bitch in your school with the Girl Scout cookies. Yeah, she's selling you the fucking Thin Mints, but like everything out that bitch's mouth is weaponized. And like, bitch won't just sling Bibles or nothing. She literally want to come back and, you know, protest outside the science club, tell the math club they're going to hell, you know, bang on the door when the LGBT students are in counseling. Like, yo, man, somebody better tell Becky to go somewhere, yo. Becky about to catch these hands, yo. I see what Heathen Queen talking about, yo. Becky about to get dropped, yo. Like,
been very angry about that, and it's very tricky legal terrain there. You really can't, as members of Congress, tell independent super PACs what they can and can't do. They got to be very tricky in how they word these things. But by agreeing to not sort of go into those primaries in these safe Republican districts, they're trying to basically tell the Freedom Caucus types, look, we're going to stay out of this. It'll be a fair fight. Your candidates versus our candidates in these safe Republican districts. And they think that might...
oh, yeah, I'll check some of this out.
So just to be clear, what the changes we're talking about, the agreements that are being hashed out by outside super PACs in terms of how to choose a Speaker of the House, which on its face seems like something that's not really legally supposed to happen. Nonetheless, could make it easier for the Andy Biggs and the Paul Gosars and the Marjorie Taylor Greens of the world.
James would probably like some of that shit too.
Congress in terms of the primary process and the elections process. In addition to that change,
all right, wait, what am I supposed to be doing? Oh, a single leg.
Committees to defund federal agencies, that would gut the Congressional Ethics Committee. I mean, these are big changes, very controversial changes, and it sounds like, Paul, correct me if I'm wrong, no matter who the Speaker is, that person is going to have to agree to these changes that Kevin McCarthy worked out. So this stuff is going to happen no matter who is ultimately chosen. Is that right?
I think it's going to be really hard. If you get into a situation where Kevin McCarthy bows out and Scalise, you know, becomes the de facto front runner, it's going to be really hard for him to get 218 votes if he just says, oh no, I'm going to tear up that agreement that you guys had with McCarthy.
I'll trade with you.
I think you're going to have a situation where they are going to say, these are our terms, and it's not your fault that Kevin agreed to these terms, but you got to live by them if you want to get that gavel. So yeah, I think you're going to look. The objective here, in a lot of ways, that what these Freedom Caucus types are doing is to try to make the Speaker position as weak as possible. They want to make that person not have much power, and that would make life easier for them. That's what they're really trying to accomplish here.
Weaken the speakership and embolden the insurgency. That's what's happening here in America, House of Representatives.
Crazy.
January, whatever day it is, 2023.
January 4th, and it's all already coming down. Actually, you know what? Let's keep it moving. I love this guy. Lawrence, let's get it, baby.
At this very moment, Kevin McCarthy.
Guys, this might be James Apperson's future.
Terrorists.
Late night, fireside,
That's what former
Capitol
Republican House
chats.
Speaker John Boehner called destructionist.
It's not my fault, y'all. This thing taking
in the
forever to
House of
switch back to the screen.
When he was Speaker, he was referring then to Republican Congressman when he called him a terrorist, a legislative terrorist. With the passage of time, the Republican House has become much more extreme than it was in Speaker Boehner's day. And so Jim Jordan has drifted away from what is the current wild edge of the Republican Party and has remained aligned.
Wait, we already peaked.
For
We don't
now
want
anyway,
to. We don't get
with Kevin
overtrained.
McCarthy's desperately struggling campaign
let's get on
to
the hype
become
train.
the next Speaker of the House, with the promise that, with Kevin McCarthy as Speaker, Jim Jordan will be allowed as Chairman of the House Judiciary Committee.
Look at these moves. Look at these moves. Look at these moves. I told y'all, he's disgusting, bro. He has all these moves, prestige. Look at this shit. His hook, his jab, his lead hook, his uppercut, his lead uppercut. If he touches you, you die. What the fuck? Oh my goodness. This man is seriously dangerous.
Democrats, including unelected Democrats like Hunter Biden. Donald Trump re-endorsed Kevin McCarthy before today's voting in the House, and the result of Donald Trump's re-endorsement of Kevin McCarthy meant that Kevin McCarthy lost even more votes today.
Good for his ass.
One McCarthy supporter today switched
Good for
from
his
voting
ass.
for McCarthy to voting present, meaning Kevin McCarthy has now lost the support in each round of voting today of 21.
Exactly. It's the Obama movement.
The high was 20 today.
First, we got look. Look, y'all know me. If you can't beat them, be like them. You can't stop the cultists, start a cult. You know, you can't beat the apologist, become a counter apologist. So we're going to take a page out of their book. Look, how are we going to build our particular political party? Haven't figured all that out yet. What's our legislative agenda? We haven't really figured all that out yet. How are we going to solve the big problems in the world? We haven't really figured that out yet. But see, the first step, right, is we're going to tear down their shit. Does this playbook sound familiar, y'all? Look, the first step, and we don't have to have a plan. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? You want us to present a positive plan with evidence that our plan will work better than your plan? No. Don't be trying to ask for that shit now. No. We're just gonna tear down your shit. We'll figure out the rest later. All right. So right now we're just you know, we're just here to own the conservatives, own the right. We're just own the right. Okay. So we're just here to watch them downfall, lock them up. We'll figure out the policy shit later. We ain't got that far yet.
And so, once again today, a candidate endorsed.
We demand a recount.
Lost.
Stop the count.
3 times.
Count the votes.
Each round of voting for Speaker today came out the same, with Democrat Ian Jeffries getting the most votes at 212, Kevin McCarthy coming in second at 201 votes, and previously unknown Florida Republican Byron Donalds coming in third with 20 votes. Congressman Byron Donalds has served only 2 years in the House of Representatives. He doesn't know where all the committee rooms are in the House of Representatives at this point, most likely. It's hard to imagine a less serious candidate for Speaker of the House, but there is nothing serious about the Republicans now standing in opposition to Kevin McCarthy. And the New York Times, Michelle Goldberg, offers this exquisite description about what they are really about. Of the 20 lawmakers who, as of this writing, have voted against McCarthy, 17 were endorsed by Trump in 2022. 5 of them are freshmen. These are people who are part of Trump's remaking of the Republican Party. Arizona's Eli Crane, for example, is a former contestant on the business reality show Shark Tank, where he pitched bottle openers made of dummy .50 caliber bullets. Shoot open some bottles in the manliest way possible, says an ad for the product. Florida's Anna Paulina Luna, an ally of Trump diehard Matt Gaetz, is a veteran and former swimsuit model who built a career as a conservative rabble-rouser, most recently running Hispanic outreach for the right-wing outfit Turning Point USA. These people seem to be crafting brands as much as political careers, meaning they benefit from high drama and have little need to work their way through Republican institutions.
Exactly. They see the blueprint. I told you. Become a right-wing influencer, selling foot pics, run for Congress. The Lauren Boebert School of Public Service.
All right, here's the heavyweight contender, Francis Ngannou, DC. Prevailing wisdom is that eventually he's going to find his way back into the UFC title fight. Had the first fight against Stipe that didn't go his way. This is as big a power threat as this division really has ever seen.
You don't lose. You get an opportunity to learn. And Francis Ngannou learned from the fight with Stipe Miocic at UFC 220. And it was evident when he made his way back to the octagon.
2 right feet for foot pics. Don't give them ideas. That'll become a new thing. Right-wing girls cropping out their left foot.
He's only getting better because has not been fighting for very long.
Buying 2 pairs of shoes so they can wear the right sneaker on both feet.
This has been the baddest man on the planet now for several years, and he has taken on all comers more often than not, leaving them twitching on the canvas.
We gotta go real deep with this one, gang. The war on left sneakers.
Can he walk out the way he came in as the undisputed UFC heavyweight champion of the world?
But binding the big other one. Oh man, that's funny. Oh damn it, Uncle Bobby came out to the cowboy music. I forgot to play the Saints music. It's all good. We gave him that Southern shit anyway. That was this Texas shit.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event of the evening. And when the action begins, our referee in charge of the Octagon, Dan Bergliata. And now, this is the moment UFC fans around the world have been waiting for. Live from the sold-out Toyota Center in Houston, Texas. It's time! 5 rounds for the undisputed UFC Heavyweight Championship of the world. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. This man is a boxer, holding a professional record of 21 wins, 6 losses. He stands 6 feet 4 inches tall, weighing in at 250 pounds. Fighting out of Paris, France, presenting the challenger, Francis the Predator Ngannou.
There's a reason why this world's going to hell.
Whoa, he clipped right through the back of the cage.
This man is a Muay Thai kickboxer and jiu-jitsu fighter, holding a professional record of 16 wins, 1 loss. He stands 6 feet 5 inches tall, weighing in at 255 pounds. Fighting out of Austin, Texas, presenting the reigning, defending, undisputed UFC heavyweight champion of the world.
All right, here's the game plan, gang. See, what happens is if the guy named Francis Ngannou there to the right with the blue stripe around his glove, see, yeah, if he hits you, you die, okay? Just keep that in mind. Yeah, did you say the part about protect yourself at all times? Holy shit. Ding, ding, ding. Oh, that was not a good idea. Oh yeah, to the body.
We'll see if he can keep that trend going here tonight.
Big punch lands over the top. How's he going to follow this one up?
Well, perhaps a sign of things to come as he lands a kick there.
Nice kick landed by the gentleman.
Lands a big right hand early. Look is there again.
Oh, you just can't get too close to this guy. He counters fucking everything so well. Out of there. And out of there. Oh, shit, he hit me. Oh, shit. Oh, come on, I was blocking that.
Oh, he might be out.
He's hurt. Serve him up. Go get him. He loaded up there on that high kick.
Under 3 minutes now to go in what has been a very fast-paced opening round here. Oh, and he's able to land a strike there from the bottom. Nicely done by Ngannou. All right, side control now. All right, well, both fighters pretty comfortable on the ground, DC, but you got to be very careful hanging out here for too long if you're his opponent. Oh, he postured up there, gained some valuable separation.
And now...
Oh, what a head kick there as he lands, and maybe time to get the bonus checks ready.
I mean, this fight is about done.
Ooh, I ran out of gas.
Now he has to find one more strike to end the night.
Get out of there. Get out of there. Good leg kick. Get another one.
Not only will this affect his ability to stand, but he can't really set down on his punches. He won't generate the power that he normally generates because
oh, good shit.
He's in trouble. He's hurt bad.
Oh, shit.
Oh, wow! Head kick.
Damn it.
He went high on that one. Look at how he turns his hip over when he goes.
Make him cut back. He gets too close. The kick. Whoa! Damn it, get out of there.
Over and over, he's landing these big body kicks.
Yes, he is. Okay.
Came in inches right there, boy. Wow. It was a good night if that landed. Oh! He's in trouble. He's getting it up.
Good shit. Tough ass round right there. What's up, Caterpillar? Appreciate you. Appreciate you.
All right, so a huge round for him there. That head kick probably had me out for good.
Oof.
Guy survives to see another round.
Tough guys.
It landed
Tough
He
guys.
set it up great. He did a great job of mixing up the target early, going up high, and getting the desired result.
All right, round two.
Get him.
Actually got the takedown. Now he's on top of him looking for...
Woo! Uncle Bobby with the ground and pound.
Well, he's landed some good shots tonight, but there's no three-piece, there's no soda. More often than not, it's one and done.
He's not even getting a combination. I mean, if you're going to sit there at the drive-thru, order a combination, take the soda with your food, give him the right hand behind the jab, give him the hook behind the right hand. Jab, right hand, hook, that's two pieces of two. Whoa! What a fantastic strike.
Ooh!
He deserves this moment. Go finish his fight.
Well, anytime you are in a ground fighting situation with this fighter, you're potentially playing with fire. And he's back to his feet. Good sign for him there.
Oh, he knew that body shot was coming.
Well, that'll quiet the storm. Shot blocked by Ngannou.
Look at him working.
Great kick.
Shut the liver down.
And both guys really throwing with authority.
Oof, holy shit.
Now his opponent's really on the ropes.
His opponent's on Beat Street. He's hurt so bad. I don't know what he's going to do to stay in this fight.
Oh, damn, I thought he was coming in again. I knew he was coming that time.
He's hurt bad, John.
Ah, I missed.
He's got to go chase that finish down now.
So holding on to him here, not doing a ton, perhaps just looking to... Whoa!
Get up.
Back to the feet. So a much different approach for him here in this second round. He was a little bit tentative in round one, a little bit of a out process. Now he has found his rhythm, found the range. We'll see if he can continue with more activity.
Shit.
Oh, man, as effective as straight punches we've seen all night.
Huge straight punch lands, and he's got him hurt very bad.
Yeah, he did. Uncle Bobby, get back up, baby.
Oh, huge hook. Able to check the high kick.
That was a thudding leg kick. Look at him whip his hip into that kick.
Oh!
There it is.
Just like that, the fight is over.
He's done. He's done.
Yeah, man, crowd loving it. Just a gorgeous shot there to end the fight. Really just the way he drew it up. He found the opening and capitalized on it to the
For sure, Kat. I'm not sure if we'll either be there live or we'll rock on it afterwards, but for sure.
Somewhere in this highlight rip. Just an incredible result for him.
Yes, that was nice. That was a good fight, too. You guys saw how dangerous Francis Ngannou is, man. No matter how much I hurt him, he was always one shot away from ending the fight. We got somehow lucky enough where times where he hit us once, the fight would have been over if he hit us twice. Whew. Uncle Bobby. Robert. They have him on the first name basis, baby.
Once again, proven he's the elite among the elite. In a division,
first name basis.
In a second, this guy has brought consistency to something that is so.
The heavyweight beast.
What a champion! What a fighter! He remains the heavyweight champion of the world.
That was fun. Good fight.
Once a speaker is
gaming and shaming, fam, we love
the
this.
High drama will be gone. Once a speaker is elected and the spotlight turns away
but be realistic.
From those people, some of them might have trouble breathing without another quick infusion of fame, which is the only thing they seem to be pursuing. Grow up. There it is. Grow up. That was Rupert Murdoch's message.
Gang, we filled one side.
On the front page of his New York Post today, where he called them Republican saboteurs. Rupert Murdoch's front page also ordered them to stop this madness and go after Biden. In other words, you Republican saboteurs are supposed to use all of your frantic attention craving energy in public attacks of Joe Biden and his family, not attacks on Kevin McCarthy. Kevin McCarthy is the most right-wing extremist ever to be a contender for Speaker of the House. Kevin McCarthy has cast the same votes that all of the incumbent members of Congress voting against him have cast. Some of the Republicans who voted against Kevin McCarthy today said that it is about policy. They are lying. Not one of them has identified a single governing policy they support that is in conflict with anything Kevin McCarthy supports. What they are demanding is a guarantee, an absolute guarantee, that the federal government will do only what the Republican House of Representatives wants it to do, without regard to the inconvenient facts that the United States Senate and the President of the United States is a Democrat. Here is what Texas Congressman Chip Roy said today about the new Republican candidate for House Speaker who emerged today, Byron Donalds of Florida.
Be to guarantee that we're going to be able to stand up in the face of the swamp that continues to step over the American people on a daily basis and spend money we don't have, and to continue to leave our borders open, and to continue to fund bureaucrats that are stepping over the freedoms of the American people. Byron will stand up and do that.
Nope, Byron won't stand up and do that. The one thing you cannot demand in the legislative process is a guarantee. According to what you just heard from Chip Roy, Byron Donalds, who has been a congressman for 2 years, will be able, as Speaker of the House, to do something no one has ever done before, to solve the problem at the southern border to Republican satisfaction for the first time in the history of the southern border. And he will be able to do that on his own as Speaker of the House without the United States Senate and without the President of the United States. Chip Roy was also suggesting, in a veiled way, that Byron Donalds will stop funding, here are the words, stop funding bureaucrats that are stepping over the freedoms of the American people. Translation, he means the FBI. He is suggesting that somehow the Speaker of the House can cut off funding to the FBI, even though the Senate will never vote for that and the President of the United States would never allow it. In other words, every single word that every Republican said today on both sides about what they expect of the next Speaker of the House is pure fantasy. It is pre-kindergarten fantasy. I can't call it childish because when I was a child, and the
Uncle
Speaker
Bobby
of the House
working on his
was from my
submission
neighborhood in
game.
Boston,
Uncle Bobby
I knew
evolving
he
in
didn't
front of
have
y'all.
those powers.
Adding
John
layers.
McCormick was a great speaker. He
Adding
got the Civil Rights
layers
Act,
to the
Voting Rights
MMA
Act,
game.
Medicare,
Becoming
Medicaid,
a complete
and more
mixed
passed
martial
through the House
artist.
of Representatives, but he could not do it alone. He could not do it against the wishes of the United States Senate or the President of the United States. You are watching performance art on the Republican side of the House floor by the worst performers who have ever occupied the House floor. What you are seeing is a version of the January 6th insurrection brought indoors. You are seeing supporters of the insurrection and supporters of overturning the last presidential election in a generally polite, nonviolent battle with each other in which they use votes instead of bear spray. You have never seen this before because whenever 10% of the majority party of the House of
Fights are won in
Representatives
the gym. That's right,
had
baby.
their own ideas about who should be the next speaker, they came to their senses in private meetings with their own party before the vote on the House floor and acceded to the wisdom of the 90% of their party whose views they disagreed with but respected enough to come to an agreement on who the next speaker should be. That's why you've never seen this before. To allow the House to hold what is supposed to be the single easiest vote in the House of Representatives has been something that every version of the House has been able to do until now. The vote for Speaker of the House. The vote for Speaker of the House is supposed to be the easiest vote they cast. The voting will continue tomorrow at 12 noon. Perhaps if Donald Trump re-endorses Kevin McCarthy tomorrow morning, he will lose one or two more votes. Or after a night of negotiating with legislative terrorists, Kevin McCarthy might emerge with the 218 votes that he needs.
I don't know if I have a damn armbar.
Speaker of the House, he will enter that office after the most humiliating series of votes for.
There it is. Off the back.
Enter the speakership as the weakest speaker we have ever seen. And as everyone working in the House on both sides of the aisle has known for a long time, he will be the least smart person ever to occupy that position in our lifetimes.
Wow.
Yes, including Dennis Hastert, who ended up in federal prison. Dennis Hastert was smarter at running the House of Representatives for the 8 years that he did than Kevin McCarthy ever will be. And Kevin McCarthy will not have 8 years in the speakership. He might not have 8 months. He now knows he can be voted out of that job by his own Republican members at any time. Kevin McCarthy has spent his professional life pursuing the power.
Y'all getting the
of
real,
speakership.
y'all getting the late night vibe. This is what we do.
George Santos spent a
feel
good
up.
part
We
of
get
his
caught
first
up-
day on
We get caught up on the right wing nonsense and figure out what is angering us the most as we go to bed. What?
Capitol Hill avoiding reporters.
Mr. Santos, do you have a message for your constituents? Do you feel like you're qualified to serve in this Congress right now?
And ignoring questions about the glaring inconsistencies in his work, education, and family history.
Why are you turning away Representative-elect Santos?
Inside the House chamber, Santos spent much of the day sitting by himself, staring at his phone.
Kevin McCarthy isn't the only Republican lawmaker who had a no good, very bad day.
Yeah, that's right. You know,
on the first day,
let's find it. Let's pick on another Republican
newly
gang.
elected lawmakers. George Santos happens to be one of those newly elected Republican lawmakers who's been embroiled in controversy after it became clear that he is just a pathological liar about anything and everything. I mean, we've been talking about this. You guys probably already know.
Damn it.
But he spent most of his first day on the job all by his lonesome because no one wanted to sit with him. And so he was, there he is on the House floor looking at his phone, okay? As the Washington Post put it, by noon, he was seated alone on an aisle in the last row of the House chamber. Around him, members-elect hugged, kissed, laughed, and took selfies. The vibe was that of a joyful family reunion. Even Representative Paul
but he wasn't
Gosar
there.
chatted one point with Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, despite having tweeted an animated video in 2021 that depicted him killing her.
I remember.
Yeah, we all remember.
You see them combos, baby.
But like, this guy, Santos, is just, no one wants to be around him. The only people that were around him were like,
we're gonna work on
the
our advanced
children
combos. We got to start stringing together some
Congress
longer
members.
combos once we get the timing worked out.
Wow. They recognize each other.
This is fun. This is a fun way to practice
look, at
the
this
game and
point,
get better at it.
When I see that video of Santos, it's like if you've ever had a friend that you've like caught in a big lie. I don't trust anything about him. When he yawned there, is he really tired? I don't know, maybe he's faking. They said he was looking at his phone. Zoom in and enhance. Was that actually a phone?
Yeah,
I wouldn't put
exactly.
anything past him at this point. I love that the experience is being ruined for him.
Are
I
those
love,
really
by the
his
way,
children?
that this
Probably
hasn't gotten
not.
lost in the shuffle of Kevin McCarthy's public humiliation and how bad
Yes,
Donald Trump is looking.
agreed.
We should be able to shame multiple people at the same time.
I love
There
it.
you go.
I'm
I love the ambition.
One request I have,
I love the
especially for the
ambition.
media and his colleagues, but especially for the media, is the questions that we just saw you asking him.
We should be
Can you
able to
actually
drink
represent blah,
multiple
blah, blah,
shots
whatever
in the night.
questions.
I'll be right back.
Please
Don't.
just ask them tomorrow and next week and in a month and in a year. I know that that will get boring at some point and it'll be repetitive. Don't let this eventually just fall away, where if he just sticks it out, then I guess we're good. And eventually he just runs for re-election again, and then he's totally reputable. Because that's generally how this arc goes. Maybe he'll be embarrassed for a month or whatever, but not for 6 months, definitely. He should never be able to outrun this stuff until he finally has to make a public accounting and then resign, because even that won't be good enough. But
Totally
this is not
agree.
acceptable.
No, of course it's not. I mean, he's a total fraud. He's facing serious criminal charges in Brazil, which I'll get to in just a moment. You do not want to miss the details on that. But a few more lines from the Washington Post report on his first day in Congress. For long stretches of time, no one sat directly next to him. His nearest seatmates were the squirming children of members-elect.
Squirm.
Poor children, like, you know, anyway.
Squirming worms.
Santos alternated between staring at his phone and glancing quickly around the chamber, his proverbial school cafeteria. He yawned a lot. He scratched his chin, his cheek, his lips. He fidgeted. He wiped his left index finger around the rim of his right nostril. Like just brutal description of his first day. Now, in keeping with his reputation, Santos's first act in his new role was to tell a lie. Okay, so he lied and said that he had been sworn in as member of the House of Representatives. He was not sworn in because he can't be sworn in until the House of Representatives elects a Speaker of the House. That's the whole Kevin McCarthy debacle.
Yeah.
No one's been elected yet, right?
Yeah.
But that might have just been like a automated thing.
He wasn't the only one.
Right, because there were other, members of Congress who had sent out some sort of message that was similar. It must have been automated. So we'll give him a pass on that. But there are other things worth talking about. What's more egregious is his plan to profit off his swearing in, because generally, when new members are about to get sworn in, they have like friends and family attend. It's like a big moment. It's loving. It's great, right? They want to celebrate it. But in this case, he sent out a flyer looking for paying customers. He's like, yo, you can show up and watch me get sworn in if you're willing to pay between $100 to $500. Like,
oh my God. Not only is that weird to begin with, but that's not enough money to ask for.
No, it's also illegal.
Well,
Very
whatever,
likely.
but that's sad. Like, you can come If you give me $100,
this is the rhythm of the night. The night. Oh, yeah.
Is it really the rhythm of the night? You're saying that, but is it?
It's so good.
$100. Oh, that's so sad.
Good. An invitation from the embattled congressman-elect asked attendees for $100 or even $500 for VIP treatment. For that level, the invite.
Stop it, you bunch of leftists. You bunch of heathens. You bunch of heathens. Cheers, gang. Even though y'all a bunch of fuckface assholes, cheers. Why are you fuckface assholes? Because you know Anna Kasparian is my newswife. Like I said, we're going through a bit of a rough patch. Some legal mumbo jumbo about being married to some other man and raising his family. We're just going through a phase. Every couple goes through phases. But don't be kink shaming us. This is our happy place. We are here for the downfall of the Republican Party. This is what turns us on, okay? When we're alone, this is the Anna Kasparian I fell in love with, okay? Now stop judging me. I don't judge you for letting your partner put strap-ons on and drill you in your bunghole, okay? I don't kink shame you for licking her boyfriend's toes because she makes you. Okay, and then riding around your living room with your partner on your back. You know your children hear that shit, right? Acting like they don't hear y'all bumping into the fucking furniture, making the dogs bark and shit. That shit wakes up your children. And your children hear you sounding like you're down there making a goddamn Western. And then you're gonna fucking kink shame us because we get turned on watching the Republicans humiliate themselves. It's not our fault. It's true patriotism.
Good. An invitation from the embattled congressman-elect asked attendees for $100 or even $500 for VIP treatment. For that level, the invite says it would provide a bus trip to DC and a luncheon along with a swearing in and a tour.
You can come if you give me
look at it. Oh yeah.
This is the rhythm.
Yeah, baby, give it to him. Give it to him, baby.
Oh, yeah. Is it
really
yeah, give it to him, baby. You know you want to see that.
So
you know you wish you had my lady, but you can't have her. You can't have her. She's mine. She's mine.
This is the rhythm of the night.
Oh yeah, give it to him. Yeah, baby.
Oh
yeah. Oh yeah. Really show him how we get down.
You're saying that, but is it?
It's so good.
We're here for it, baby. Yes.
Embattled congressman.
Yes, we love it. Look how dramatic the reading is.
Or even $500.
She's passionate, gang. She's energized. Oh man.
Provide a bus trip to DC and a luncheon along with a swearing in and a tour of the Capitol grounds.
Oh God, after the bus ticket and the lunch, what is he clearing? $350 maximum? That is really sad. For a guy that worked at multiple Wall Street firms. Allegedly. That's just, you just gotta step down. Just like, if we can't force the Republicans to push him out, we have to shame him out. We have to make him so embarrassed that he can't bear to do this anymore.
That's the plan. We just have to
Can we make that happen?
I mean, I don't know if he's capable of feeling shame or embarrassment because at this point, if I were him,
he's like Becky with the
I would have disappeared already.
He does have dead eyes.
He looks like he looks like Congressional Sal, you know? This is what happened when the Sal Cardovas of the world go to Congress. You know, first you start by, you let a couple YouTubers pretend to be scientists, thinking it's all fun and game. But it's a slippery slope. I hope you all realize now it's a slippery slope. You start with a couple of Sal Cardovas telling lies about the Bible on YouTube. Boom! Next thing you know, you got George Santos running for Congress. I hope you're learning your lesson, YouTube.
Probably forever.
You're ruining democracy.
About the death of your mother, you sick weirdo.
But the embarrassment continues. Okay. So I mentioned that charging people to come see you get sworn in is potentially illegal. Columbia law professor Richard Briffault says that offering access to federal proceedings or buildings in exchange for campaign cash is likely against the law. On top of which, in November, a congressional memo tried to make it crystal clear, swearing-in events held in House rooms or district offices may not be campaign or political in nature. It added that no campaign.
This motherfucker, gang. You have to admit the man's ambition. Now, see, most politicians wait till, let's be honest. Most politicians, if you're on a 2-year term, you wait till about a year and 3 months into your term, catch a couple of shady deals for a month or two, and then play it straight on through the next campaign season. You know? Once in a while, you get one of these really shady motherfuckers that starts doing backdoor deals about 6 months in. But this motherfucker is seizing on the historic failure of the Republican Party to elect the Speaker of the House, realizes I got to strike while the iron's hot. Rather than being sworn in and starting the grift and crime on day one, he has tried to set an unbreakable record by literally grifting the office before being sworn into, literally turning the swearing in ceremony that hasn't happened yet into a grift. Now, I have the good fortune, severe misfortune, don't ever go, of being invited to one of these amazingly prestigious political public office swearing-in ceremonies. It's the worst thing ever. Don't ever attend. If anybody gives you a ticket to these things, run and then punch them in the face, kick them in the nuts. They should think about this. They'll never invite you to one of these things again, and it'll be worth the assault charge because, trust me, these things are fucking terrible. And I mean, they're just the most wonderful events you ever go to. But the real point is that when one of these fuckfaces, wonderful, wonderful public servants known as a politician, wants you to be at one of these things, they do this really crazy thing, unheard of, as you saw with all the children there. They do this really wild thing called invite you. See, they invite you. They invite you, and then you go to the house, and then the sergeant at arms is there, and he goes, "Who the fuck are you?" And you're like, "So-and-so invited me because they wanted us to watch them swear in." And they go, "Oh, yeah, let me see the list. Oh, yeah, so-and-so put you down on the list. Right this way. Enjoy the swearing in ceremony." And then that's when you really should go, "Listen, sergeant at arms, don't you motherfucking work in this bitch? Haven't you been through a bunch of these swearing in ceremonies? Shouldn't y'all lock this building down? You know nobody enjoys these shits. You know these goddamn things are boring as hell. You know they ain't got no fucking sandwiches up in this bitch. Why does anybody go? Don't tell me to enjoy the swearing in ceremony, knowing good and goddamn well I am not gonna enjoy the swearing in ceremony." That's this type of gaslighting that happens in our public discourse. We gotta fight against that type of gaslighting. That's like the bless your heart when somebody wants to kill you. Bless your heart, they want you to die. Gaslighting. Enjoy the swearing-in ceremony. Never in the history of mankind has anyone enjoyed a swearing-in ceremony. But what's even better than that is the political equivalent of the theotards so anxious to jump on the power train coattails, who are actually willing to pay to watch the most fraudulent congressman in the history of congressmen not yet be sweared. The level of blind leading the blind, retard revival that we are experiencing in this Republican Party is just beyond parody, y'all. It's who these people. I would say they're the type that go to school on the short yellow bus, but you know they painted that motherfucker red, white, and blue and put the fucking crosses all over it.
Activity, including soliciting for campaign donations, may occur during these events or on House grounds. Will he suffer any consequences? I don't know, but it's hilarious that he tried to do this. The abuse of power and his lies also continue, not just here in the United States, but also in Brazil. So let's take a little international trip to Brazil. They announced that they are reinstating fraud charges against Santos. Brazil has announced that they are reinstating them because, well, first, let me just note, he was summoned multiple times, okay? Several times, 2008, 2009, and 2010. They wanted to speak with him because Santos's mom told the police in 2010 that the checks that were stolen, he had stolen some checks. The checks that were stolen were from a checkbook she had in her purse belonging to a man who had died a year prior, and that her son had used 4 of those checks. He forged the guy's signature in order to use the checks to make purchases. The guy is a criminal, man. What?
Bro, nah, but Anna, come on, baby, you gotta give him some credit there, girl. He is a day 0 criminal. Like, he's not a day 1 criminal. Like, we don't know, guys, think about this. We don't know when they're gonna elect the Speaker of the House. So technically, we don't know, how do I say this? His premature griftination here. You know, this could set records. Because right now, like if Kevin McCarthy gets elected in like a day or two, then this is like day -2, -3 crimes, and that could be potentially historic. But let's say they don't elect the Speaker for like another week or so. Then he's pushing out to like a week or 10 days of committing felonies before he even swears office. I mean, look, if you're gonna go down, this is what I mean. This is what we mean when we say going down in a blaze of glory.
Sometimes the objective world and the narrative world.
Yeah. This guy's real keen on the objective world and the narrative world touching. You know, he's like, look. However you find your name in the history books, baby, you find your name in the history books. You understand?
I don't know. I mean, it's so specific. Like Trump had fake charities and a fake university. Like there's a lot of this going around. His is so petty and personal. Obviously, like a lie about going to war is way worse, obviously. But that's like what politicians do. They do big consequential lies. Lying about such highly specific personal stuff, like lying about where you went to high school seems crazier to me than lying about the reason that a country should go to war. I don't know why, but it does.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think it's bad enough if, you're lying about where you went to school. You know, it's also embarrassing. But this guy lies about everything.
Literally everything.
He and stealing money from someone your mom's is serving as a nurse for.
Yeah, that's sick.
Speaking with police for the first time that month, remember this is back in 2010, Santos confessed he stole the checkbook from his mom's purse and that he used some sheets to make purchases. Santos confessed to forging the man's signature on 2 checks to purchase clothes and shoes costing approximately $1,313.63, let's be accurate here, on the date of the forgery, and confirmed it was his signature on the forged checks. But then for the next decade, they couldn't find him. So he confesses and then he books it. And Brazilian authorities have been pursuing him ever since. So that's why they reinstated the charges against him. They contacted.
Gang, he is literally on some Andrew Tate shit. Wow.
The United States government, the Justice Department specifically, to notify them of Santos's charges.
Oh my goodness.
Man.
If I were him, my defense against the accusations that I've confessed to this would be that the confession should be inadmissible in court because he's a known liar. who can trust his confession, honestly, at this point?
Yeah, I mean, that's not a bad idea, actually.
The last thing I
He's a bad dude. He runs around with a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, I'm a hypothetical.
So
I'm a
this
liar.
guy
I lie about everything.
ran for
Obviously, I
office
wasn't
and got
telling the truth when I
elected.
confessed to that crime.
That makes me realize I know basically nothing at this point.
Gang, isn't that kind of the weird thing about liars? Is that they lie about everything, but we do believe their criminal confessions. That's kind of interesting. I mean, it just seems to be the way it is. It just seems to be, hey, you know, hey, we know these guys. You know, I don't know why it makes sense, gang. Somebody in chat explained to me why it makes sense. I actually don't know why it makes sense, but literally that's the truth. Literally a motherfucker could lie about his birthday, his fucking social security number, like all of that shit. But if he confesses to a murder, we'll be like, yeah, you definitely did that. Yep. Yeah, I don't know what it is. We'll turn into Richard Madsen and shit. Did you guys know I'm an expert in body language? Yeah, see how when he confessed to the crime, he looked over to the right, then he looked over to the left? Oh yeah, that's a dead giveaway. Yeah, yeah, he was telling the truth about that.
About the actual on the ground process of running for office, because how did he do it? He was nobody.
He did it because the media was asleep at the wheel.
No, but I get the media, but
I know
you have to have employees, volunteers.
Gang, I gotta admit, I've been asleep at the wheel. You know, I've been trying to make Uncle Bobby the greatest UFC fighter in the history of cage fighters, and between that and watching Game of Thrones and sleeping, and watching Becky with the bad hair. You know, there's just not enough hours in the day to keep up with your fucking corrupt ass Congress. And I do feel like I've been asleep at the wheel, especially with this Santos dude. I mean, I know about 85 major things he lied about. Come to find out, that's only 3.2% of the lies he's told publicly. And we've all been slacking.
Set up stuff, get paperwork. How did he get any
Let's
of
not
that
throw
stuff
stones
done?
in a glass house.
He probably lied to them, told them what they wanted to hear in order to get their support.
There's got to be a TV show about this.
Come on, that's a good one, guys. That's the punchline of everything in this guy's life.
It's so good.
Yeah.
It's so good.
Shit, man, it's secret should play them.
Thanks for watching The Young Turks. Really appreciate it. Another way to show support is through YouTube memberships. You'll get to interact with us more. There's live chat emojis, badges. You've got emojis of me, Anna, John, JR. So those are super fun. But you also get playback of our exclusive member-only shows and specials right after they air. So all of that, all you gotta do is click that join button right underneath the video. Thank you.
The Federal Food
George Santos spent
You know, nothing like hearing it straight from the horse's mouth. I had to.
The political story of the moment is the failure of the Republican Party to choose a Speaker of the House. Lauren Boebert is one of the 20 Republicans who has blocked Kevin McCarthy.
Now, gang, check this out. Beautiful and dope as fuck. Gross. Beautiful and dope as fuck. Gross. Beautiful and dope as fuck. Gross. One more time, gang. Beautiful and dope as fuck. Gross. Now, like a motherfucking Disney movie up in this bitch, what is the moral of the story? You can be pretty and be competent. You can be pretty and be good at your job. You can be pretty and make actual contributions to the motherfucking conversation. Gang, stop settling for horse face over here. You gotta do better than that. Hashtag pretty's not enough. All right? Man, let's be strong. Everybody that dates other people, let's 2023, handsome, pretty, hot, whatever, sexy, six-pack, ribbed, well-hung, double-breasted, double, triple-chested. No, hot is not enough. Hot is not enough. Hot is not enough. God damn it, let's get some fucking standards up in this bitch.
The political story of the moment is the failure of the Republican Party to choose a Speaker of the
Oh,
House.
my goodness.
Lauren Boebert is one of the 20 Republicans who has blocked Kevin McCarthy from becoming the Speaker. All of this.
Bro, Texas makes no sense. If a black teenager steals some French fries from McDonald's, they're like, give that motherfucker the chair. Serial problem people, they're like, nah, bro, you good to go. Do you feel bad about it? Are you really? Do you swear that you're swear to Jesus that you're? Oh, he swore to Jesus. He was sorry.
Stopping the start of Congress. And on behalf of Americans who would like a functioning government, I got one big question. Why? Joining me now is Republican Congresswoman-elect Lauren Boebert of Colorado to answer that very question. Congresswoman, welcome to our program. You're opposed to Kevin McCarthy.
Thank you so much, Stephanie.
I know negotiations took place tonight. Is he now offering anything that will win your vote?
Well, I've not personally spoken to Kevin McCarthy, but look, Stephanie, these conversations started back in the summer, and we were kind of dismissed then because there was supposed to be this really big red wave. You know, Kevin McCarthy raised $300 million and then failed to produce that big red wave, even with all of the Democrat policies that are failing our country and so many different directions we could go with that to actually gain a massive majority. But he failed to deliver that. And when he realized he actually needed our votes, that's when he started entertaining some of the proposals that we had to the rules and the way things function here in Washington, D.C. And unfortunately, he has rejected up to the very last moment some of the most important things that we were presenting to him. He's accepted some rules, which are really great, but we're not quite there yet. We want to fundamentally change the way Washington, D.C. operates. If you ask Americans, well, they're pretty frustrated at Washington, D.C., and that was before January 3rd. And we are trying to fix that. We want a leader who will actually empower each individual member. This isn't anything for personal gain for a select few. This is for every elected representative. And they are very common sense requests that we have, and we have not been granted those. So Kevin McCarthy had an opportunity January 2nd. I brought some of these Never Kevin voters. There were 3 of us that were in a room, and one of them worked very, very hard to make sure that we were able to get people to this place where Kevin could get the gavel on the very first ballot. And Kevin laughed us out of the room and then lied about the negotiations that were taking place. So now here we are. We are 20 strong against.
I mean, whatever. I'm not, it's like whatever. If we're not throwing people under the jail, we're not throwing people under the jail. But it just seems like Texas is one of them states that prides itself on being so hard up. But then it's almost like, again, like, are they just poking at you? Like, what is the deal? Like, I don't even understand. It just seems so inconsistent with their stance on everything.
Kevin McCarthy, and as the Constitution,
they want to make a list, y'all. They want to make a list of LGBT people, bro. They want to be like, are you offering gender affirming care? You need to be put on the list. They're like, oh, did you just get released for being a serial predator? You don't need to be on the list. I mean, that's interesting. I mean, that just, right? Like, at some point, it seems like they're fucking with you, doesn't it?
He doesn't have 218, so he's not speaker.
But most Republicans are with him. I mean, half the Freedom Caucuses, it wasn't like he came out of nowhere. He got the nomination from Republicans resoundingly in November.
I gotta take care of this injury. Why wouldn't you take the route of, say, Marjorie Taylor Greene, who shares much of your ideology? Take the win, get practical, get yourself on a bunch of committees, and actually do something to set policy.
We are absolutely in the works of doing something to set policy. We want a secure border. We're working with people who will come together and accept this rules package. Kevin McCarthy has dismissed it and said that he would not agree to everything. We want to implement policies on the floor that allow any member who's wanting to reduce the debt to have that amendment made in order. We want a balanced budget to come to the floor. We want a secure border bill that was crafted by the Texas delegation to come to the floor. And that isn't something that we heard before this started.
I want you and I to stay focused tonight because you and I can discuss policy every day, any
Sure.
day. None of those things can happen unless a speaker is set, and you don't have that. So Kevin McCarthy is pretty conservative. He has given you a lot of what you want. Is it that you just can't stand the guy?
Oh, no, this is absolutely nothing personal against Kevin McCarthy. We will elect anyone who will actually unite the Republican Party, but Kevin McCarthy has proven that he's not that person. When the conference voted for him, there were 36 that voted against him that said that they didn't want him as Speaker. Right now, we're sitting at 20, and I'm only seeing increased opposition. It's really hard to negotiate when you don't have a lever of trust to have those negotiations with. That's why my hard line from the beginning was the motion to vacate. This is something that's been around for nearly 2 centuries, and Nancy Pelosi was the first Speaker of the House to remove this and take that authority away from every single member of Congress to have a check and a balance on the third in line to the presidency of the United States.
He's willing to give
Kevin
you
McCarthy
5.
Kevin McCarthy wanted to follow her precedents through and through, and then he did move it down to 5. And he knew that my position was going back to Thomas Jefferson's motion of one single member motion to vacate. This is imperative. You cannot demand more responsibility and less accountability. We have to have somebody.
A single member?
We cannot trust them. Then
Literally?
we have to make sure
So
that there's
just
a
one
check and a
person should be
balance
like,
and
I
that
don't
there
like
are
them.
rules in place.
This is
We need
craziness.
the tools
Craziness.
that are available to us to actually govern the way that we campaigned.
Okay,
Oh, yeah,
then here's
level
where
up
I'm
that
scratching
oblique
my
kick.
head. If you're talking about a person
killed
that'll
him.
unite the Republicans,
Killed him. He's done.
talk about consensus, perhaps you and I have a different definition of consensus. He's got 200 votes.
What's up,
Yesterday, you
nerdy?
backed Jim Jordan. Today, you're backing Byron
Articulate
Donalds
and
as
confident
Speaker.
way of saying
He's
the
got
dumbest
20
things.
votes. You think that guy's getting to 218 tomorrow?
I know that there are many of our colleagues who are cheering us on silently and voting for
Silently won't
Kevin
help,
McCarthy.
ma'am. 218
but we're
votes.
going to get there.
I'm going
As
to be
long as
honest
it
with
takes,
you.
we are going to get there, and we're going to make sure that this is right for the American people. We want to see change in Washington, D.C., and we want to see policies that are passed that actually help the American people. Look, Kevin McCarthy has been in leadership for 14 years. What does he have to show for that? We aren't just electing somebody who can fundraise and just rubber stamp him into office. That's not what I was elected to do. What you're seeing here is a constitutional republic at work. It may look messy, it may look chaotic, but this is us working and actually using our votes. And I believe our founding fathers intended it to be this way.
Okay, well, our founding fathers aren't here, so let's get real and let's get practical. You can say what you believe. I believe children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. That's a song. You're backing a guy with 20 votes. Is he getting to 218 tomorrow? People who are silently cheering him on will not help when they round everybody up and ask for a vote tomorrow.
I do believe that we are seeing growing opposition to Kevin McCarthy. They've heard the conversations that happen when our Republican conference is gathered. They are very disappointed in some of the things that have been said by our current leadership. And they're waiting for the time to be right. And I believe you will see that increased opposition. And I'm here for it. As long as it takes, we are going to get this right. Look, we took the House and we are ready to lead effectively, but we have to have the right tools and the right leadership to do just that.
Okay, then let's actually name names. I'm going to be bold. I'm going to take the leap and say Byron Donalds is not going to get to 218. This is a guy most people don't even know if his first name is his last name or his last name is his first. So let's go with realistic names. Could you support Steve Scalise?
Oh, that was good. That was good. See what I meant about smart and good, cute and good? Oh, man, that was wonderful.
Many of my colleagues feel the same way. We need a change in leadership. And so that isn't a name that I'm entertaining. But I'm sure that you'll see several names. not for me. You will see many names that are coming about. Patrick McHenry's a great guy, but you'll see many names evolve in this because we're showing that we have a menu of people. And maybe Patrick McHenry comes to us and tells us, hey, these are really great rules. These are great policies that you're wanting to bring to the floor. Maybe he puts the right personnel on the right committees, and maybe he is the guy. Maybe it's someone who is not in Congress. Maybe it's someone like Kevin Hern, who is the chairman of the Republican Study Committee, who has actually produced a balanced budget that we want to see go to the floor. I don't know what these names are, but I'm sure that you're going to see a lot of names beginning to emerge because we're showing that we are willing to work to unify the Republican Party and get the right person.
Okay, sure. And maybe it's going to be me and Kim Kardashian and anyone else who can be out there.
Would you like me to nominate you tomorrow?
How long are you willing to wait?
Oh, my Lord.
I mean, the American people voted you in. You waited
some of my
for this, right?
colleagues have said, we could be here until the cherry blossoms bloom.
You've got the power, and every day that passes that you're not doing your jobs, voters are saying, hold on a second, I voted you in to get something done. So when you talk about names coming up and evolving, give me a timeline. How long are you willing to wait for this evolution?
Well, actually, I look at it in a very different way. I see it as Congress not spending money that they don't have, because every day that I've been in Congress, we've done exactly that. So the taxpayers are actually winning here because Congress hasn't organized. Look, my conservative colleagues and I are simply asking for commitments on what the American people want to see. Sure.
With every passing day, it's not that Congress isn't spending money. Anything that was put in place during Nancy Pelosi's term, none of that is going to stop. And until you put a speaker in place, nothing that you want to do is getting done.
Well, unfortunately, the Senate took away our authority to even work with a budget for the next 9 months. Nancy Pelosi is ruling with a dead hand anyway. They just spent $1.7 trillion on an
Nancy
omnibus bill
Pelosi is ruling with a
took
dead
away
hand?
all of that authority.
What?
All of the member-elects that were currently
Crazy
elected, all of
talk.
our freshmen, they don't have a say on the spending for the next 9 months because the Senate gave that away. Republicans ran on and we won a majority on because we had a message that was uniting America and bringing us back to this place where we can actually have real leadership and pass agendas that secure our southern border and balance a budget and
America,
lower
the
inflation.
American voter does want Congress to work together. Right? Look at your last election. You represent a red district that Donald Trump handily won, and you won narrowly. And the takeaway for the entire midterms is that the country said, we are done with hyperpartisanship. We want Congress to get to work and to work together. We saw today Mitch McConnell, President Biden, Mike DeWine, them working together, talking infrastructure in Kentucky. And what you're doing today is blocking your own party. Is that what your voters asked you to do?
So what I hear back at home all the time from my constituents is they're furious about what the Democrats have been doing all of this time. They're furious about the border crisis, the energy crisis, the historic inflation, and so much more. And we will handle these issues and conduct serious oversight real soon when we get the speaker's position right. It's been 2 days. It's not the end of the world. We are going to come together. We tried to do this privately. Unfortunately, Kevin McCarthy wanted to take this battle to the floor. And that's where we're at right now. But we're standing strong, and Kevin McCarthy does not have 218.
Okay, taxpayers are paying your salary while we're waiting for this. And again, we can talk policies on many days. I mean, you want to talk inflation? Sure, we can. Inflation is too high, but let's look at it. We've got unemployment. There's 2 jobs for every unemployed person. Gas prices are lower today than they were a year ago.
Joe Biden's economy is terrible for the American people. You are correct.
We are living in a complicated economy, ma'am. We're not living in a bad economy, and I invite you back another night to discuss it.
It was great under President Trump.
We're going to, you know what, I would love for you to come back and discuss that with me because we can get into it in great detail. And as long as you mention Donald Trump, how does he feel about the position that you're taking? Yamiche Alcindor said it in the last block. Donald Trump hates a loser. and you are going against Donald Trump. I mean, today you basically said, hey, Donald Trump.
Look, I love President Donald Trump, and I suggested that he call Kevin McCarthy and inform him that he does not have the votes and withdraw from the race. So I love President Trump, and no one's going to pit me against him. Kevin McCarthy doesn't have this. I understand where the president is right now, but history will show we're on the right side of this.
Have you spoken to Trump in the last 24 hours?
I have not.
Last question to you, Dan Crenshaw and these other Republicans. Do you see yourself working with them again? In the last 24 hours, he's called you the enemy, and he said you'd rather work with Democrats than Republicans. He thinks you're doing all of this for attention, and let's be honest, you've never been on with me before.
I've seen Dan Crenshaw work with Democrats on red flag laws. So, I mean, this is just how things operate here. We are going to come together. We are going to be stronger than ever. We're going to handle the issues that the American people care about. We just need to elect a speaker. And it's okay if it takes a couple of days. It's not the end of the world. There will be a new news cycle that comes around when we get to work and you see how productive we can actually be when we are united. I believe that we will find that consensus candidate and someone who can reunite the Republican Party. And I look forward to that day.
218 is a long way from 20. I welcome you to come back and discuss that with me.
I could,
if you'd like to come back
actually make opponents. There's no reason we couldn't.
You're welcome to. They are overwhelmingly popular.
We'll mostly make them in the wrestling game because that's, mostly want to do WWE stuff, but I don't have anything against making some in UFC. All right. All right, let's, it's fight night, baby. All right, we're going to do this fight, and then we're going to link up with the gang and gather and watch House of Dragon. Yeah. All right, let's defend this title, though. One boy in all attributes. Favorite move. Embarrassing prayers. He comes to the ring and says all the prayers of his, the prayer request of his fans into the mic before getting knocked out.
All right, coming up next, a matchup to determine the baddest man on the planet. The UFC heavyweight title is on the line.
What is HOD?
Connection with the baddest man on the planet for a long time, though. The title fight eluded him. Not anymore. Here he is, the #1 heavyweight contender, finally making this walk and cracking a smile. He's waited a long time for this. He's not expecting a 25-minute war. He believes he has the power and the skills to get this thing done quickly. I guess we'll find out.
Oh, when the saints go marching in. Oh, when the saints go marching in. I want to be in.
Oh yeah, it's really good. It's a Game of Thrones prequel.
Oh, when the sun refuses to shine. Oh, when the sun refuses to shine.
Party time! Uncle Bobby's in the house for fight night. The people are dancing and singing along. It's time for a Cajun ass whooping. Extra spicy.
More than 5 years apart, with similar height and the same reach. Here once more, Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event of the evening. And when the action begins,
the man responsible for stopping the homicide.
And now, this is the moment UFC fans around the world have been waiting for. Live from the sold-out Toyota Center in Houston, Texas. It's time! 5 rounds for the undisputed UFC Heavyweight Championship of the world. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. This man is a wrestler, holding a professional record of 21 wins, 5 losses, and 1 no contest. He stands.
It is. That's what makes it so good. It's such a fucking Uncle Bobby thing to do.
The challenger, Curtis Racer. And now, introducing the champion, fighting out of the red corner. This man is a Muay Thai kickboxer
And such great irony for the atheist ass kicker that is Uncle Bobby.
He stands 6 feet 5 inches tall, weighing in at 255 pounds. Fighting out of Austin, Texas, ladies and gentlemen, presenting the reigning, defending, undisputed UFC heavyweight champion of the world, Robert.
All right, this is for the championship. You've been giving your instructions in the dressing room. Protect yourself at all times. Follow my instructions. We will have a clean fight. Touch gloves. Let's make it official.
They touch him up, and we are underway. All right, here's round 1 of this UFC Heavyweight Championship fight.
Ooh, I missed. Up, block. Good D, good D. To the body. Ooh, I let him hit though. Oof, oof. Get out of here, get out of here, get out of here. Get out of here. No, 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 no.
Massive slam. That'll change the complexion of this
Yes,
one.
it will. That's a problem.
Both fighters back to their feet now.
Look at the turtle in that kick.
Well, perhaps a sign of things to come as he lands a kick there.
Nice kick landed by this gentleman.
Uncle Bobby, what stance is this? There we go.
Head kick. Oh, right hand gets up to block it.
Not that time.
Oh, beautiful
Ooh,
hook there.
what? Nope, nope, nope. Out of there.
Oh, straight right.
Ooh, yeah. Ooh, Uncle Bobby letting the hands go.
Secures the takedown.
He getting them takedowns though. See what he's trying to do. Bro, like, bro, you're gonna have a problem. Nah,
Nice job using his strength there to posture up. We'll see what he can do now.
He's gonna start
He ain't
looking
doing
to
nothing.
land big shots from the top.
No, he's not.
Good movement by him here,
No, he ain't
transitioning
doing
very
nothing.
well
Get
on
out
the
of
ground
here.
tonight.
Step for step,
Get outta
he's
here.
staying with his opponent in every transition.
Get out of here.
All right, side control now, DC. You know he's in his element on the ground. A lot of tricks up his sleeve.
A lot of tricks.
Well, there are a few things more fun to watch in mixed martial arts than these type of transitions and scrambles on the ground.
High-level grappling can really be entertaining. He needs to try to get to a half guard at least. At minimum, try to go to half guard.
Well,
All
we're
right,
trying to
2
get out of
minutes
here.
now to go in the round. Crazy accuracy and efficiency with these ground and pound strikes here. And if you're the opponent, you got to intelligently defend or the referee's going to stop it.
Got to defend, but you can see him now starting to gain posture, and the intensity at which he's throwing these ground strikes is starting to improve. It's starting to elevate because he knows that he can get the finish.
Oh, he's got the ground and pound going now.
He's putting him in exactly the position he needs to be in right now. He's able to relax here, and he understands, being a veteran of so many fights, that as long as he's on top, he's winning. He feels like he's winning here.
Pretty good work with
He's
the
got
ground
me.
and
I
pound here
can't
by
get up.
Curtis Blades. Oh, wow, that happened quickly as the fighter reverses position there on the ground.
Unbelievable position change. Wow, what a transition.
All right, he's sort of hanging out here unguarded, DC. Not sure if he's trying to bait him in or what, but not great body language here.
Trying to get the fuck out of here.
Close guard. Lands with a right hand.
Let's go. You want to stay
Round
on
two
it?
straight ahead.
Good shit. He out wrestled me.
You ready to fight? Ready.
Yeah.
All right, round two.
Ah, don't miss. Damn it. Because he's looking for those takedowns. Damn it, can't miss. There we go. He's open.
Oh, he found the target there. That'll work.
Yep. I wasn't watching it.
Oh, vicious kick to the outside of that lead leg.
Damn it. Oh, just out of range.
Check these kicks, or you're going to be limping around the octagon very shortly.
Check yourself before you wreck yourself.
Yep.
Try to establish that jab.
Ooh.
Look at the whip action that comes from him throwing that kick.
Oh, massive head kick there. We'll see if he can finish. Oh!
Look at him chopping the wood. Chop the wood with those leg kicks.
Yeah, chop that, nigga.
Landed that massive.
Oh!
Now he needs to try to find the next shot, a follow-up shot that will finish the fight.
Oh, he lands another strike to the body.
Wrong button. Get out of here, get out of here, get out of here, get out of here.
Perfect. Got to the leg, got to his position, got another beautiful takedown.
Ooh.
Side control now.
Get up.
All right, so he's sort of turtled up here. Not great body language. Perhaps he's trying
Trying
to
to
bait
get
him
the
in a
fuck
little
out
bit.
of here.
Back to the feet now.
Now he's got to get his strength back.
Head kick attempt, but the fighter got the right hand up. Oh, a little single collar tie there. Well, a really good second round for him thus far. After a somewhat lackluster first round, he has found the rhythm and found his striking range. Scary proposition for the opponent now here in round two.
Yep.
Trying to hammer that lead leg.
Ah, shit.
All right, so another swing and a miss, and I'd imagine if your gas tank is this low, you...
Oh, that was a big
Yeah,
takedown.
that's...
Is this the one that's going to break him?
Nope, 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 nope. Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here.
Back up again.
Good
You
shit,
gotta
Uncle
like that.
Bobby.
He loaded up there with that high kick.
Oh, how did that hit him? Damn it, damn it. Get back, get out of there. He's going to shoot. He's going to shoot.
Third.
Oh, shit, missed him. Oh, shit, I went to hit him.
Like this, that is such toughness to even be on his feet right now.
Yeah, I didn't have all my stamina.
10 seconds remain in round two.
Ooh.
Just missed with the left there.
I think we got that round.
All right, let's check out some of the action, DC.
And this is a championship fight. It's going to go 5.
In that previous round.
He does not waste
This is a tough fight, man. That guy's balanced, man. He can strike.
Everything's precise.
And his ground game is solid.
That was beautiful. I don't know how he survived that knockdown.
I don't either, but he did.
You're gonna knock him down again and close the game.
Whew. Let's go.
Here we go, third round of this championship fight. Oh, and he lands a punch there. Good connection by him on that.
Great connect, so fast, so accurate.
Oh.
And watch the ability to land anywhere. Big knee land.
Get out of there, get out of there.
That one landed by
Get out of there, get out of there, get out of there, get out of there, get out of there.
Did a good job of setting up his attack, securing it, and getting the desired result.
Well, anytime you are in a ground fighting situation with this fighter, you're potentially playing with fire. All right, has the guard closed here. All right, he's trying to control posture here. Now trying to hip escape.
He's just trying to move out of this position off the bottom.
Trying to guard pass here. Not today.
No, it ain't happening. Good job understanding the transition.
Pretty good ground and pound by him here. He told us on Thursday he needed to be more effective in these situations. Certainly effective tonight.
Come on, Bobby, fight off the back, baby. Yeah, baby.
This man has embraced it, and you are seeing why he's one of the best that we've seen do it in a long time.
That's right. Good shit.
All right, he's got the hooks in, DC, working off of his back.
Now look for him to attack the neck of his opponent to try to get the rear choke.
Oh, the ground and pound is there. All right, so pretty good damage here with the ground and pound. Nothing superficial about these strikes. They are intending to harm.
Oh, yeah, he's landing very accurately, and he's landing to get damage off.
Working in half guard here, making these shots count. Well, you got to stay busy on the bottom. He's doing it here. Nice punch. Ground and pound strikes continue to rain down. The opponent better move out of harm's way or the referee's going to stop this thing.
He better start to move, and when his opponent starts to posture, he needs to put his feet on the hip, push him away
there it is.
To try to escape.
There it is. There it is. There it is. Get out of there. Get out of there. Get out of there. Get out of there.
That knee might have landed there.
Get out of there, Uncle Bobby. Good shit. Oh shit. He got rocked.
And right there, his opponent's wobble champ.
He's hurting bad. This dude needs to grab. He needs to wrestle. He has to do something. He cannot take another shot like that.
How about those 5 minutes?
Stayed in it.
Check out some of the action from that previous round, DC.
Oh, tough round.
Just high level. I mean, you would think that we're watching a K1 level kickboxing match opposed to being in the UFC. Both displayed great technical skills. Unbelievable strike.
Uncle Bobby had to take a little beating there just to get enough strength to get up.
Beautiful. All right, here we go. Fourth round of a possible 5. And this is the time where fighters are really tested, right? Dig deep, lean on the heart. We'll see who has the upper.
You feel pretty good in round number 5. Round number 4 is the one that really does test a fighter. It really does.
Oh shit, what the fuck? Where did that come from?
His opponent's compromised, DC.
It's one thing to land a hard shot. It's another thing completely to land a perfect shot. And that was a perfect shot.
Oh shit, get up, Uncle Bobby. Get out of there, circle, circle, circle.
Oh, is he hurt?
Circle, circle, circle. I got more damage than he does.
Wow, huge head kick.
Oh, he's hurt bad. He's hurt bad, John. He's got to press him. He's got to go chase that finish down now.
Oh shit. Again with the takedowns.
All right, he's very comfortable fighting off his back, DC. Now looks like he's trying to hip escape.
Yeah, he's trying to hip escape or maybe look for a Kimura here.
He just escapes all my attempts at position. So you end up shelled up.
All right, he's sort of hanging out here unguarded, DC.
Good
Not
shit,
sure if
good
he's trying to
strength. Come
bait
on.
him in or what, but not great body language here. Oh, worked hard to get up again, but he looks like he's compromised. And they separate. Pretty good strike there.
Ooh.
Unbelievable.
Serve him up. Go get him.
Well, he gets up again here, but he looks hurt.
He needs to start looking to finish now because he's got his opponent hurt very bad.
Oh, do you believe that another head kick lands? Got to start raising that guard or this is going to be the end of the fight.
You got to start raising the guard and guiding that head kick down back towards your feet. You cannot take him clean and you cannot take him on one arm.
Oh shit. Oh shit, he did it. He knocked out Uncle Bobby.
Just the way he drew it up as he gets the knockout victory here
tonight. That was a fight.
To strike more flush than he did right there. And
that was a fight.
Saw it coming, so he'll see the replay and probably shake his head. But
Curtis Blades.
Is a huge result and a huge win for that fighter here tonight.
Curtis Blades has to die. Damn.
So on the sport's biggest stage, he comes up large. The baddest man on the planet.
Damn.
The UFC heavyweight champion of the world.
Damn.
The winner and by knockout here tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Herb Dean has called a stop to this contest at 3 minutes, 57 seconds of round number 4.
Damn.
Declaring the winner by knockout and
Don't worry, gang. Uncle Bobby's going to come back. That was a good fight. We got to work on the defense.
Well, DC, you know how much I love crowning new champions.
And the wrestling.
We get to see these men and women realize these dreams. But to do it at heavyweight, man, just incredible to see this guy realize a UFC.
Oh, man.
Look at the emotion on his face. You can tell that this is a dream that he has had for a long time. And now
Bobby's sad.
Congratulations to the champ and his entire team.
Oh, god damn, that's a rough night at the office,
yeah,
gang.
Man, this is volatile. Look, they got a whole bunch of hungry wolves lining up to take that belt.
Whew. Oh, man. That was a great fight. I thought Uncle Bobby definitely was going to get the best of him. We should be in a rivalry now because I think I beat him once. And I think he just connected first there. We were both throwing to end the fight. Man. All right, gang, that was super fun. Let's come link up with the gang. We're gonna watch House of Dragons before bedtime, and we'll be back out here tomorrow. Appreciate all you guys. In the name of the Darwin, the Dawkins, and the Christopher Hitchens, we'll see you at the ranch. Science bless you all. Poof.
Why she wanna leave me alone? Saying all I do is wrong. No rights, only been left turns. Playing that she gotta let it burn. Saying that the hell's not a home. Sunshine cause you heard it all before. Sometimes she don't wanna be alone. Most times she don't want me gone. She don't know I try my all. She don't know I sprung in the sun, but I'm going in the winter, so we good to the fall. Remember how I told you I get it and I win. Now I'm got it, you ain't answering my call. Wonder if I've been moving too strong. Maybe I just been moving too boss. Really hate when the feeling get lost. Nowadays she just dodge my calls. In the game throwing laws like Paul. Young legend Miss John like Wall. And I wish you never met like Call. Thick game lay it down like Law. Made plans but you canceled them all. I was just trying to splurge in the mall. Now I'm home stacking bread till you call. It's time to roll. She tryna slide. We smoking Zah. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna ride. We smoking. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl.
We smoking that side. I'm trying to get high. She said that she not ready for love, stop wasting my time. I got demons in my closet, I can't hide. I did all my exes wrong, they wish I died. Damn, I tried. They won't believe me when I say this. Oh my God, what a blessing. Hello Phoenix, that's my twin. I told these hoes they won't get my heart again, not again. Cause they went missing when I needed just a friend.
They went missing, yeah, they all went missing. They don't want no smoke, they hit the blunt and started tripping. My daughter about to be 5, I ain't got no time to be bitching. I'm still reminiscing, we ain't had no